Yeah, I'm muted. Thank you. I don't know why I was muted yesterday. I was on L. Oh, thank you. Thank you about that. Do I sound okay as well? Because I was screwing with my microphone settings. Yeah, sorry, I should have noticed that earlier. All good. That's why I wanted to start a little bit earlier, just in case there was anything up. Yeah, I'm curious if you could put a link in a embed it into a picture on Twitter. What's the whole thing that the cool kids are doing nowadays, where it's like like, is it alt text? Yeah. Because I turned myself up a little bit, but a compression should be like, let's sort of string along. Did you watch Fnatic versus Team Heretics yesterday? I caught the end of it because we went out. We went to watch Godzilla and Kong, like the new one. Yeah, I caught the second map. I didn't watch the first. TEC don't have RB. They should do. Was the movie good? I didn't see Godzilla versus Kong. Just because, like, I think it was around COVID when it came out, right? So I just never got to watching it. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. It's just silly fun. Are you watching the Wolves games? Of course, yeah. We're watching all of the games today. Like, we're watching all of the China games, like, full stop. Like, if China's ever on with Pacific, like it is tomorrow, and Sunday and most weekends for the foreseeable future, we will be watching China over Pacific. The only caveat is, like, tomorrow I'm casting Polaris, and there'll be a couple of days over the next month or so where I'll be casting the same day that China's playing. So maybe I have to leave and stop the stream early, but in that case, I'll try and find somebody else watching it, or I'll just host a main stream. So there might be some maps that we end up, like, missing the end of, but I guess we'll see from today roughly what time it finishes and if we need to be worried. But the games are typically pretty quick for China. And I also think that the breaks in between games are also super fast. It's like the most impressive production that we've had thus far, I think. The football club also plays later today on a Friday. I guess it'd be on the evening. How was the movie? I enjoyed it. I didn't really expect too much, and it's just, like, you know, fun. But hey, no void. Which channel are you on? I wish there was a way, like, for, like, restream. Because I'm streaming on, like, the Hitscan channel and also, like, the smaller YouTube channel I want to try and grow. Hey, Cray. Good luck today. I'll be watching. I got offered, because the games have been broadcasted and streamed anyway, Cray. I got offered by the Observer, like, hey, do you want to watch party the game? And it's like, let me check with Cray first. Because obviously, I don't want to show you guys off if there's no broadcast. But if you guys are getting streamed anyway, then I guess it makes more sense to do it then, right? So it's your call, it's your choice. Like, if you're on, like, the main dive channel or whatever, and people like Mimi or Roxy might be streaming the games, then I might as well. But if it's looking like nobody's gonna stream you guys, I won't. And obviously, if I do end up streaming you, I'll unless those VODs. Because I think with the bracket, I think you guys have got a really good chance of making top 2. But in all honesty, like, despite Gamax bottling it against Carmen, I think that both of you guys could do really well. I'm cheering for both teams to make top 2. Yeah, I have chat open here as well. Accolade feeds were shared with the group stage. Oh, right, because they have it in a document. I see. Yeah, what time do you start? Is it 5 or 7:30? Because yeah, I'd love to watch. Who are Wolves playing later? Probably the question. You start at 6. Okay, so 5 my time. Gotcha. Only half the group stage matches had observers. Right, so some of the games had their broadcast shared, and the other ones, because they weren't broadcasted, didn't. Yeah. That's a literal suffering from success moment, I guess. Oh, the Wolves team play tomorrow. They play West Ham. Are you talking about, like, Wolves? Maybe it depends on what you class as, like, later today. Because, like, if you're in somewhere like, I don't know, Korea, Japan, that you're going into, like, if you're, like you say, it's just turned midnight and it's later on, like in 16 hours or something. Same day for you, not for us. Some of that, I guess I try to be more conscious of, I suppose. Because there's so many, like, different people from different time zones. Two PM GMT kickoff, yeah. Isn't it today, Friday? You might have like one. If it's 2 PM GMT, it's BST now, by the way, NDB. We changed time zone, so it's free. Yeah. I mean, at this moment, it's probably going to be weekend games. But yeah, I'm also trying to stream on Shorts as well, because I got really curious about that. Why is this song, like, faster? You don't have sound for this, actually. Interesting.
欢迎回到无畏区森联赛第1赛段的比赛直播，我是解说阿冷，我是九生凯。那么在赛事正式开始之前，也是欢迎大家通过赛事官网 VCT.QQ.com 无畏区启动器，掌上无畏区、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、抖音游戏、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号百事通观看赛事直播。 关注微博无畏区第一官方账号，获取更多赛事信息，带上无畏区森联赛第1赛段话题，把握精彩赛事。
But I'm also not very loud.
买暗云精灵上京东自营，卓威电竞显示器，职业选手的选择。
Oh, because I'm quite loud in. Oh, so this should be a lot better actually.
迪瑞克斯，酷睿14代 HX 战力再加1。玩无畏区就做迪瑞克斯，电竞一品类开创者迪瑞克斯邀您一起见证无畏区 CN No.1。超强战力已部署，无畏之战你们需要我。英特尔酷睿14代 HX 战力再加1。 全新观赛福利活动现已上线。
Am I fucking with the wrong one? Yeah, I'm fucking with the wrong one.
VCT 卡面及精美赛事周边，快来发挥你对每场比赛的独特见解吧。
掌上无畏区 APP。
Yeah, I realized what I did as soon as I did it.
赛程更新，全面赛况数据分析，邀上3、5好友畅聊打瓦看赛事，下载。
That should be a lot better now.
还有海量 Q 币、现场门票等丰厚奖励等你来拿。木之笔界蝶舞幻生无畏区新版本现已上线，全新突击烟味控场英雄木蝶上线。 巡蝶活动开启，免费英雄、挂饰、卡面等惊喜福利等你来拿。 除了观看官方直播间外，大家也可以在线上观赛看和2路主播们一起观赛，为你支持的队伍助威。
没错，那也是我们看到前面提到，我前面有一个口播我还蛮在意的，就是关于作业这一块啊，就是我们的观赛福利活动，大家可以在这个相关的活动里面去找一下。然后昨天有人开玩笑说，哎，这个。艾伦，你的作业是什么样子？能不能给我看一看？因为如果你的比较高，你是有机会去兑换一些。
You get to look at the behind the scenes stuff.
最令人瞩目的还是那个 VCT 的这个战队皮肤嘛，就很多人很关注，包括3.64。
1 2 1 2 test test. Hello test 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 1 2. Hello test 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 1 2. Shouting.
是，那我们也是先看一下今天
literally shouting.
今天是我们CN联赛第1赛段的揭幕日。那么首先在
maybe up that a little bit. That seems a bit better.
那么这一场比赛将会作为我们整个CN联赛的第1赛段以及乃至于
test 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 1 2.
而第2场比赛顺延
That should be okay.
由狼队对阵到 TEC。那这2场比赛将会给今天给大家希望能够带来精彩的观赛体验。
其实今天的4支队伍对于大家来说都是有。
Yeah, sorry. Like I noticed when I did like the quick 1-minute guide videos on each of the team for stage 1 that like my mic was very compressed, but also because of the gate, it was cutting out massively. So it was just me going like when I get like a little bit quieter, for example.
人员上的改动吧，就是选手跟教练上的一个改动。那到底这2支队伍
Are you using the Yeti? No, this is a Shure SM7B, you know, the microphone. And it's a Go XLR I'm still using, although I might need to upgrade soon because I think it's on its last legs. What are my thoughts on Clove? I'm not as down and out on her as maybe other people would be. I think they pale in comparison to what like an Omen can do on most maps, or even what like a Brimstone could do on Bind. But I think it's like a good option. Like that's realistically all it needs to be. In the same way that like teams might play Astra in some instances because they prefer what her utility does in comparison. Right? Like, especially on, like it used to be on Lotus, you'd see a lot of like Omen versus Astra, and it really just comes down to personal preference. So people might go, oh, we'll play the Astra because that's what Fnatic does, but I don't think that really like is a good way of any team actually thinking. I think it's easy to be like, oh yeah, in an ideal world, we'll look at the non-mirrored win rate of these agents and see how they do, like go full like Anders into an approach. But for most teams that are coaching, literally just going to the control plane and be like, yo, what do you prefer to play? And if they're like, I'm getting a lot of success with like Clove and their utility, then it's worth a shot. Same way that some teams play Omen on Bind, right? Like, I don't think it's optimal, but if you're like, I can get a lot out of Omen's utility, and personally, I prefer to play that agent instead, then that's 100% worth doing, especially if the team's on board. Did we get full kit wanker for the Wolves game? I didn't buy anything at that point. If they start to do well, if they like do really well this week, I'll think about getting a kit for next week. But they have to beat both TEC and FPX this week, which is kind of tricky. Their utility? Did I say her utility, or was I talking about Omen / Brim?
我对他还是有点了解的，因为他是一个很冲的选手吧。但是我今天会把他摁在地上，但是冲不起来。我摁在地上打是吧？看来确实可以，肯定是。
Give me Vought jersey. Oh man. I thought we were going to go to the Molyneux as well. Are we doing a TMV Kerr watch party for Wolves? Sure. I think for this first one, maybe even the second game, I'm joining in with Slaggy, but it's a good point actually. Wait, I need to root Discord. Not through system, which is fine. Trying to think of what would be the... Like this? Something like that, and then I have chat. I'm not really sure how I do it, but I guess we'll see.
明白。那今天既然来到了线下去看当观众啊，今天是那想不想也模拟一下
What is this property system? Okay.
早就有这个打算来进军我们无畏契约的主持人是吧？
I don't know. I don't want to like pull Sliggy into a crazy team chat, right? Input device, make it my chat mic. Output device, chat. There we go. He's going to a game. He didn't even invite me. What a little rat bastard.
他很多烟位、灵性的击杀，还有灵性的选位，那些残局我都看过很多次。这次来到天路，觉得自己会有更好的表现吗？或者说现在训练怎么样？
It's I haven't really been watching China long, but it is kind of weird to see flexing in a Tyloo jersey. It's a really odd move. Like I think Trace getting rid of flexing, I think is perfectly valid. If I was to go off like previous stages for Trace, but I think they're flexing at a pretty good tournament. Like kickoff was good for him, other than that last series. And obviously we lose a lot of the context as to what Lao King brings to Trace that flexing wouldn't.
但对于 BLG 来说，他们可能也有一些就数据上面的小短板，就在于他们的首相局胜率和攻方的胜率还是有待提升。
Like statistically, I think it's like impossible to say.
因为他们在2次经过大换血和换人的情况之下，在当前这套新的阵容还没有能够去取得首胜，所以今天他们也是得加把劲儿了。
就我提一下吧，天路这数据没有给大家标明。
Would Shift was streamed? Yeah, I have been loosely watching the tier 2 stuff on Bilibili. But it's more like, are they going to be streamed on YouTube/Twitch at any point? Because I think that's kind of where it becomes much partiable. I think me even watching a VOD on Bilibili, I'm not sure is even allowed from either side. But even like watching the VOD or watching it live, I don't know if that's even a thing that you are allowed to do on Twitch, YouTube, or even like from Bilibili side. Because the last thing I want to do is get in trouble with the China side of the esports, right? Because I'm broadcasting stuff I shouldn't be. Especially with all of the stuff with like Gen G and that. I'm a little bit more conscious, I suppose, of like not finding myself in trouble. Because me saying the wrong thing could just end up in a heap of shit. The most serious yet silliest of regions, yeah. Also says you're a first-time chatter, actually, which I'm pretty sure is wrong.
负的是 Nova 和 TE 嘛，再加上2名新队员的加入，他们当前在数据层面上来说，仅仅是能够做出一个参考，包括他们只是在阵容以及教练做出一波转换之后，究竟能够在今天的自己的选图，或者说在对方的选图拿出一些怎样的惊喜给到 BLG？
是，而在 BLG 的地图上面，我们看到他们的作战经历就要多很多，因为 BLG 是如果没有
says that you're a first-time chatter on my like POV, but I'm 99% sure you've been here before.
日落之城、亚海玄城跟森寒东港上面都是有胜有负，而在员工证上面也是有一次的涉猎。
对，而且在霓虹町和
check YouTube for some co-stream. People are co-streaming the Bilibili game, like people are co-streaming the China national competitions on YouTube. Then yeah, I'll probably just have to grab and start doing that. Who do you think are top 3 teams in China right now? It's a good question. I mean, EDG. I think FPX deserve it still. I don't think it's fair to like take them out of it. Probably Trace. Maybe ask Alan. I mean, I've asked Riot, like our community managers, like Riot. I've asked Jim. And the problem is they have to go and ask probably their boss. Their boss has to go over to China to ask them. And yeah, I would love to cut out as many middlemen as I can to just have a contact in China to be like, hey, can I do this? And then being like, yes, no. I think the better thing for me to do, this is more like a long-term thing than anything current, but I think the best thing for me to do is to like try to get on one of the orgs just to have that kind of content for China-related stuff. Sliggy sent a friend request. Why did he send a friend request? I just messaged him saying hello. I've talked to him on this app. Is it a different Sliggy? This is why I've got bait out by like a fake account. Yeah, I've literally spoken to him before when he was on Team Liquid. What JDG did with our league content, having AUG sponsored co-stream. Yeah, but like, I mean, is it sponsored? Because they were literally like, oh, well, we're gonna give you merch. It's like, I guess that's good if you're like a sort of. I mean, it's good for me. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, hey, yeah, I'm a big shot streamer. Sign me to crazy record amounts. But I'm not gonna do it for like merch, you know. Doesn't have to be a lot, but there's a problem. It's more if I joined an org, content creation wise, to try and do stuff. It means that I can't join an org for like game changes or just from the sound alone, I know what round that is from Guan. Yeah, I've added him. I need to just call him. Hello?
Hello.
Sliggy, are you okay?
Why? What's going on?
I don't know, you just sound stressed.
Ah, bro, I just learned how to add someone on Discord. I'm fine. It's just a learning curve.
Isn't it always? You're doing push to talk, aren't you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let me set that up then.
I think that's the easiest way to do it. Otherwise you'll hear me thanking subs.
I don't mind that.
Or talking about random circles that I'm drawing.
Thank you, Acid Deer. Thank you very much for joining the ring. I don't know why I haven't changed that. Maybe I should keep it, but thank you very much for the prime. And yeah, Sliggy I think is like 34. Like, I checked it very recently. And you said about Wolves. I've spoken to Wolves a little bit, but I wouldn't say it. I'd say like conversations broke down. We want to use football specifics. But I think it's more like it is early days on like both sides, right? Because I think it's tricky when it's like you're talking to organizations that are like, oh yeah, like what's your like viewership like? And it's like, well, I kind of just started streaming, like, but with focusing on China, like it's not big at the moment, but it could be in the future, right? It's like impossible to put a number on it. You think Trace will do worse with the player trades with Tyloo? They have the worst trade ever for Low King? I don't agree with that. I wonder if there's going to be a lot of... Oh, it looks like the same assets. I thought, well, like, when ISO came out, there was a lot of stuff focused around him. And, like, I guess obviously because he's Chinese, but I was thinking maybe, like, because of Clove, maybe they're in, like, the startup animation thing.
Ryan, I'm hearing JDG got a new IGL.
They did, yeah. I mean, you've seen him play. It's attacking Soul, I'm pretty sure.
Dude, that's a stacked team now.
Yeah, with any luck. Like, even if they don't do well, I'm pretty sure that you could just put in Jake Hero on, I don't know, like Martin's role or Yihao. Because I don't think you get rid of Stu or Viva or anything like that, right?
Nah, you wouldn't.
Hey, Thimesil. Hey, Limey. In the Billy stream when EDG propped up, the chat was spamming 526. Jesus. BLG is bad against unknown teams.
Man, Shanghai's gonna be so good, dude. Like you can just tell the production for all the Chinese stuff is sick. I have high expectations for like the stage and stuff, man.
It's funny, yeah, because I think the only like proper tech timeout we had, there was literally a fire. One of the fog machines caught fire, and it was literally like a 5-minute break, if that.
What the hell? That's wild. Not like EMEA, we get that every game.
Yeah, you get that every game. At least like Pacific has been better, but I mean they started in the worst possible way. They ain't getting away from that.
Yeah, that was a rough day. That was my longest stream day ever.
So yeah, Tyloo brought in Aaron from NIP, who was like played a lot of Deadlock in Ascension. I'm pretty sure you casted more Ascension than I did.
Yeah, I watched him a good fair amount.
Shuai was the head coach of the Game Changers team for EDG. Like, he's the new head coach of Tyloo. And they brought in Sunshine, who was the head coach of Weibo. So they got 2 new, like, head coaches. Okay. And they got Flex in from Trace.
Okay. Dude, everyone changed. Billy changed coach as well, right?
Yeah. They got in Bale. But it's weird because he had Jackson as their, like, head coach for Jackson was the head coach for like Champions and stuff when they beat NRG, and then like in stage 2 of EVO they brought in XPZ as the head coach and Jackson went to assistant coach, and now they've just got rid of XPZ. Like, I think one of the reasons why Billy been so bad is because of him as a head coach, to be honest. Like, feels like it just went backwards.
Yeah, it can be like that. It's hard to pinpoint it sometimes from the outside.
Yeah, Aaron was the guy that played.
It's all going wrong.
Yosemite.
Does Bale speak Chinese? I don't think so, but I don't think that's as important.
Bale.
Yeah, Flexin and Low King went on this like weird transfer thing. Which I think is a cool move. It's not that it's bad. But I think you don't typically have it where one of the top teams in the region swaps out a player with one of like the worst team objectively in the region, I guess. Yeah, the stage of production for China is obscenely good. Teleprop paid well? I don't think it's that. I think it's more like, why would you want Flexin? What is the China logo trying to represent? It's just a lotus. Just a lotus flower. But yeah, I mean, it's more like, I wonder why Trace got Low King in particular. There's just so much about the players that we just don't know about, really, because of the language barrier, and also just because there's no information on the players, even on like China's side. It's not a lot of information, and I think purposefully some orgs from China do tend to keep quiet about stuff. Did BLG make any changes since their matches against NRG last year? Yes, they have a new RGL. They got rid of Rin, they brought in Bear as an RGL, and they have a new head coach. Their old head coach is assistant coach, who's still there. BLG banning out Ascent.
他们是给到了员工重任，这是在天路的履历当中可能为数不多的是近期相对来说比较好的一张地图了。对，而且这张地图标记进京。
I mean, it's so hard to say and gauge what like the Vito's going to be like, because it's been a while since we've seen either team. BLG picking Icebox. I think they only played it against Wolves twice. So Bind, Icebox, No Breeze. Sunset is the third map. Oh no, sorry, Sunset was banned out first. Lotus is the third map. Why did they get rid of Ren? I mean, he was playing really poorly. So I have my notes from before. So Bind, they lost to, oh, this is Wolves' second series. They lost to Trace. Oh yeah, of course. How can I forget the last time that fucking Billy played this map with that like last second defuse? They're going Yoru Gecko. What did they go beforehand? Not that. There's no bind at all from... why is that TEC? Should be Tyloo. Why is this also not working? Oh, I know why. I can fix that later.
而对于天路来说，他们的E2位置由于小九的轮换替补，现在是给到了 AAK， 而 Iron 其实之前是一名很强力的2-2位置选手，当前也是亮出了自己的绝活回蛇。我们前面也讲过 ，Iron 其实在自己的
Yeah, like Bianc was very keen to not IGL anymore. And so they tried K-Knight on the IGL for a bit, and that didn't work. So they brought in like a dedicated IGL in place of Rin, who, yeah, was... I think if you're a controller player and you're not IGLing, you have to be putting up pretty good stats to stay. Because you can, if you're not IGLing, like, if you're playing Omen, you could be like another duelist, effectively. Like, secondary entry to an extent. I think about, like, people like Karen and Tens play controller, right? But if you have somebody like Boaster on controller, IGLing, it's a very different, like, playstyle. Why specifically controller players? I mean, because you have the utility for it. Like, if you're playing Omen specifically, you have one of the best flashes in the game. I probably should record. Do you want me to record this, like...
I think I'm okay for today, but then everything else is good.
Gotcha.
I think if we're never on a call, I think just record. I mean, honestly, if you want to upload it anyway, I'm so fine with that. It's up to you.
Mako feels kind of in between. Yeah, but like Mako is also similar in the sense of like Marved and stuff. Like, you have more individuality. So yeah, this is the first time that we've ever seen Tyloo play it. So roles as well, because he's a switch around. AAK isn't on the Sentinel this time. HFMI is. Aaron's on the Viper. The only one that's like on a consistent role, I suppose, is Flexing and maybe Ice King.
They're just
gonna go for the TP. You've still got two people waiting though for BLG. The camera's gone up for the Cypher, which I don't think is going to see anything. The Gecko Flash shows that there's one still staying like on the lurk, which is great info. And Yosemite sort of pushes in and fights alone without Bear being able to help. This is a great lurk from HFMI. And also, I guess, like, HFMI on, like, the duelist hat could be a big thing, because mechanically really sound. Was really good as a duelist and an initiator player for attacking Soul, but it didn't look good for Tyloo last stage in kickoff. So I guess this maybe is like, I don't want to rely on your utility anymore, I just want to go fight. Nice effort from Bianc. But I think it was all down to just how, like, Bear and Yosemite took the fight on site.
B 大做布局，然后在队友从传送器进 B 区的时候，他是不急不徐在 B 区一直在绕，然后找到了一个非常舒服的角度。
这一轮拿下对于首方
I need to find a way to check that I'm like pushed to talk when I'm talking to Sliggy. Maybe something like that.
那接下来看一下 BLG 在枪械劣势下的一个防守分，
还是赌 B。
My goat HFMI. Yeah, I'm so sad that he had such a... He was awful at kickoff. Like, one of the worst individual, like, performances of a player in kickoff across the world. But it's hard when you join a team like that in such a quick turnaround.
这2分的进攻节奏其实都不是那种第一时间发起进攻，他们往往会在前面的20秒到30秒先等一等。对。
But yeah, I have a YouTube chat open as well. I'll keep an eye on it. But mostly I'm looking at Twitch. If you wanted to move over.
在 B 区转到 A 点之后，应该是又控制了一颗能量球啊，他离自己的超差已经非常快了。
尽管是输了第一分。
They just used a Masters Shanghai stage for this production. Maybe the start of Masters Shanghai will be from this, but typically Riot like to have their bigger parts of the event like in a bigger venue and arena. So maybe like group stages, Swiss, whatever the format's going to be, will be from the China stage, and then like playoffs might be from a bigger venue. Because it is Tencent, right? I can imagine they could get one of the biggest, best venues in Shanghai of all things. So far, so good though for Tyloo. But I feel confident in saying that after 1.5 rounds, they look more coherent than they did last stage. Would they use the one they play in the LPL? Potentially. But like China, like Edward Gaming have their own fucking arena, right? Like a lot of teams have their own venues, so there's so many places that Master Shanghai can be done from. But I think with their resources and Tencent's like, I guess like political pull to an extent, you could probably get like some crazy expensive, important places. Like it's an event I think the China need to go all out on, right? Well, we can find out who Edward is. Good old Edward Zoo. Best produced tournament? Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Teams have their, yeah, it's crazy. It's sort of similar in like Japan, I think in Korea, that some teams have like their own venues. But yeah, there's like an EDG arena.
前40秒钟，天路还是在找人探信息，毕竟前2分标记打得非常的主动。
上来，小编在一个 B 大的常规位可以循环自己的丢丢，但是也会暴露自己的信息。现在进攻方只知道携带着无敌超杀的小编就在 B 大的。
那 B 区到
So bonus is actually really good. You've got 1 Vandal, 3 Bulldogs, and a Spectre. You've got Thrash early for BLG, which is nice. You got some information that they went up long. Skydogs used early, which for solo initiator is really good utility to get out of Tyloo early from BLG. Nade hasn't broken the trip. And yeah, actually K-Knight does get him. Also Rolls actually look very good for Tyloo at the moment. Because I think they were trying it the other way around for a bit. Yosemite was on the Sentinel and then K-Knight was on the Viper. Go on HFMI. A clutch here and I'm back on the hype train. He has got time to run. Not quite. Double peek. Mosh. Problem with Mosh is like a molly is just, it's not fast enough.
I
think you're better off just double peek it. Yeah.
I was impressed he got the spike down. Wait, what time are you on?
I'm, well, defusing. I'll let you know when the defuse is done. And now. I'm watching it on YouTube as well because it's 7:20 on Twitch.
Yeah, same. I think we're relatively on the same space. Replay's coming now, right?
Yeah, I'm like a second behind you. Do you have any like questions about? Well, I think for Billy it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, Billy is pretty much the same.
那下一分可能就会成为首方 BLG 在上半场的1分转折分了。就如果他一旦全员补枪掉经济，然后掉分之后，又会陷入到一个极大的劣势当中。
而对于天路来说，虽然这一分是所有人
Does he read YouTube chat? I do. Hello, Medal.
他们的经济并没有那么紧张。看一下这一分的归属，王浩哲这一分因为经济的一个抑制，这一分只能起到数位。
I will be in China during Masters. That's cool. Do you have any idea why all stages from lock-in to now all look the same? Because they're all done at like, does it Pacific will be different. yeah, like all of the EMEA tournaments will be done out of the LEC arena. And yeah, like stage 1, stage 2 will all be done.
Man, I don't know about that play, dude. They go towards showers and they put the wall up. They throw their only bit of info in terms of the dizzy forward to try and get a kill through the wall. And then now they have no info.
Yeah, they can't go pick it up either.
Yes. I'm not sure I like that one.
天路刚才是知道说 ，OK， 第一时间小编的这个盖可在 A， 但除此以外他们没有太多信息。A 小精灵的接触已经看到了，小编想溜没有能够溜得掉。
I mean, I'm a little bit like nervous, I suppose, seeing both teams playing Cypher on this map still. Like, I think it's good, but especially with Sky being nerfed, I think you need 2 initiators now. Just you're so without information, it's scary on defense.
Yeah, I agree. I think the whole fault is the Cypher. Like the Cypher gives you that extra info, but every time you use like a camera close, it's so easy to get rid of it, and then you don't have that info.
Yeah, it's pure like ranked kill trip city on this map, I swear.
人数已经有决定性的5打3的优势，而且艾伦想要试，艾伦直接幻影敲头再抓，已经是个半血，小 K 有点危险。我们看到艾伦是得势不饶人，但这一波左右的枪线他没有办法同时处理2个人。 他是想去斩草除根，去尽量削弱对面的经济。
打了个140，幻影魅力时刻。
Like I really like Gecko on this map, but solo initiator you're just stressing so much.
重启是肯定不可能的，其他兄弟肯定是要存钱的。那这样的话，天
Yeah, I agree.
Better Gecko util than Iang still? I don't know about that. I think Iang's utility is heavily like underrated. Did you do your pick'ems? Yeah, so there's a video either on the channel that you're watching on or the other one. I know that's confusing, but I think I submitted them. But I had Billy win in this one. I think I had Billy and TEC winning today. You think the Euron BLG can make up for the lack of an initiator with his flashes? With the flashes, yes. With getting information, no. I mean, especially on defense.
BLG 迎来自己的存钱分，有保下来的2把步枪和3把手枪。
Because I think playing a Euro to try and get, like this, for example, pushing long, you could, I don't know, I'm pointing at the screen. I should also have Epic Pen up. I think Sky players need to adapt. I do think that, like, Sky as an agent is still one of the best initiators to run on the majority of maps, but just not on its own. But yeah, like, for the Euro, like, going for this play to get information is so risky. Like, these kind of moments I don't think the Euro works that well for. Because are you you've got your TP set up to, like, leave. Are you fighting this? You've got 3 people with you. And you know that there's some people up there and backed off. So the TP has done nothing for you, really. I think the best thing for the Euro is just, like, the TP if you're playing on B, and then sort of TP in up here. Like, quick rotations. But I think that's so hard to do on a map like this. Because the whole point of attacking is... as an attacking side, I think it's either TMV said this or Rahujin, one of the two, is like, you want to hit the site where there's just less people on it. It sounds dumb, but that's kind of what it comes down to on this map. Just very binary. Like, manipulate it so much that you're not just running into people like this. So when you try and plant, you don't have 4 people just walking out on site to try and kill you. I mean, I might have stalled it. AAK is... At least he bought some time.
Bro, that was crazy close. It looked like none of them trust their teammates to like ping the spike. They had to all double like swing it each time. I mean, it worked well. But...
技能反清确实很到位啊，这可能也是夜路存在的强势在了。
BLG 抓机会的能力在这一番又体现出来，但很可惜，最后枪械的差距以及残局出其不意的一个直接的干拉，让
Wait, take up the wolves? I will say no.
对于进攻方，他们其实不是很在意掉的4把枪，而现在对于
what was I going to say?
是一个非常大的一个
Yeah, I mean, I think TEC looked really, really good at buy-ins and kickoff.
一个神鬼不绝，王浩哲是偏向于 B2 楼的。
And it's one of those ones that, like, if Wolves win, I'm going to be happy. But I think, like, it's... I wish that this series that we're getting later today was, like, later into the stage. Why is one team's color red instead of purple now? I guess they just want to make sure that it's all... Maybe in, like, China it's purple. But, like, it's usually red. The reason why it was purple before is because, you know, the way that China treat the color red is, like, is a very royal, regal color. So having it used to be, like, an enemy... Like, even, like, blood and stuff is censored in China and changed to, like, different colors. Used to be yellow. Yeah, it was like yellow purple, but
但注意到现在小编是满技能的情况，贝尔也还有一颗烟。福乐星小编的1v1，福乐星正面。
I mean, this is really good from Tyloo. Especially when it's like a map like this, a map like Bind, like being coordinated enough to make it work.
BLG 可能要叫战术暂停了，但这一分可能经济又不够。但如果放到1比6。I
feel like I'm watching my ranked games here sometimes. Oh yeah, for like it's such a early scene. I mean, you look at how like EDG played at Madrid. Of course, teams in China are going to play rough like that.
他在那个黑屋的位置，如果没有打过对方的盖壳，那这一分结局将会是完全另一个局面。
对，
I'm on call with Sliggy.
在团队配合之下的个人能力的爆发。因为那个时候就是一个非常干净的1v1，就看谁第一枪能先打到头。
很自信，反而是BLG当前是会出现一些小小的慢热。
这分 BLG 是进入。
I'm trying to think as well.
一把步枪都没有，2把冲锋枪，3把手枪。
BLG haven't called timeout yet, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, like, if you bail, how do you call a timeout at this point? I feel like I'm watching 10-something Jings playing against each other. Yeah, mechanically, these teams are crazy good. Like, when Kung Kung said that in the press conference for Madrid, I was a bit like, are you really mechanically better than all the other regions? And then I see FPX playing up against Casey, and I'm like, actually, he might have a point. They just have all the brains and no all the aim and no brains. Even Wisey doing a little bit of a like Omen DP here is interesting.
然后再交一个神经取息，然后选择传送走到 A 区，因为字母哥已经完成了 A 区的一个拓展。
A 区近点安保已经如履平地了，但2楼的反应 ，Allen 的击杀也是来得非常亮眼。
Map manipulation is perfect.
在这种情况之下，会尽量少的给到对面一些翻盘的机会。尽管这个搜眼确实出了问题，但队友第一时间还是把这个人给补了。
是。贝尔手上一把正义宝枪。Do
you think Bear deserves Bear? Abby deserves a tier 1 spot still. Yeah, I mean he is in tier 1 at the moment. Like I think if you can. Like make it in China, like I don't think China should be treated like almost like a tier 2 scene, but I do think for like any player that's in the position, I suppose, of like DRX, where you were good previously, like pretty much the best players and the best team in a particular region, you should be able to do it in tier 2 after you eventually get dropped.
现在对他们来说，场上情况比较不乐观。这一分其实已经是王浩哲在用命给小编勾机会勾出来了一个侧身。
是，我觉得可以总结一下，就上半场 BLG 究竟做了哪些事情。首先是在地图资源的一个控制之上，那再一点的话，他们在打回防反清的闪光之上，就夜路的 TP 也是能够。 创造更多的一个枪线。
BLG losing close rounds on ecos too.
和拉扯，就其实他们的思路以及战术是绝对没问题的，但问题出在哪儿？问题在于天路的整体性。
The timeouts now at least.
默认时机不会给你任何的机会，而且在很多。
I'm like low key impressed with how well like Tyloo's playing the attack.
Yeah, it's like it's also like very disciplined at the moment. It's kind of nice. I feel like they're super patient in terms of just like it's always a good sign when you see this stuff as well. Just a team that can actually feel confident holding a default.
I feel like it was even something we didn't see at Madrid from like EDG or FPX that much. Like they were so just keen to go. I mean, like this was a good map for ADG, right? It was like their main pick, but I think everything else, like Icebox, especially against Loud, they were just so like, oh, we got to kill him mid, let's just like go push, and they just run into like Sadak and he just shits on them, right?
Especially FPX, man. FPX love that stuff.
更多的转点，但其实他们当前的一个经济和家底，经济的积累和枪械的积累，起码在接下来3个回合是不会缺钱用的。
Why is Jackson talking more? I guess because he has to translate for Bale, would be my guess.
小编的这个盖可去拿点数，这个为什么到后面打不赢了，就打不出来了？你看到
But also like, I think it is going to be a weird dynamic to begin with because Bale has just come in. Jackson was the head coach for a bit.
暂停回来，我们要来看一下 BLG 在场上的暂停是不是有效果？锦囊到底里面写的是啥？
破局之策给到了一把。
I mean, you're not supposed to, as an assistant coach, talk to the team. But I think in circumstances like this, where you're actively translating, I think it's fine. I also think it's fine for assistant coaches to talk to the team anyway. I don't know why that's not a rule.
前摇时间还是比较长的。
跟他对位的就是弗洛辛，我相信王浩哲应该很清楚，弗洛辛在这个位置已经逛了很久了。对，每一回合都会。
Because you can't take notes in. You got a minute to talk. Use it however is needed, I guess.
有一个魁父在啊，这一分加上吹的之灵往 A 区去打是可行的，
但应该只能来一波强势的进点了，而且要保着艾伦进去把这个魁父展开。但是王浩哲来的非常快。
Oh, well, you can take in notes, but you can't take in like digital notes.
而且 A 小是有2个半线的，
对面想不到。 天路完全没有想到这个人来了，轻松的收获第2个局。
Okay, the op's working.
在瞄准浴室，字母哥在浴室打开缺口，一边夹击。
The timing of that is also really nice, like the pressure here and then just allowing AAK to peek through.
没有找到他的位置。
Has just missed K Knight. Never mind, got him there in the end. Fake plant.
对面的安置暴动器 AK 短时间内比较尴尬，他需要队友保他，字母哥能不能架住？但是接近光束
Orbital strike right in that corner. The camera to just check that he's there too.
强行买掉了字母哥的命。
Keybind. Oh, they almost line up.
这出现了2次，
Oh man.
管理上来说就是有点差强人意了。
或者说 AK 也没
Why does Wisey stay in the middle of the side there? That is crazy. I think it's just
把这队友兜住了，但不得不说王浩
Euro thinking at his chamber.
给他安排这个前压明区，效果拔群，避免狙一个，立刻不请自来。
I think he just wasn't expecting an attacker to push through the Viper wall when there's 2 trips there too.
和这个第一枪的失误空间就大大降低。
Like out of him playing badly there versus Tyloo playing good, I'd put that more on Tyloo playing good.
振臂高呼啊，确实非常的有鼓舞性。
I also respect the timeout straight after their timeout.
暂停，这是非常考验，就他
I think China should allow 2 imports like in tier 2 leagues. Nah, I think that just ends up making it like I don't know what the rules are in league, but I don't want to see Chinese teams just be like 2 Koreans, 2 Koreans, 2 Koreans.
I like this timeout, dude. They have none of it, dude. They really don't want them to get into it. And maybe it's talking about op, I guess.
Yeah, I really like these kind of like timeouts. Just instantly after theirs, so it's not like Billy can get much out of it.
Yeah.
将会更加重要，因为第一赛段除了将会影响到全年的谁能去往冠军赛的这个最终的一个目标之外
It'd be fun to see Chinese teams by the end of the year next year when some of the new tier 2 demons start getting into teams. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's nice to see Rare Atoms still dedicated to tier 2. Kind of disappointed that there's a lot of other orgs that aren't, but I guess it's early days yet. And like a weird format. Maybe like if we start to see a proper challenges scene from next year onwards instead of the China national competition, we might see like Royal Never Give Up, Weibo, those like orgs show up a lot more. Always nice to watch these streams of these. Thank you, Axum. TP is perfect to get out. Not quite. Oh no, actually Bianca was actually just hiding in the smoke. Didn't get hit by it. Thrash is good. The plant has gone down, and you got a Viper's Pit that's covering it and also going into like lamps. I think the wingman came out, but it didn't get a player in piss, but the Euro ult's gonna find him. Just as they tried to go in for the aggression, HFMI just cuts through them. Nice late lurk.
That was sick, bro. That was so sick.
I think putting HFMI on like a alpha sentinel role might be one of the biggest brain moves that we've seen.
Yeah, I like this now. I like that people are starting to realize that like the sentinel role, especially when you're anchoring a site as well, like you can kind of just rely on them to get kills as well, and just it's such a big heavy frag role. Yeah, we saw it with Meteor as well.
Because that was the main problem with like HFMI for Tyloo last time. Like the final map, he had like 4 kills on Sky on split, and it's like that like secondary duelist aggressive player behind a life for attacking Soul was just gone. Like he was trying to play like too much with a team that he's literally just joined. So now he's like, I'm just gonna play Cypher, do my own fucking thing. Like I don't need you guys. I'm just going on my own.
That's the thing, man. You have freedom. Like that's like on attack you have freedom. Like you're not necessarily going in fast making plays, but if you feel like you got a timing or the rest of your team's doing something, like if you have a good feel for it, you have ultimate freedom. And on players that are like sick, like duelist, mechanically gifted, that's so scary to play against. Like a lurker who has insane aim is just dirty.
Yeah, I mean, I always like the argument of putting your most mechanical player on Sentinel and not duelist.
Yeah, and then just as long as the duelist goes out, you're fine.
Yeah, just play like Defo, just
send it.
Be like a tank in World of Warcraft, just be the threat. Who do you put on duelist if you're Vargas on Sentinel? Somebody that's very the player that has the least ego, almost. Like a player that isn't going to get pissed off if they keep entering a site and they keep dying first, because they realize that they're being traded, like they're doing their job. Like you need somebody like Stu, I think, that just is not afraid to keep making the right play. I mean, that's why Zekken is as good as he is. Because Zekken knows when he needs to be aggressive and make a play, but he also knows when he needs to just sit the fuck down and chill. Like 5 versus 2, nobody's pushing past this smoke because they don't need to. Like, keep the money, keep it safe. If this was a 2 versus 5, then you might see a player push through the smoke to try and take a fight on CT. If they think that they're getting lurked, right? I think that's the easiest way for any player to think about how to like play Valorant and also how to watch Valorant. Like, in all honesty, I think it just comes down to that. Do we have the advantage? If we have the advantage, play safer. If we don't have the advantage, so if we're in like a 4 versus 3, then like don't gamble, don't make an aggressive play. You're in a 3 versus 4, depends on how much the gap is between teams. Like if this is a 2 versus 4, 1 versus 4, then you need to do something a little bit more crazy, right? The problem with China is they could be in a 5 versus 3, and then they still go for like the aggro play, and they throw. Case in point, the round after the pistol for EDG against Loud on Icebox. There's a really good clip from GobB, who was the IGL of Big when they were playing Valorant, and also the coach of Big in CS, where he says, like, when people talk about protocols and stuff, when you hear Lo-Fi like on the desk, like, oh, this team has really good protocols, it literally is just discipline. It's having those intrusive thoughts in your head that are saying, be aggressive and peek. Like, Flexid's got that voice in his head now that's like, I'm gonna go peek over the top. We gotta play it, let's fucking go, right? But he's like, no, my protocols are just to wait.
For info.
I also like Flexin's like patience there to not just peek over the top.
Yeah.
Like I was just going on in chat about like there's a really good clip from GobB when he was IGLing for Big, where he says that like protocols is just discipline. It's just knowing like when you have those intrusive thoughts in your head that like I'm gonna push, I'm gonna peek, telling yourself no, like we're in a 5 versus 3, I don't need to. It's more like drilled patience. Exactly, yeah. Like, you know, because that's what protocols are. It's something that you build off of. So naturally, you have to drill it into them. Nice fights in the end, but like, man, Tyler were running away with it. It is their map pick, but I guess like the good thing about picking bind is you should be happy to play either side. It's not like Lotus, but like Lotus, you want to be. If you pick Lotus as a map, the other team are going to pick attack because attack is usually the stronger side. Ascent as well. The enemy team picks Ascent, you pick defense, right? Because that's where like the map bias leads. For bind, it's pretty 50-50. That if you pick bind and they pick attack or defense, you're like gonna be fine. Aaron's flicks is really quick. Yeah, I think Aaron was one of the players that impressed me the most from Ascension. Despite Nip not really getting that far in it.
偏 A 的，但是点内毕竟还是一波弱侧。
这个监控其实一直没亮哦 ，AK 并不知道自己头顶有一个窥视者。
If Tyler win, what does that mean for FNS? All good, I suppose.
天路打得很自信，
背后有监控打掉，P0之后开路进灯区，现在防守方要默认灯区已经认了，预示抓人，弹地闪，假的，真的。
Oh man, they absolutely just cleaning house.
穿板没有穿到，残血的小编是能够成功脱身。
They are getting so much utility out of Bianc so quickly. Like, he's throwing Dizzy, which he can't pick up, I don't think. He's throwing the Mosh, despite not really being under any pressure.
45秒钟的时间，主动权是落在进攻方天路的手上的。
单线的字母哥在 B 区想要找一个把人数掰回来的机会，必须要打得更加凶险一点才有机会扳。但是21滴血的 K Knight 打过一个，他已经
really good timing on the peak too. Oh man, this Bianc Wingman just stole him. Oh, he still gets a stud through anyway. Good old little bro, right?
Right, tanky guy. Chat. Tanky guy there, I'll give him that.
现在时间已经不够了，那现在标记已经非常清楚，胜券在握。
He just got stalled out from the molly.
Yeah, as soon as he saw the brim molly, he had to take TP. Like there was no, it was done. He also had to like, number-wise, once he heard the guy spamming him, and he should know that the other guy caused like a good amount of pressure for 2 there. He just had to send it and take the jaw.
Yeah. I know we haven't seen much like bind from EMEA, but like, is it hyperbolic for me to say that Tyler played the attacking side better than some EMEA teams?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it was good.
Like, I guess it's against worse competition. But...
Yeah, I think that's what you have to remember. You gotta remember that stuff because like the way Billy was playing was like relatively easy. Like they played it good in terms of going slow, like waiting to see if there's pushes, just trying to find out where the cipher is, and then it became like relatively easy. But it was still impressive. Like fundamentally, like it was very good.
这是一个这个表情包的 cos 啊。
这个跟我们的这个。
They did also just get like, do you know what it reminded me a little bit of? Do you remember when do you remember FPX, like Na'Vi FPX? They played against PaperX and they just held a default for ages, and they were just they're gonna mess up because they have to peak. It was literally just like one of them. Like we take a little bit of map control, and they know that they have to kind of send bodies to retake map control.
自己队伍的选图上还是比较满意的。 但是下半场得稳住，如果一个首将分拿下来，感觉这胜利
Use your face as a recon dart.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. I mean, that's what they did.
看两支队伍在一边再战之后，又会有一些什么样的东西？当然，我觉得对于 BLG 来说，夜路这套体系确实是他们在这张地图应该说是
新的尝试，
第一次尝试。那这次尝试的结果，我觉得是就是不管这张图赢还是输吧，我觉得后面要怎么去拿，怎么去打。
I think I'm watching the next series with TMV if you want to join. I think push to talk probably isn't worthwhile. I think just toggle deafen on us is probably going to be better.
Yeah, I might do it. Because it's just because the big Wolves fans.
Yeah. We need to find the name of like what the Wolves like traveling fans are. You know, like the die-hard ones that go everywhere
the ones
to
that
follow
get
their
to all the
team.
away games.
Apply for that. Is that guy wearing an ant costume? Yeah, maybe he's the Valo ant.
能不能够阅读到对方的战术，做出最极端的
I hope we see some interesting Clove gameplay soon. I want to see them on Icebox and no duelist comps. We saw it a lot in like tier 2 of NA, right? Like a lot of no duelist being ran. And I think it might be the way to go. Because there's so much like utility that you want. Hey, Galv.
They are all over them, by the way. They have a 3-passing stack for the map control they're gonna take.
Yeah, this is like Tyloo of like this time last year where they were top 4 team. Like when they almost made champs.
Yeah, that's a nice read though.
Some of the best calling I think that Ice King has done too.
Yeah.
但人没了，
这个1v1也没有办法，因为你毕竟是要主动拉进去，而且你为了不出声音，你还得是进步拉进去。
Did I miss some match or is this the first one? This is the first one. This is the first map to Galv.
你可以看到这一分，其实天路在这种事前的准备上面是阅读的非常好的。他知道对面喜欢打这个 B 小，他猜到对面可能会在 B 小去率先做事，所以他们在 B 小才做了一个3人的重防，而且也是赌对了。
That looks like Zest. Is in with how he's playing or physically? I haven't been watching that closely.
要么是枪太差，然后要么就是可能最后搜点上来说
没抓住。
是的，这个是比较可惜的。
丢丢被打，但是 SK 其实就是才发现自己是那个。
Destroys him.
这个队友在队友在放长线，自己在钓大鱼。
还是
队友这个线放的非常好。
I actually want to change this so it's not pushed tall.
因为他们其实没有安置爆能器的经济，所以不太敢去做强起。
下一分没有强起的空间，只能放。那现在对于 BLG 来说，这一分的枪械就会非常的差，4把标配加1把空的枪械上面的投资微乎其微。而对面是5人齐起，我们看到天路在上下半场的第2分啊，起枪比较求稳。
Tyloo changed everything. They changed their manager as well, I think. Sorry, Besso, I did see you. Have you moved, by the way? I was going to message you yesterday. I wanted to see how the move was going.
有点难受，自己也是漏了动静。那告诉对面灯区已经站上了，但是浴室没有哦，浴室现在还在防守方的控制之下，想要强行安包啊，这个位置手稳加会也很痛。
Yeah, sorry, very overstimulated today, but I'm surprisingly pretty zen.
坚持的一剑到底，至少把钱先提了。
第一个目标完成，后续就是换几把枪。
Like I was very stressed. Yes.
Do you know what's rough about this? Is Billy look pretty bad on this map, and they get exposed like first game in of your season. Like that's like the worst thing that can happen when you have a bad map and you want no one to find out about it. And you literally it gets exposed first game of the season.
I mean, what team? When they changed their coaches, they changed their roster, they've changed roles. What team goes, yeah, we're picking Bind?
Yeah, it's true.
Like, I think there's teams now, even in like the other regions, that are scared to play Bind, despite being together for a lot longer. Actually, that's a good question. Like, what do you think is like the hardest map to play? Like, if you had a brand new roster, you're coaching them, what map do you think takes the longest to sort of nail down it looking like pretty decent? Not your best, but like they all. I don't want to permaban this map anymore.
I think it depends on players and IGLs, but I would say a lot of the time Bind is like one of them. But maybe that's just like past stuff from being in Liquid and us not like getting Bind. Like even Haven took a long time in terms of like actual rotates and stuff.
Did you ever catch the desk where I was trying to coin the term the Sliggy rule?
What's that?
So, when you were cooking up crazy comps, I would give you 3 games. The first is like, oh, Sliggy's cooked up this comp for Team Liquid, it looks really good. I wonder how good it's going to be. The second time you play it, you're like, oh, it's still good. Like, teams know that they were going to pick, like, the Neon on Haven, for example. And, like, teams are still struggling with it, so maybe this comp has legs. Maybe this could be the meta. The third game, you just get absolutely destroyed. Every single time. Every single time that you and Liquid came up with something, it was like, oh, this looks good. Has it got legs? Oh, it has got legs. I wonder if this could be a potential... Nope, they just get destroyed.
Do you know what it would be, though? The third team that we would play would be FPX. And that's what happened. And it'd be like everyone else in EMEA like would have just like bad coaches or just like wouldn't be able to do too much, and then you would go against like FPX and they just wreck you. But yeah, that did happen a lot. We also, the amount of times we had like one and done comps, and then we were like, it's fine, we can just go fix and just change the comp, and then we never had time to change the comp, so we just end up using stuff.
Yeah, because it'd work for so much longer, and you're like, maybe we don't need to change it because teams obviously can anti-strat it, and they haven't.
It was weird back then though. There weren't like too many good teams. It was like Ascend, Gambit, FPX, Awesome, Fnatic, Guilds, kind of.
I mean, yeah, this is done. Go next.
Oh yeah, it's fully done.
From my tier 3 experience, bad seems to be a no-go for most teams. It's so hard. It depends on the team, but like, from like talking about Odd One Out last year, it was such a difficult map because for us, I don't mind sharing it now because it's been a while. It's almost like our IGL Jada had a way that they wanted to play the map, and it kind of clashed a lot with like how Yakuza wanted to play it. I think Yakuza as a player, like you watch them now on Valiant, like they're playing Jet and stuff on Lotus. Why? Because it's like comfort, like because they get to up a bit more. Their Raze is good. Like they're a good enough duelist to play Raze on any map, especially Lotus. But I think they're just, sometimes their confidence gets knocked and they're like, I'd prefer to play Jet here. I'd prefer to play not the meta agent, which I think on this map, I think playing like the Euro is nice, but you don't replace the Raze for me. Oh my god.
This was an absolute slaughter.
It's so typical for like Billy to be like, the same with like the Wolves game, that they got destroyed in that first series against Wolves and then win the rematch. Like, why do I feel that we're going to be here in like a month's time watching Billy on the precipice of making Shanghai? Or go back to this and be like, you remember when they got absolutely ass blasted by Tyler in the first week?
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like I've lived this before. What does it mean for Ardis's legacy? Does it matter? He's not going to remember the fucking names.
Yeah, not a great map. This is not a great map.
I mean, I'm so happy for Tyler, though. Like, to look... maybe it's just that honeymoon phase a bit, too. Because there's no expectations on them to necessarily win this series, so they're just like, we'll just play. Let's just play. See what happens. Have you heard the translation of the press conference?
Yeah,
no,
sure.
actually. I guess we can check it out in a bit, but I do want to use this as a chance to check everything was live and A-OK. It was like a... What was the score in the end? Wait, I got a little notepad that I bought yesterday.
合理的方式去打出自己想要的一些玩法。对，但我觉得对于 BLG 来说，他们要调整的问题还是不少的。就首先是在沟通上面，就为什么他们在打进攻的时候会吃到这个天路在防守。
Tyler is essentially a new team. Other teams can't watch VODs to figure them out. That is also very true.
结果最后甚至都没有队员能够去补上枪。是。然后再一点就是，
Did Kenkek say we're the champions? If not, then no one is. I mean, he's very influenced by Boaster, so him going for the... What's the dramatic irony quote to be taken and used against him is not too surprising. But, so what was the... Yeah, so this is wrong. Why is this wrong? Because this is taken off of... It's taken from the map CSV, so this can't be Tyloo. It's got to be TYL. There we go. That should fix it now. It's still very keen on keeping it as Tyloo. Which one is the... Oh, have I done it the other way around? I might have done it the other way around. I have done it the other way around. This is Tyloo, and this is TYL. There we go. It's me not using my own naming rules. Where are you now, Tyloo? TYL. There we go. Everything works. Easy fix. I don't know why I was going to look to this to like... I thought there was maybe going to be translations, but obviously not. So what were the map bans beforehand? For Tyloo, they banned out Lotus and Sunset. They banned out Lotus this time. So it was Sunset. BLG banned out... what did they ban out? They didn't ban out Breeze. I think they floated it. So maybe they're more happy with what they had there. Because Lotus is the third map. So we have Bind, we have Icebox. This was Breeze, this was Split. So what does that leave us here? Ascent. So this is a BLG. Like, again, this is going to be like really wrong because we saw very little of Tyloo play. But Tyloo were going to be happy to play Icebox. They didn't pick it. It's more that they're not going to ban it, right? Man, surely JDG will be good this split aware. I'd hope so. I think they have everything that they need now. But it's hard to really get a gauge, I think. It's kind of like Bilibili. Like, you'll know from the first 2 or 3 rounds. I felt from, like, watching Bilibili, even from, like, losing the bonus. Oh, no, just narrowly winning the bonus. I'm like, I'm not comfortable about Bilibili here. Feels bad for J-Kuro, though. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, they had J-Kuro. They picked him up early, didn't they? And then Rare Atom didn't make Ascension, so JDG bought them. So it's kind of like J-Kuro. Like, he was, you know, the player that it seemed that JDG were going to build a roster around, and it's like, oh no, actually, we're just going to pick up Rare Atom. What? Wait, what was the stats? Sliggy, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you see that? The BLG had 12 first kills, and he only picked up 3 rounds.
Wait, was it 12 first kills?
Yeah. BLG had 12, Tyloo had 4.
Yeah, man, that's mad.
Never seen anything like that before.
That's a really bad sign, by the way. That's not great. Doesn't fill me with much confidence for the next maps.
I was going to check something. Oh yeah, I was going to turn off push to talk and toggle deaf and change that to a different button. Whilst they're on break, I'll run some ads as well. I'm not going to go anywhere, so if you have... hey Komodo, are you not streaming today? If you're a sub, or you have Twitch Turbo, or you've managed to get around the ads for whatever reason, or you're watching on YouTube, you don't need to worry about this, but you need to run them so people don't get ads in the middle of the game. So yeah, sorry about that. BRB. I don't like doing ads for various reasons. Okay, so that's that.
我是天路 AK 的粉丝，天是天路的天，路今晚肯定不是回家的路。我是 BLG 的粉丝，今天来给 BLG 加油应援，希望你们能展示出职业选手的风采，今天要加油。
So many people already covering China. I mean, I think there's still plenty of space. But I know what you feel, and I feel like that when I did Madrid and even doing Pacific. Like, it feels very like... I don't feel like my voice has much to offer. But if you think like that on too much stuff, you won't be able to, like... The imposter syndrome will stop you from doing anything. I mean, that's one thing that I've learned from doing this, is just... I've reviewed myself casting as well, like this for last weekend, and I'm like, I feel like I'm just like limiting what I'm saying way too much. Like, I'm being too afraid to call out a player for doing something I don't like, because I'm like, I don't quite have all the information. Maybe I need to watch it again to see exactly what happened, because I don't want to be like, why did this player do this? And then like I see that there was a particular reason, and like if I watch Sliggy's stream back, he's points it out instantly, right? It's those kind of things that I'm like, and then people are like, why is the caster saying that, like questioning this? It's clearly obvious. But it's my job to yap, so I need to just fucking yap sometimes. I got some CS and Valin OC coming up next week. Yeah, I mean, like OC's looking to pick up now, isn't it? Your JGH in there. What was the question that you added? Yeah, like you've got Swell in there now too. To me, you're like the Brenner VMEA. With casting? Or do you mean that I'm just like not afraid to be a little bit unhinged? Oh, the stream, yeah. Oh, that's a message as well.
我觉得这种大比分领先的情况下，如果我不在的话，他们可能会被翻盘。但是我在的话，这种霉运全被我吸走了。对，兄弟们打得非常好，帅。
是，那你这个霉运吸走，到时候不会带到自己的 rank 里吧？
那倒。
Focusing on all roads leading to Ascension Pacific at the moment. Yeah, I think that's also a good shout. I think it's only Chober doing watch parties for Korea Tier 2. I applied for it, but I didn't get anything. Yeah, but it might also be like, because I didn't hear back, that might mean it's fine. What's your opinion on the Sen win? Are you happy with the results? I mean, yeah, you can't say that they didn't deserve it with the road that they went through. I'm a little bit sad for Gen G, because I think that they should have won. And it was weird to see them bottle it when they'd been so consistent throughout. But with any luck, Gen G like bounce back from that. That they're not just going to be a flash in the pan. Which I guess is the good thing about EMEA is that both KC and Team Heretics have sort of shown that like we're not just a team that had like a crazy run of form. Like we are the real deal and we can be consistent. Especially Heretics. Like I didn't expect them to be looking as good as they did. I know the focus is going to be on like Fnatic looking bad. But in all honesty, like I think Heretics, like Boo especially, deserves accolades from how yesterday went. And also on the side of like the Fnatic conversation, I don't know what people are expecting. Like all of the problems that Fnatic said that they had can't be just fixed overnight or over a couple of weeks. It's a long-term thing. Like, do I think that Boaster should have not said what he said about like the quality of Madrid being worse and that they could beat any team if they were there? No, I don't think he should have said that. Do I think that he's right? Yes. It's like it feels like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier meme of like he's out of line but he's right. Like that, like Boaster's right. The quality of Madrid wasn't good in comparison to previous international events. But like that's like it's almost like the average baseline of quality. Madrid wasn't up, but like the quality of Madrid in comparison to Lock-In was so much better. So yeah, that's kind of like what I Okay, they're going Reina Gecko. Double duelist. I don't think Tyler were that prepped for this. But I guess we'll have to see. Oh wait,
Lorena?
Yeah. I don't think they're really set for this one. I keep doing push to talk now when it's not. Fnatic will not fall off. I don't think so either. But I don't know. I feel a bit bad for Boaster because I don't think the people say that they hate watching this stuff. I don't think that was necessarily warranted. But at the same time, like I think you have to realize that you need to get your head down a bit. What's your opinion on Clove? I think they are going to be better than most people give them credit for. I think they're going to be used in the pro scene a lot more than people might predict. Do I think they are better than like Omen on most maps? No. Do I think they're better than Brim on Bind? No. Do I think that matters? No. Yeah, there's no Clove for like a couple of weeks. Aaron using Reyna to prep for Clove? That's a good theory.
而这张地图也是标记的选图，然后天路先选的进攻嘛，确实进攻属性还是偏强的。
Fnatic is not really washed. EMEA is just better overall as a region this year. I don't know if I agree. I think EMEA looks worse than it ever has. But I think that is just because it's a bit more of a turbulent time.
SK 已经是残血，只能后撤。开局 BLG 拿到了非常大的一个优势。
瑞娜在首枪分一旦造击杀之后，试镜拉起来是一个究极大 BOSS， 一枪头很难致死。而对于 BLG 来说，他们就利用人数的优势解决这个问题。
但是你得先产生击杀。对，像这一分就是。
I heard a knock, but I don't know what that was.
Knet 跟王浩哲的血量都非常低，
而且阵容的差异之上，你会发现，其实弗勒星一倒啊，后续三名队友残阵去近点就。
It might have been Raph actually.
现在对于他们来说，没有烟雾的遮蔽。 虽然字母哥的盖克还在，
有个皮带嘛，唯一的好消息，
看看能不能利用皮带先把包这个前提了。
但是现在 A 区点后藏3个，就感觉不会给你机会啊。
不想放包，从 B 点和 A 点的站位就是不想放你提这个前。
主动出击吧，王浩哲他只有20滴血啊。
血滴线给的是另外一侧，这对于字母哥是个名牌。2个头顶，字母哥能不能收完？但是队友也打了2个，
这。 1v3，
王浩哲这一分建功很大呀，因为他如果倒得太快，没有打这2个再死的话，那这个残局其实很难操作。但是王浩哲在死前是拖了2个人下水，上帮与字母哥1打3。
Zigging on Cole, he is. We're just pushed to speak.
及时补枪 ，BLG 是拿到了首枪分的胜利
啊！首枪分的设计，防守端其实跟上张地图一样嘛。
The fear Fnatic is it sows doubts in their head. Yeah, exactly.
地图不同的就是他们有了成效，有了成效之后，在这张地图，由于天路没有暗之暴龙系的经济，王浩哲之前的所谓的第2把专武就蟒侠可能也会出现嘛。
而且现在对于 Allen 来说最难受的一个情况出现，就是瑞娜需要第一个击杀去启动。
对，
但如果他在第一个击杀之前自己先倒
，Is that the first pistol BLG picked up？
前嘛，就他们瑞娜如果没有枪，他也很难去造那个第一个击杀。
So.
这一分甚至都没有起正义哦，因为上一分最终也没有按到爆能器。天路是5把标配出门。 而王浩哲
罗这个全家蟒侠
来了，前期有点尴尬，因为左右两边好像都有动静，溜了，主攻交过。
A 区这种短距离交
I'm waiting for the CM bundles. Yeah, hopefully they're not like
只要你把场面搅得够乱
terrible, because we don't get proper cards, I don't think. But I still hope that the cards are, you know, somewhat like some of the more straightforward ones, because even the straightforward cards in the team bundles are still pretty good.
点数会来得非常快啊！现在只差2个点数了，只差1个点数了。王浩哲也是收获最后的一个终结。那这样的话
，China bundles going to be Vandals? I don't think so.
BLG 能不能去给对面造成一些重创，或者是
If it was, I'd be very mad if I was some of the other like teams from other regions. What do you think of the Farman Death Ball push and pistols BLG did last round? I mean, I missed most of it, so hard to say.
对，但是由于没钱嘛，确实也没办法，
起不了几把。好，那我们来看一下天路的关键分，由于经济的一些。
But I mean, you don't have a you don't have a Sage Wall, you don't have a Harbor Cove. I think the way to play against this comp on defense is to just keep rushing the site. Make sure you break the wingman, hold the site. You got spike control, and these players need to re-hit with utility that doesn't necessarily recharge.
艾伦是挂在了2楼，但是因为怕被穿板，他要撤回来。皮蛋安置暴动期，但是弗勒辛打了一个2楼，比尔的爆拳要等到下一分了。那这样的话，这一分已经没有太多能够反清的技能了，
有点麻烦，也没有出现绕后的情况。2楼的低打高，小 K 没顶住。
I do like them being classics though.
那这一分只能去尝试下枪了，说实话。哎，10滴血，小编的一个穿板，然后2轮的无敌超杀，还是能够再释放出来，而且确实有束缚到。
Yeah, this comp fatale for me just screams we haven't had chance to prep Icebox.
2把聊选加1把数位也是拼一拼吧。
小编这分已经有2个击杀落袋。
And kind of like Komoda said, if they are cooking something, it'd be with clove, potentially. Because honestly, because I know Aaron played it on Ascent, pulling the deadlock. I mean, it might not even matter. Maybe just running double duelist at them might just win the fights outright. Look, even instead of Jet putting the ISO, like really go off the rails cooking here. Yeah, HFM might actually moving around onto different roles too. But it seems like they're putting like AAK just on like full-time duelist too. You rain a lane and Dizzy, that's guaranteed space. Yeah, and you can only really break one if you do it well enough. Aaron didn't play Icebox on it? No, I know. I just meant like because we had seen Aaron play with some of the deadlock. Just sort of take what EG were running.
进攻方天路是在后点会放了一个少杰炮台，也知道你中路和 B 通没有做太多过度的前压。来了 ，AK 问题不大，有点卡。前点拿下来，现在要看 Allen 这个位置，他会不会再往前走抱拳？但是
good retake here, but you haven't stopped the plant.
是的，2个回合2个大，
这也是因为杀的太多了。
Did they have one Nana swap set up there already? Because I feel like that's like the main thing that you want to be doing.
Dude, back-to-back fish shorts. This agent needs a change, man. That can't be happening so often. I just feel like
we should up it to 7, 8 even.
Yeah, or like when you've used it the first time, you shouldn't. I don't know, man. Something has to change. Yeah, maybe just up it. Maybe that is easier.
What do you think of the Reina Gecko? Literal aim lab. I keep pressing to push the top, but now I've toggled F, and so I'm just cutting myself off loads. What did you think of the Gecko Reina?
Yeah, I like that, man. The combo is strong. Like I had this theory in my head that this could be strong, but it's just like this is probably the only map which would be viable. It working on. But yeah, it's just too much stuff to shoot. Like, you know the Dizzy's getting a flash off.
I just feel like one thing that Billy just need to do is to just stop the wingman planting, and then it's so hard because you have no like utility that can come back online. You break both the Leas and the Dizzy's thrown in a place that you can't pick it up. It's just, how on earth do they get in?
Yeah. I also feel like the team they're playing against cannot go B. Bro, he's going, I'm telling you, this guy's going for the world record of fish shorts. We might actually get the back-to-back-to-back fish short if he gets 2 kills or a kill and an ult.
Literally got what the same amount of kills there as he did in the entirety of the split map in kickoff, like against who was it even? Because like race, no Nova. You got beat by Nova.
They look better than I thought. Wait, they're trying to go B? This team can't go B, surely. Maybe they can go B if they're fighting.
Would they expect that it's an eco though?
No, because they ecoed last, right?
Okay, yeah. I just wonder if it's one of those teams that's like, we go A on full buy, we go B versus eco. They will never guess.
Yeah, nah, I think this is literally just like, let's take a bit of map control, create some pressure, but we actually can't plant here. Or they're just getting the double orb and they're literally just going for the world record, man, I'm telling you. We're one orb away from the back-to-back-to-back official.
Yeah. You know what's funny? If Tyloo win this series, they have more like circuit points than Fnatic.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is they're a better team?
I'm not. I think I've learned from Boaster to not say anything. And no, I think Fnatic will be fine.
He gets the plant, use the official, just for the status, the back-to-back.
但是左边 ，Ice King 成为了队伍的另外一把尖刀。
这按了个2楼包，推到后点。
好了，这份无敌超杀都不用交。
你就看这个嗨爆全场，加上这什么全。
I've never seen like a Gecko plant just be so free.
换比分吧。
我觉得这分冷静下来说要考虑一下，如果再能打一个，我觉得残局是可以操作，但如果这个时候倒地。
Yeah, I mean the pressure over towards B kind of worked. It pulled people over there, and then A was just free again. I feel like a pause would be good.
I think like even just a simple thing of just putting nano swarms on like B and like the A box. I guess it's hard because they're planting in different spots, but like just something to like try to stop the wingman from planting and forcing Tyloo to try and like get in.
Literally, until they prove that they're gonna go B on a buy round here, I just 4-stack A the whole time. Just double info with Killjoy, solo B in mid. But yeah, I think like with the util they have, they can just save it. This is the problem, they're using all their util over towards B, right? In terms of nice. Using all their util over towards B. In terms of like the Killjoy, they should do what you said.
但天路已经证明了自己也有潜能可以激发出来，在今天的我们森林联赛第一赛段的首战揭幕战，就给到了非常多人惊喜，应该说给到了所有的人非常大的惊喜。现在对于 BLG 来说压力是非常大，对于 Bayo 来说压力也是非常大的。新官上任3把火。
Who's the Tyloo IGL? Ice King. I think there's a command for it, so everything should be working there too.
暂停叫完，我们要来看 BLG 的调整。其实，在员工路上第一个战术暂停，暂停完立刻得分。王浩哲的那把明狙，
对，
但是现在没钱。
I mean, yeah, I was expecting more out of Billy. Especially because the last time that they played Wolves on this map, they looked pretty decent. Like nothing seemed to really get past them. But yeah, I mean, we could talk about the Viper stuff like when we have a break.
然后这一分又是无敌超杀，第3个无敌超杀，上一分省下来的无敌超杀。这分肯定会交。
I don't think you can keep nerfing Viper though. I think you need to rework her.
走机会有，还能走。王浩哲抽到了一个非常关键的机会，但是捡不到枪，也没有办法控制部署区，还是要让。好处是削弱了一些对面的人数。
SK 虽然倒了，但他对
There's so many things that you can do. But I think you need to like you can't change it with just numbers.
但是 AK 前面架的是布局不许，狂烈之怒架设，但是
And everybody is just farming kills.
因为队友枪太差了。
Like mechanically, everybody on Tyloo looks
Bro,
completely
why do Billy look like a mess, man?
It's bad, isn't it? It's weird because I think Billy looked good against Wolves on this map. I mean, they're just mentally boomed.
Yeah.
字母哥又扣在了手上，
太自信了。天龙现在打的相当的自信，他们相信队友能够去帮自己补枪，能够帮助自己打一些关键的眩晕光波和关键的技能。而这个自信也为他们带来了上半场一个比较大的比分。
I think if you want to nerf Viper, I think you go for a Poison Cloud. You maybe bring her to 1 snake bite instead of 2.
Mid control. Big Byron, they're changing up.
Or you take the vulnerable away. But I think for the Poison Cloud, I'd prefer to have it like, instead of the way that it is now, where it's attached to the fuel gauge, that the Poison Cloud becomes almost like a cyber cage for Cypher, where you can throw it, you can't pick it up, and you activate it, and it activates for a certain amount of time, and then after 12, 14 seconds, whatever the smoke timer is, you can't use it again. So it isn't an ability that keeps recharging. Like
Bro,
your smoke
especially
is just
as this wall is committed every single time over towards A. Like they gotta stack this heavier.
已经是明确主攻方向了，但是由于可能会出现一些中路的弹幕，必须也不敢走。
I guess it's hard to also just fight too. Just like just aim labs of fighting all this utility. Recon was nice.
Yeah, it was a drone or recon. Either way, it was nice. He pretty much won them the round.
Yeah, and why is he just not being in a position clearable?
30秒钟，包在身上，但是绕后已经到了这分4局。他想拿下一个超
I think you should roll from a controller to more of a sentinel.
拿2个点数，一个点数已经拿到，第2个点数将是击杀或者阵亡。
如果他超一个
I don't know really, because you have the harbor wall.
接着开的可能的。
And, like, you have Cove and Cascade as like other bits of utility. Also, I don't mind the role being blurred a little bit for Viper because it's not as if she's used as a main controller all of the time.
非常夸张的个人表现。这有人 ，OK。这样的话，对于 BLG 来说，个人表现也许是他们现在能寄希望于的其中一。
No Gecko, no win on this map.
是。
I do like Gecko on this map, for sure. But I don't think it's one of those super giga OP that you can't play a Sova, for example.
那看一下天路又会有什么样的变化？因为 A 区前压现在看上去对天路来说是个名牌。
既然你喜欢压，那我一把进攻局来抗衡你。
Yeah, I mean, I think
因为 B 区还没碰过，目前
it's just like all of the utility that she provides is just.
丢拿到了有 70的位置，有 70是要被逼退，可能会对到黄。
For someone like Brimstone, smokes are good, ultimate's good, Molly's good, Stim Beacon, it's okay.
的防守站位，
但字母哥这一波是肯定要在 B 点。
Omen, smokes are good, ultimate's okay, Paranoia is good, TPs can be good.
控制黄区，
如果要打 B 区的话，那就看首杀了。
Hey Civi.
差一个点数有回复的，有 3MT，
有 3MT 位置很危险，他跟队友是被分隔的，对面独木已经升起来，丢
Yeah, I'm
有没有办法活
not sure.
队友给了足量的
Sounds like some big changes are coming in, so
保证有 3MT 的脸上是没有办法第一时间进人的。
这把狙虽然还没有响枪，但后续只剩1分钟，
中路已经是打了自动哨兵上去了，这是个名牌的入侵。
那个炮台应该是能看窗口的。
对，还有第2轮的预警。 所以现在知道 SKIN 就在进厨房之前的管道里面，小 K 是知道这个厨房已经不是很安全了。第2轮又有人来清理黄区，第一时间有 3MT 加了1个，加了2个，这波干拉没有效果，明区也没有命中 ，AK 错失了一个非常好的机会。
At least there's a bit of fight back now for Billy Billy.
进入了一个非常难打的局面，中路的
But after the timeout, they've been really good.
但是只剩自己了。
Oh, better, not really good.
这又是个1比4的残局。
感觉30秒钟帮了这边击落，
Two players
应该是没机会。
watching across.
在 B 区的黄点啊，黄
The Viper's pit now too.
是站到了最后。
对，这张地图 B 区为什么这么难打？可以给大家简单普及一下。就是首先你过 B 场，你有非常多的点位要清，就对方可能会踩到一些高点打那个出其不意，包括黄香上可能会。
The decays have the reason why they're a pseudo sentinel. I think that you, if you remove the decay from their smoke or like the wall or cloud, I think you just completely destroy the agent. Which I think that's not what you want. I don't feel. It's easy to be like, oh well, we just want a brand new meta, just completely fucking destroy the agent. But like, look at Chamber, right? Like.
这个结果是BLG很愿意看到的。
来了，这波是 AK 的巨人，因为队伍的经济已经没有那么宽裕了。
The vulnerable on the molly is the easier nerf.
终极技能，这一分反而是来到 BLG 的优势，回复。
Is decay really that impactful? I mean, since they added decay to the walls and the orb, it's pretty much been meta. The time before the decay was added, Viper was never played.
丢丢出手，往后这被独木两边脸上非常舒服的位置，还有队友拿了一个双杀，天路做了一个3换1，弗洛辛硬补一个人，页面的混。
There's a lot of things that you can do.
在 A 区找到了自己的归属地，
剩下弗洛辛一人。
Hey, this is much better, man. They have a good chance now.
差点重位啊，说实话。
Yeah,
the timeouts changed everything. Yeah. And they've been heavy prioritizing. Let's talk to my chat now about it. The fact they're heavy prioritizing like yellow because this comp can't clear yellow, and then they've now had like that one round that they needed to just punish B, and now they're pretty much just gonna try and go A every time.
Yeah, I mean, also like op, I suppose towards B, it'd be good. Just anything that can just outrange these guys.
It's the timeout, just go A. We should probably go A.
Just keep going.
Yeah,
this is a good timeout too, I feel, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if they can, because they've sussed them out, and they at least need to clear Hopper's screens. That's where they're getting wrecked from now.
I think there's a good argument to buff a lot of the other controllers, like especially with Clove being added in. I think a buff to Astra would be really nice. Buff to Harbor would be good. Like actually make it a really competitive pool for the controllers. Because I think this is the problem that they had with initiators previously when Silver didn't have Fade. But now like you have a really good balance of initiator agents. I think you have a pretty decent balance of Sentinel agents. Having it so it's not just Omen plus Viper on most maps, it'd be nice.
就唯一就可能出现的净图3，他们非常不希望有这样的局面。
因为天路现在我们其实并不知道他们在有限的训练时间里面练了多少张地图。
对，
如果来到第3张地图莲花古城，那么胜负尚未可知。我们来看一下天路在暂停回来。
Because I think a lot of people might argue of like, oh well, you want to be running this comp and this agent on this map, but it's like, and the comfort shouldn't matter. That all pro players should be machines and able to play whatever, which I like agree to an extent. But at the same time, if you feel that you have an advantage by playing some a little bit off meta, then that's always worthwhile to do.
跷跷板原则，我反布置。对，就 BLG 执行的跷跷板原则非常明确 ，A 点做前压必须。
I mean, they're doing what Sliggy said about like stacking 4 and pushing A.
天路的主攻方向找了一个管道下面的中路，有3T 是个单人手臂，他只能拖，证明硬接并不是很理智。
Reckoning's really good because it forces them into Yosemite. And the late lurk is just too slow here from Ice King. Always the risk of putting your IGL on a Sentinel though is just you're not with the team, so calling the timings on stuff just isn't easy. Just faffing around with his gun.
但是能不能守就是另外一码事情了。
小 K 只要保活就行了，他有这个全面封锁，这拿分应该是板上钉钉的。
对，大不了就交全面封锁拿分。
Buff another smokers won't do shit. I mean, alongside nerfed Viper.
去找一些击杀，
会考虑交回复吗？
可以往后交，就是他去踩一个对方。
But you also don't want to just gutter Viper.
往前交
嘛。他封了对面交全面封锁，对，不让你放全面封锁。
You want it to be that if you like playing Viper, that you have like Sunset, right? Like if you want to play Viper on that map, you have the option to, but you can play double initiator as well. But I've been the argument like of Viper being too strong for like Viper's the problem. So I remember when people were saying it was like more Sky, and like TMV made a video talking about like the Sky changes back then, before we got the nerf to her. But I'm still like, you at this rate you could just have Viper with a wall as one ability and she'd still find play.
我补枪效率是很高，从第1张地图到第二张地图都是这样的，但问题是他们找不到人，找不到人就容易出现补枪跟不上，然后被多杀的情况。
上半场最后1分。
It's bad if no one in the team could call for spots like that as an IGL, no. I mean, players need to be able to call those situations themselves, but I think that for an IGL, you want to be knowing what's going wrong, I suppose, and like where the timing is going wrong. Because you're calling the timing when your team uses utility, right? So if you're not with the team, like they got hit by the Reckoning, they just ran out.
皮蛋给到了一个非常深的位置，这个包其实很难的点外去守哦。
有趣
，Allen 这被电到了1滴血，好像很残的一个血量，他需要赶紧利用自己的女皇指令去吸一口。
他只要能弯塔。
I imagine comms are going to be kind of like chaotic too.
Allen 这个女皇指令能不能续费会非常的要命。
Dude, what a comeback, honestly. That timeout changed everything. They're looking like an absolute mess until that timeout.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing the map a lot better. Like, they're doing what you said of just staying towards A and then... I don't know. I don't like having the IGL on the Sentinel on this map. Because, like, the round before, it just felt like the timing was off on, like, how they wanted to split B. I mean, the Reckoning hit them too, so they got kind of panicked. But,
yeah,
it just looked really bad timing.
Util's been a lot better. Honestly, since that one round where they shut down B, it just felt like easy for them.
Club feels more like a duelist than a controller, though. I don't think that's a problem. I think that the roles in game definitely could be like respected more, because you'll have people say, "Oh, you know, Chamber was a duelist; he wasn't a sentinel," which is just not true. Like, I think the roles can be quite fluid, but if you're saying that like Chamber just isn't a sentinel, then you're poking out your ass. Like, there's stuff that he can't do that duelists can. But just because you could be aggressive on an agent doesn't mean that it becomes like a pseudo-duelist. But I do think that, like, certainly as we add more agents into the game, having duelists that bring some sentinel-esque utility or initiator-esque utility. I think the way that, like, Anders looks at the game with, like, aggro control mid-range is better than trying to do it as a duelist/controller. So yeah, like, I think agents being a little bit inspired from other roles is nice, especially for ranked, to give control players more like agency, to feel like they can fight and be aggressive and not just be support players the whole time. I think that's the way to go. But I don't like the argument that people have of like, oh, the roles in the game don't make any sense. That you'll have people go, oh, HFMI doesn't play initiator, he plays like intel initiators instead of flash initiators. And it's just like, they're just initiators.
OK， 双方换边来到下半场，现在标记是来到了进攻端，他们这种强势期就在进攻端的弹幕，但是首相分就往 B 区。
I definitely think there's coaches, especially, or like content creators, that are guilty of making the game much more complicated than it needs to be. But I think that the fact that like the way that Anders talks about it is inspired from literally one of the like biggest strategy games out there at the moment with Magic the Gathering, like, says everything.
这个寻敌剑标定确实很要命。弗洛辛不想退，残血往前走，我要顶，但是他也就顶了2个，残局是个3打3，但已经是个不错的局面了。他在一个。
But it's crazy to me that Anders can't find a team, and also why Riot haven't just fucking hired him.
对面的转点，他现在不确定对面到底是要打 B 还是打 A。 他跟小 Gay 可能会有一个正面的对位，
他架的还是一个第2枪位啊，你得往前贴。
Like, as I can understand it for some teams, like if you don't buy into that way of thinking, that more like every player needs to be on board with using data and stats and war theory and classes, I suppose, of characters. But Riot, like, it just seems to be like such a easy win. I mean, I think, yeah, for Fnatic, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody like Boaster isn't on board with the way that Anders thinks and plays the game. Nice double peek. So what, that's 3 pistols to 1?
队伍就是碰上之后啊，场面上的击杀是非常的精彩。这一分拿下，下半场的分数要继续扩大，这分差要继续扩大。那天路可能就会面对一个经济极度劣势，然后大图没枪可用的局面了。
哇，这波其实 Knight 有一个击杀，应该在丢命中的一瞬间哦。
Yeah, I think you'd have to like build. Anders would be better off just building a team from scratch, I think.
在 B 区硬扛，打2个半 ，AK 正义反加了是 Knight 的表演时间，在被丢命。
I think also the problem is like if you come into these like arguments with this comp, this style, this way of playing is objectively better because the data suggests it, and you end up in a situation where you play in a series and you lose with the optimal way of playing, it's kind of like you can just lose all trust in the system that way.
标配3连发
没喽，他脸上有2个人，他最多只能换1个，他选择藏一下，残血，有 Yosemite， 残血还在顶，没有人能够收掉 Yosemite。
It's fun watching the Chinese teams because they don't have the skins. Just watching them have just random bundles.
Yeah, I think they're getting them before Shanghai, which is good.
Yeah,
maybe for playoffs.
That'd be cool. I wonder how they look.
Hopefully it's not a crazy crunch for the devs as well.
Is there any bold colors? Wolves could be pretty bold.
Yeah, Billy's gonna be nice, I imagine too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope people like the color red because there's a lot of Augs with theirs.
Yeah, I was gonna say the majority is red, right?
I think Novus potentially could look really good too. With the purple.
Yeah, purple.
但是如果你这两个点数白白给出去就有点亏。朱峰拉黄区近点想贴近距离 ，AK 点了一个，还行吧。但是对面也收获了2个不错的点数。尤其是小 K。
Maybe like with EME and Blue, yeah. I mean, I don't even think it's fair to like look at the teams and be like, this color scheme would work, this color scheme wouldn't. Because there's so many bundles that have good color schemes, like the teams themselves have good color schemes, but the skins don't. You think Wolves are going to 2-0? No, I actually think TEC could win. Wolves should also be good. Team V will be shilling out so hard. I do wonder that if he'd get in trouble from Ascend, if he shills too hard for Wolves.
前区跟王浩哲的位置一样，但是被对面抓了一点机会。他在扫地上的自动哨兵，对，自动哨兵确实扫掉了。看一下 AK 没扫掉，这硬
Oh, yeah, pick it into 5 there.
亏大了。这200块的技能酿造的惨案。字母哥能溜吗？不想溜，丢丢帮我。
Flash is wait for.
但是对面有抱拳。
Ice King is trying to fight on site. I mean, they see all of this. Good molly. But like, you have used everything, Tyler. Against the bonus, you've used everything to just hold on. So the guns just have to be everything. Using the one way against them is nice, but that's a bonus win for BLG. This is kind of similar to like Cadril wearing other teams' jersey. Yeah, you can't be too strict on it, I suppose.
也是为了给到你 A 区一些我可能会去前压的压力，但这个自动哨兵他可能就消失隐形的时间就那么几秒钟。
关键是为了这个自动哨兵，亏的其实更多，
代价太大了。
这个风险和收益是完全不成正比的。
I guess it like depends.
要不要考虑去喊个暂停呢？不是这一分就是下一分了。
这一分没钱，算了。田路也陷入到这个防守方的尴尬情况，就是丢分没钱。对。 纯前分有正义，有数位，有锋刺，前点是手稳雷击剑的套餐，拿点数必死。
这个瀑流配合王浩哲的凌空推进还是蛮舒服的，因为他有一个蛮高的高。
It could be very different if they did. I don't know. Even if they didn't have a bundle to sell, I wouldn't be happy as an org if any content creators of like mine are getting people to buy stuff from other orgs.
味儿不对，哎 ，AK 是绕后杀了一个。
Why did they catch Yosemite? Oh, on the flank. Yeah, DRGs would be good. Trace actually could be really nice as well, like a deep blue and a yellow. I mean, damage is actually amazing here from Tyloo.
两边各自是一个1v1，比尔也在1v1。比尔的那边弗洛辛是没有捡到枪的，弗洛辛还是一把正义 ，AK 又抽到了穿板，20滴，弗洛辛在第一包。
Right, you cleared the lurk finally.
那这样的话还是没办法操作。
有悬念，尽力了，下了3把枪，但现在问题不在于对方的经济，而在。
Do you think they'd sell more bundles if they added in the skins for every gun? Makes no sense. Depends on how much more they make it costly and just how much you'd.
会不会考虑去叫这个暂停？因为现在标记离他们的赛。
Like you won't be able to do anything like that in the future. That's the thing.
在调整的情况下，对方也可能会做出调整，
对面可能会搞点怪的，对，直接硬拿2分就结束了。
How do you pronounce Gecko's nickname? HFMI.
这分弗洛辛没有捡到枪，其实是比较尴尬的。如果他捡到枪，正面的1v 可能会有更多的话语权。田鲁叫出了自己的战术暂停。
Sometimes watching China teams with the way they play is just like watching 10 seconds. Yeah, mechanically they are amazing.
上帝的视角来说，还是状态没有像第1张地图和第2张地图的上半场那么火热了，然后反而是队员们稍微打得有点着急，他们可能会因为一些小细节层面的这个问题，然后丢失一些，就犯一些小失误，然后丢失掉大局嘛。
是，而且我觉得你可以看出来，就可以回答很多人那个问题。
I just want international winners, special variant for related skins. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like good information out of Leo talking about like their plans, why they haven't done certain things with skins and all that. Yeah, also people like call him Alphabet Wi-Fi. His name's like a Wi-Fi password.
山穷水尽的一个局面，
抢手杀去了。
AK 这把名局看看怎么说。进攻方
This is map 2. Map 1 was 13-3 in favor of Tyloo. And it's Lotus as the third map.
旁边有保镖福乐星。这样的话，其实天路是非常希望第一时间有人来 B 的。
艾瑞还想去做前推啊。
对，瑞娜这个角色确实也是，你在防守网不前压干什么的？
然后我感觉天路他们的一个视角应该也是要围绕，就中路你先把那个自动哨兵和哨位部来破掉，才能够拉扯到站位。
福乐星忍不住了，我出去探探路。
哇，这 timing，
点到为止。雾化终止。看到一条腿。
Will be the final map. It is Lotus.
实际上有把大家伙在空中架着。
中路自动哨兵被触发了。
Right, Flexen knows that they're going to be pushed from mid. They're comfortable that nobody's going to push to B at the same time, or it's going to be a late lurk. Now it's a bit more uncomfortable, and Flexen kind of unknowing. Well, I feel like he shouldn't have been pushed into that position. Like they had the read and they got into a very straightforward, clear of an angle. And then you got a late lurk on top of this from Yosemite. Good fight. Great kill on Twice King. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how Flexen played that there.
先皮蛋低包 B 对面出来，他想找位置。
哎，这个手稳好像有点
给不到，而且手稳的伤害也不够，但是枪的伤害够。
Red Windman.
包是有意安在了一个在中路管道下面可以看可以穿的位置。字母哥枪一。
Oh, he has to reload as well, so it makes the timing incredibly awkward.
有3米的反绕，点睛之笔。 中路抓到一波巨大的侧身，而且
What does the score go to each round? 13 unless it's 12-0 where it goes to overtime. But if we get to overtime, I'll explain it then.
对，而且你会注意到，这 B 通给到的压力还是源于贝尔的灵性一跳。
It was a good call from Yosemite because he was lurking B main and then he goes around and flanks the lurk on the other side.
不负众望，救驾。帮助队友能够缓解这个压力，而且这个安包的位置是有设计的。这个安包
Agent clothing skins, probably never. Maybe gloves, but I doubt.
12比5， 7个局点给到标记。
现在对于天路来
They
说
bred the recon and they're actually pushing up close here, but the Cascade is just too strong in this position.
但是因为标点试不了一点，溜了。
Aaron has to back up. He even uses the one orb they had for the Devour to heal up, and he's still 22 HP. Weird for me to be calling out Reyna's utility in a pro game.
现在对于回防的两个人来说，绕后是个名牌，中路标记能算得到。抱拳好像
拿信息，
没拿到 AK 的位置哦，但猜到了吗 ？AK 数位点头。 但是他接下来搜这个点是最难搜的一个90度的位置，
在等队友。
但是好像不用搜了吗 ？AK 已经被打残，另外一侧福乐星抓到了这个侧身的机会。K Knight 现在知道头顶有人，头顶脚步声咚咚响 ，AK 落到1楼直接被接，福乐星1打1，他知道对面的位置。哦，假低。
Good round from Flexen.
升级一气呵成，
冷静。但这份的结果站在标记的
Like good from Tyler, I suppose, considering how awkward that first fight went.
压力对于天龙来说依旧不小。
啊，这样的话，靠着福乐星最后这个残局兜住啊。
Maybe you could do some like victory poses like Overwatch. I had like a play of the game system into, and I've like.
点内是难守的，但如果你去尝试做前压的话，把寻敌剑打掉
Have the animations into.
以及2楼上滑的那个绳索房之后是有操作的空间的。
没错，对于天路来说，每一步都是如履薄冰啊。每一分都是如履薄冰，
主要他们现在没有容错了。就如果你做很激进的前压，可能会付出代价。
再次感谢双方的粉丝给到队伍的支持，但是必达已经打上了 AK，
We get him.
出了大问题。
这天中飘出一道优美的弧线，
他想放人，等一下，不经典。
Nice timing from Aaron. Getting the third is really good too.
耐心一波又起。
Oh my god, that peak was crazy.
What a timeout, by the way. Telling you, fully different team after that timeout. It looks really sloppy until then.
I think they were just panicking a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I wonder as well for like BLG who that was. Like, is that Bale being able to talk to the players, or is that like Jackson just be like, guys, you're better than this? chill out.
Yeah,
it's just Tyloo.
Yeah, whatever it was, changed everything. Because they didn't change too much, really, just like different positions on A. They kind of fought a little bit heavier instead of giving them sight, I guess. But...
很冷静，但是如果没有看错，最后是一个提前枪，在替你扔给压死了。
It's also a strange round to end on, where it's just the spike's not even like planted; they're just fighting him.
Guy's gonna ace it to win.
Yeah, everybody else just collapses. Is that the end of map 2? Yeah. We got a Lotus coming up next, which I did want to check like comps wise if we'd seen teams play it. Billy were 2-0. I think they beat TEC and Trace. They played it twice at play-ins. Yeah, they destroyed TEC. This is a really good map for Billy. I don't think we ever saw Tyloo play it.
就这张地图它是有一个就刻度和标准在的，就 TE 在莲花古城有多强，峰峰的雷兹。
So Billy might be able to turn this series around despite Bind looking atrocious for them.
现在对这张地图
You never know though. I guess the only concern I have is just it's not really a map that you can go too off meta with.
你在图一抛给对面的压力有多大？你在这两张图之间，你就要扛多大的压？
对，而且
China Deathless clean. Yeah, I mean all of the production from the China side is amazing.
就我们刚刚看到就是3个回合2个大，然后一个上半场甚至是有4到5个终极技能能够放出来。
但你可以看到击杀没有转化成收益，这是非常致命的一件事。对，击杀没有最终转成，包括终极技能也没有最后转成收益。对，这4个无敌超杀并没有每一个都转成分数。
还有一点就是 Allen 一直很担心的一点，就是他们在短时间内究竟有没有练4寒冬这个莲花。
What are you saying now about
战术多少的状态
skins? Just so I'm caught up.
是。BO3 打满对于每个队伍都是一个非常大的考验，而对于 BLG 来说，他们现在站在了胜利天命比较倾斜的那边。我们来听一下他们的队伍语音。
I just think it would make Hogs way more money. The whole point of like stipends and things like this isn't to make a big wad of cash now. It's to be able to keep making a good amount of money, but consistently year on year. They don't have to design new skins though. Yeah, they will do. And also, it's definitely not as straightforward as just change the colors on it and it's good to go.
好，那这张地图 MVP 也是给到了王浩哲。
Just made the same classic skin onto a Vandal or Phantom. Yeah, but like, if you added that in, the bundle goes from costing $20 to like $50.
你不能害怕，必须要相信说你站在第一线就是要为队伍打开破口。
I think Lexi's had enough of it too.
回放着他那一分顶着霹雳，顶着眩晕光波，顶着的技能，包括皮弹打了3个半。
好，我们来看一下最后的数据，王浩哲24-15-3的一个 KDA。你可以觉得他直播的时候可能会有点搞，但是王浩哲在比赛里面，他从来都是以100%的认真态度。
But the process is a lot more complicated than.
这个战绩也是能够看出来，包括通过刚刚的 Team Radio， 我觉得标
记从图一到图2，
他们有3点做得很好。第一点就是状态调
Not only from like actually making the skins, but also like the red tape that you have to go through for like quality assessment. Like you have it at the moment in the game where the Ion Sheriff was super loud, the audio was just off. Like shit like that happens all the time. I mean, this is better. Like you have the majority of first kills, but you're actually confirming rounds. Already had the file, you know. Yeah, but it's not just like a file, right? Like, but also like this is what I mean. You don't want to just have these teams make money now. You want them to be able to make money potentially on the same level next year. So maybe making a Vandal skin then would make sense.
这我觉得是非常值得去考虑。
这个超杀对于团队带来的整体增益以及对于比分的转化率还是稍微有点偏低。
而且你要考虑你带的。
Like the process of making a skin takes a year. Like it doesn't take a year like in Blender to make the thing. But like from when you're communicating with teams as well, like there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of meetings that you need to schedule. Like shit like that is just gonna like take way too long. But you want it so like if orgs made like $2 million, $1 million off their bundles this year, you want it so they can make 3 million next year, 4 million in the year after that. Like, I think a lot of the decisions that Riot make about various things can be really confusing, but there are people paid a lot of money to sit and make those decisions. Like, I would recommend watching the episode of Plat Chat that Leo Farrier is on, because he does talk a little bit more about like why certain like skin bundles are the way that they are. Like why they're not doing skin bundles for stuff like Game Changers or Tier 2. Ultimately, it comes down to, like, if we make too much stuff, we have outpriced people. Like, if you add a Vandal into this bundle, you make it, like, $50. Do you make as much money from that? As opposed to just a classic, which you're always going to have for $20. Which is still a lot of money to be asking, to be honest. But, because I think for esports, you have so much of an audience that you can reach. The problem is that people watch it for free. Sorry, I should run ads as well. I'll do that now. Like, people should run it, like, people run it for free, so you've got an audience that aren't paying for a license to watch it like they would do with, like, ESPN Sports and stuff like that, like NBA for Premier League. Like, it's readily available to watch, but you can't monetize your audience because everything's free, so they expect it to stay free. And also, most of them are in a younger demographic, so they're at students or at schools. They don't really have money to be spending on like a Sky Sports license thing. So that's the priority for like esports, is to like make money for the orgs, to collaborate with them, and to make a certain amount. It's why we're not going to get like a full Champions like bundle with everything in it. It'd be nice to sort of have a bundle where you could have like a lot of like other little bits and pieces, which you kind of have anywhere with like a card, gun buddy, spray, stuff like that.
他抓到了很多分，就是对方阵容的小劣势。就你既然探取信息很难 ，BLG 做了一点，他们在前中后点不断的去转换整个团队点内的站位。
Yeah, Limey's got a good point. Like, would you buy a Sentinels Vandal over your favorite Vandal that you have at the moment?
他就是能多杀，他就是能够就是利用队友的一些拉脱和协同来打你一个这个关键比分的获取。
而且我觉得确实你也能看。
I could say probably not, but
完全是跟场面挂钩的。你在这一把里面，你看到在上一把里面，
yeah, I don't know.
有声音的 BLG 的5个人，或者说4个人，因为上一把其实是如果没有记错有1个选手。
So I think the classic is a really good idea. But I don't know what if you were to do another skin, what you'd pick next.
还是王浩哲，他在前区拿到了大量的击杀，为队伍在上半场打开了这个领先。
I'm gonna go grab a drink because I have a Lucasade in the fridge. What time is it? It feels like midday already. I guess it does start at like 10 a.m.
但其实他在图2就达到名局，或者说关键时刻该发挥还是发挥，
还是得这个味儿，还是得这个英雄。
BRB。
图3是莲花古城，其实我们在赛前也聊到一点，就是 BLG 是揉骰揉赢了，然后选择了听 B， 所以最后的图2、图3都是他们自己的选图。是。那图3的莲花古城，他们有今年2场全胜的记录，战胜过 TE。这张地图他们已经打得非常的熟练，而且那一场对阵 TE 的时候，他们还是先选的防守开，防守拿了一个很高的容错和分数。
没错。所以对于天路来说，他们要看在这个。
Thank you for the Tier 1 race.
然后有拿什么样的阵容？
时间太紧
，Very appreciated.
所以压力一定是自己这边是比较大的。
对，包括状态嘛，就是可能图1的时候来到图2，大家会担心标记，这可能场中10几分钟能不能调整过来？那现在就需要单入。
The problem with opening the door is they're doing a lot of building work around me.
一切向好，他们需要维持自己的状态，尤其是王浩哲在上一张地图确实。 打出了非常不错的一个准头，还是那句话，你说他没有遇到过。
This game is not over yet. No, I mean Billy had a really good bounce back.
不能说因为白给就去缩，你还是要该打。
We need judge skins.
对，所以我们一直在聊，就是决斗位他究竟看不看战绩，他肯定是看击杀。
Just a different one each year.
但对于一突位，
yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see what they do. I think that's the thing, especially with like balance as well and like agents. I think it's fun to like debate what we could see like with Viper nerfs, for example, but I do like trust like Riot's experience and knowledge. Like even if they make different changes to what I would. I think always assume that if you have a very obvious point as to why haven't they done like Vandal skins for all the teams, if the answer seems like an obvious one, or like more if the question seems like an obvious one, assume that they have an answer for it. Same could be said about like map vetos as well. Like we had that a lot on Madrid of teams just being like, oh, why did Gen G pick this map instead of this map? And then when they beat Sentinels, then people were like, why did Sentinels pick Breeze as a third map even though they didn't? Yeah, both teams going super duper meta. HFMI back onto Sentinel, Ice King on Initiator. I mean, the roles here for Tyloo look better than they did on Icebox, so I'm excited for that. As for Lotus, this was pretty much what they ran before, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is something I need to fix up. Raise Fade, Killjoy, Omen, Viper. Yep. This comp got beaten twice yesterday in the MEA. Well, it's not gonna... Well, it's gonna lose here, but it's also gonna win here.
那看一下两边的双烟黑梦谁会打得更好一些？其实这张地图现在阵容也是逐渐的开始动摇了。双烟黑梦确实一度很流行，但是现在从就包括最近大家如果有看海外的比赛 ，EMA 的国际比赛，甚至出现了炼狱啊，就昨天晚上哪币打 Team Vitality 的那场比赛，对，甚至出现了炼狱的一个玩法，单烟炼狱的一个玩法，其实非常的有意思。所以对于所有的队伍选手来说，也是要去重新思考。
I always think it's weird when teams swap around roles across maps. I mean, for like teams like Tyloo, it's not too much of a surprise, right? When it's only recently sort of come together like this. Is what I would say.
这个图3对于天路来说，巨大的不利因素都站在了他们这边。
对，就我们从就是。 纯上帝视角或者事前的视角，你会觉得天路是非常难打的，他们的练习时间非常有限，而这也是对面2选1选的图，
状态能不能调整回来呢？大大的问号停在脑门上。先打进攻方的是BLG，防守方的是天路。
天路也主动选了一个防守边，也比较让我们的意外。我们要看防守边有没有什么设计，3个轻甲加标配的选择，更多的倾向于技能。
而且他们是把黑梦单挂 C 区，哎，
上来扔了一个 C 区的鬼影，跟对面做了一个 C 区。 幽影烟的互换，
对，而且 A 区放的这个独木角度也很有意思，基本上是守后点的，还保了一个少级炮台。
对，然后如果打回防呢，也有点操作的空间。
对，
因为可以把外面隔开。哎，有意思啊！这个少级炮台其实是很少见的，一般这个位置是蹲个人。
那现在标记的进攻视角来说，就得挠脑袋了，他们不太确定。
We do Pacific tomorrow. No, we'll be focusing on China
拿了踩雷飞机换对面的少级炮台
，and we'll do Pacific Monday, Tuesday.
但是他其实不想去拿肉身去拆，因为他觉得肉身拆一定会被勾。就这个少级炮台在一对面打。
但你这个置换带来的就是对方少级炮台大概有个40秒钟左右的回复时间。
Something I've seen Vitality do this season as well. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately teams should aim to not have that. But it's easier said than done. And sometimes just roles work out better in some instances. Especially when you have like Viper being the main controller on Breeze and Icebox. And then secondary controller on other maps. Why did Tyloo... Oh, HFMI got the kill on the lurk. I like this decision though from K-Knight. It didn't work. But I do like that you're in... It's what I've said before. Like, you're in a 4 versus 5. You need to make a play. So like pushing this smoke and being aggressive is good. But like, if you're in a 5 versus 4 and we see... who was it? Like K-Knight go for that peak? And it's, you know, it's a disaster. It's not a good move. Appreciate the commitment to China scene this year. Really needs exposure for English viewing audience right now. I mean, I really enjoy it. Like, I'd like to be in a position where I can watch party like all of. Nice shots. Really good paranoia too, actually. I'd like to be in a position where I could like watch party at all. Just dedicate to like streaming full time instead of like worrying about casting. But I think I gotta pace myself and pick my fights. I'm very keen on like covering China as much as I can.
这2个哥们儿别掉，穿满头，没办法，一声不吭，没办法，就对面就人没看到子弹硬来，
Sees nade combo actually used. Oh, sorry, it was on nade. Kind of clever though. You throw it in like a similar position to where you might seize. But you also throw it into this corner where it's like harder to clear. Because if you throw a haunt here and it gets broken, you know that there's a defender here. It's really good for like clearing this corner or like clearing behind here or top of here. There's wolves after this, yeah.
总共是起了3把长枪嘛，现在掉了1把也还行，就主要我担心的一点就是刚刚这个黑梦拿了
MLB StatCast type website? Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
对于防守方来说，点数本来没有那么好拿。
Having the foggiest. I think the stats that you get from VLR is good. I was thinking about it earlier, like with the sheet that I have, like making maybe not that version, but making a version that like can have all of that data imported and then it can be shared out to like all the streamers. So instead of like having to look at VLI, you can just, you'd open up the spreadsheet, you'd get the like page, and all of that information would just be available so people could see like map vetoes, previous performances. Like so you can just open up a sheet and it's got all of the information in there, what you might need. Hello Zolwek. Taking a fight, trying to bait for the judge. Judge peeks out. K-Knight not buying it. StatCast is like a live play-by-play app. I mean, I feel like the technology would be available. You kind of have it with like Augment, but you need grid access, which only teams have. I just don't think that's like a priority. I don't think Riot really cares about like the data analytical driven side of this game. They're more focused on like the clicking heads audience. That's why a lot of the analyst desks have just got very like narratively driven and pretty bare bones on like detail. Like you can still do telestrays, but it's just not prioritized. Especially from like a stat side. Because you have like people like Steel and Bone Cold on the desk and stuff more often, which is good, but
而对于天路来说，下一分是非常大颗的分数。
对，天路他这个经济应该是就是起不了一把明车出来的，所以下一分 BLG 也不用太过担心。是。
I think it's what also the majority of the audience prefers. I do too, but I think that that's going to mature and evolve over time.
太有限了。
幻影，他知道了幻影啊。就我觉得把幻影放到前面，这个危险还是挺大的，就是捡不回来嘛。然后弗勒辛这把判官跳喷失败，也是让大家知道说，在这个版本跳喷已经没那么好使了啊，谨慎跳。
2比1。
It's just this sort of like weird dichotomy, I suppose, of when you work on a desk, people maybe not paying attention or caring about what you say because you don't have like that experience beforehand. Like this person doesn't know what they're talking about, but at the same time, people's knowledge on the game not really being like valued.
他很想去拿点数，
不好吧，朋友？优爪加雷锁碎石，应该是没有锁住，
踢走了。
So you end up in a position where, like, I want to be careful what I say because it sounds mean, but you end up where there are people casting or like working tier 1 events that don't know basic stuff about the game.
结局对于 BLG 来说是能接受的。
艾伦是一个人悄悄咪咪，而且有队友在帮他勾，字母哥会帮他勾，但对面的鬼眼字母哥得打掉，字母哥打掉没有问题。艾伦是个暗面，
Because the people that decide those roles don't really know themselves.
第一时间不太好突破，第二时间呢手稳先弹一下，艾伦这个位置并不好动。
这 C 区顶前点了，现在并没有选择去。
Yeah, but I think like for Steel, like that's a good way to sort of, like, he has the stuff that he values and sets himself up for. And so long as he works out on how to not trip Pansy up as much when he's talking so much about a thing and Pansy's like, can we move on to the next round or I need to start play by playing? Like he's going to be amazing.
还挂了2个人啊，这一分近点如履平地。但是打回防你有多少技能呢？
现在关键就看 A 大这个对抗。A 大其实现在是2打2。
It's good that he gets to practice it. My argument would be for that is like he shouldn't be using tier 1 fucking broadcasts as practice for it. But I think, to be fair, it seems that he is more just like covering for Hypoc for whatever reason than like being an active replacement. Like people shouldn't be trying to get their fucking reps in doing like the international leagues in EMEA. Even Ubercast starts from NA challenges. Exactly, yeah. So like having tier 2 casters just sort of come in and be like, oh, well, they're expected to like use this time to get better. Naturally is like upsetting for me, that's like lost out on work, but like I don't think that's right. Because I'm sure that you could have easily got Uber and Wyatt to cast in tier 1. Maybe you only got a couple of days.
这分投资很小，一把雄鹿，然后短炮正义，B大想直接拉吗？
这敢拼短枪吗？
对丢雷，雄鹿暴露，那
走了。
But like say if, because I cast with like Pavlos, X-Warrior, and Polaris in tier 2 for EMEA. Even if we got days just for like EMEA VCT, like the International League, I would still be really keen on doing Polaris to get like our practice in then, kind of like we are doing now. But the problem is I don't think I'm going to get hired to do EMEA with Pavlos because they have Ash, who is good.
其实很容易被扫掉，很容易被盲打，比如说站在烟里面直接盲打打掉。
对，但现在小 K 还是在 C 区做单挂
，SK 丢暗兽走。A 点有反馈 ，A 区现在是一个黑梦加雷兹的双人手，两个人加起来是2把正义。SK 被淹了，脸上看不到，第一时间错失了机会。字母 AK 这边已经没有。
I don't know how he is at tier 1 to be honest. Yeah, I mean if I could cast with like. If I could build a duo with anybody right now, I think Pavlos would be one of the main ones because I think he is a really, really good play-by-play. Still feels like very green, but like he's got the right attitude. But yeah, like Shift. Like I casted Overwatch with Shift. And it was a lot of fun. I think we balanced each other out really nicely.
现在对于标记来说，一切都朝着最好的方向在发展，经济的累积会变得非常高。如果这一分能活下去4、5个人的话，而且看上去5个人都能活。
天路感觉差不多要去喊个暂停调整一下，
对，
主要还是站位问题。
而且下一分是大分，这一分毕竟是存钱分嘛。
他们现在最有钱、最 rich 的是字母哥1800，1800你算算经济，这7把名狙可能还是比较困。
而且这个时候名狙我觉得也不是什么特别好的解决方案。
BLG being clearing up, right? They lost the pistol and then they've just been farming everything since.
我觉得他们现在有点被转晕了，就是对方。
But I've just been ranting about broadcast stuff anyway.
好像都在 BLG 的手上。
对，
如果你没有名狙，怎么解围呢？以这套镜像阵容，就雷兹黑梦的组合肯定是强在控图的。
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the statistical number stuff is because you do have a lot of people doing like more dream team stuff, fantasy football kind of vibes.
这个靠技能拖点的一个决策，进攻方的鬼眼进去没有在碎石或者 A 区拿到什么信息。
C 大给了个单向烟，这福勒星一个人打出了千军万马。
That's some good ultimates down on defense though for Tyloo.
没控 A 区是一个不出事儿，所以他 C 区得打得贪一点。
那现在 BLG 就得猜，你 C 点到底几个人？
对，
真的还是假的？
要不要去硬吃
This is so brave though, like flexing even thinking about going for this. Like no support, no help. And he's staying. He's not gonna get out in time. That just feels like really undisciplined. Especially when you know that they have like the showstopper.
注意接应进去的位置 ，Bear 已经提前一步进去，队友在穿板帮他扫清点里面可能藏的人。回防有完焰火，这是进攻方主要忌惮的东西。而注意，进攻方有 70 的位置，他已经游到了。
Ice King's still here. Don't nightfall now. Nobody's with you. And immediately AAK goes down.
幻影的一个3杀， 必须做一个潜伏。
Because they lose flexing, they lose smokes too, which just make it really hard to like.
They need a pause, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell was that?
You see the stack over towards A from just original A pressure.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy.
But also like flexing playing Mound on their own when there's a showstopper. And then using the Nightfall when nobody's in position to retake.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah, I would have liked this before the rounds, just with how impactful the round was, but...
I mean, Wise, he's farming, which is nice. Job's been made easy. Timing is, yeah, it just felt that nobody was ready.
好，我们来看一下这个战术暂停调整的力度在哪儿。
Also, thank you for everybody that's followed today as well.
显然，贝尔赢在图2给出了他的暂停的效果。
Hella getting a stern talking to you from coach. How animated did it look?
那接下来桑善也
Not really. Well, a little bit.
这个分差看上去还 OK， 但如果你连续的输，
I still think that even if we see Tyloo just bomb out of this map, it's been a really good series for them. Like promising, which is like the word that I've been looking for more than any.
3分能玩，这4分现在看来。 以这个经济不一定支撑得住啊。
存钱，这份是铁定没钱的。瓦焰我上一分也没有交条件。
福乐星存3000，那意义很不大。
下一分有局了。嗯。当然，对于天路来说，就我们先看一下这一分能不能。哎，他在纠结。
怎么说？
他在问队友要不要这把局，如果不要就起点东西。
那让我当英雄吧。
就算了，存1000块。
I think about everything's set up now.
不要局了。
C 区这一分可不是狐假虎威哦，这一分好像是真的有点压制力的。但现在 BLG 也不会。
On an eco again.
如果你敢来磕这个玩意，我就轰你脸上。
这一分其实对于 AAK 来说，要。
Have a feeling China are going to be absolute monsters when they get more reps in. Yeah. I mean, I actually think for the region, EDG being destroyed by Loud is a good thing for everybody, including EDG. Because I'd been saying this since like Evo Stage 3, that it feels that like EDG aren't the better team in China at the moment. They just win when it's like clutch games and other players that have the experience to be playing for like an international event. So either EDG need to realize that the way that they play isn't effective anymore, and that if you keep playing that way, you're going to keep losing, or they are just going to get thrown off the top spot. Knife. Nice. I mean, they're boomed, it looks like. It's a lower buy, but...
Dude, this was a weird round. Sending, like, the solo guy over towards A to sell the A. I kind of liked it. I would like it more against the buy. Like a
yeah, just a little bit risky against an eco, too.
Yeah, very much so.
They're winning the mental game. If they could just walk around the map and just take fights and still win them.
Dodge him with the door and knife him.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a big mental fight, yeah.
I feel like that's what Lotus is just coming down to more times than anything. Because it's such a, we know how to play this map. Everybody plays it a similar way. It's like the new Ascent, so if you just start losing, you just lose all hope.
Yeah, especially when you're on the defense side, it feels like impossible sometimes.
I mean, that's the only saving grace for Tyloo, isn't it? That they can maybe attack and do some stuff there, but if it's like 10-2, 9-3...
Yeah. This is one of those classic calls where they're trying to demoralize them as well, right? They've been winning so much from going out over towards A, they decide to go fast B just to like really demoralize them because they imagine that the timeout was to probably go fast A or like fight over towards C heavier. Kind of just getting wrecked on that one. That's a big win for Tyloo though. And then now they go aggro A. Oh, this is big.
Yeah, it feels like even if Tyloo loses this series, I still think it's like a good sign. Promising stuff.
Especially their bind.
Shown some ill discipline, not waiting to play together, and some of their fundamental. Yeah, but that takes time. There's even some teams that have been together a hell of a lot longer that don't have that shit nailed down.
OK， 想掰那就来。
如果他掰一个就2打3了嘛。
I think one thing that I would say is, I mean, everybody here that's watching this knows, to an extent at least. But when you have people that sort of just come in and watch the qualifying games, like, please, this happened with Kickoff too. Don't judge the teams based on how they played just for those qualifying games. Like, if you're just, like, you don't watch any more China, you just tune in and rewatch the VODs from like playoffs for Shanghai. Like, just try to watch a little bit more of some of those teams. Because it felt bad for me to be like, Trace looked really fucking good. Like, really well disciplined. Vukash, who's been farming people for the IG, and then you go into those qualifying games and they just kind of both get destroyed. You prefer being on the desk or casting? I think I'm better on the desk. I'd like to be better at casting. So it's nice I'm getting some practice in. Like, I like doing the desk more, but I just think that nobody really gives a fuck about the desk. You could be amazing on the desk and still get passed up on work. But like casting, that's like harder to do. You can't just have a guest come in and cast better than people. But you can put a pro on the desk and they can just absolutely shine. No worries, Zeke. Like, I enjoy covering the region. I haven't really been watching that keenly today, but I think that's just because I've been, like, stressing.
Allen 还好接住了，但是没办法，自己是一个保枪位。
他有回复了，那下一分能解放队友了，就打法就多样起来了。
但真的会。
Their segments at the CS Major were so good, to be fair. Yeah, they had a lot of freedom. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
是交不了的，然后 B 点的话又没必要。
看一下天路要不要考虑在上半场叫第2个暂停。就现在我 OK， 我知道上半场还是。
Yeah, I was definitely like excited for today, so it's just. Like nerves, making sure everything's like ready. I guess also like streaming with Sliggy is also kind of like different vibe. Yeah, I did watch the Pacific Coach videos. Yeah, I really like Pacific's doing a lot of cool content, but like it's the amount of times that I've seen like Achilles and Paperthin like in like the RRQ video that they did, in the like trailer with Paperthin being like the elevator guy, and then Chobra sort of leading the conversation of coaches. Like it's what you want from talent, to feel like you're actively involved in the scene.
还有1分钟啊！你看场面上打的水深火热，其实容错对于 BLG 来说很舒服的。
我还有晚焰火几场，但我觉得他希望这个晚焰火留给你的全面封锁，这是最理想的一个局面。艾伦并没有展开回复，还是选择直架，
非常规预备
来了，晚焰火
接一个，
没办法，
尽力了，
把晚焰火也消耗掉，看弗洛星有没有什么神奇发挥了。前场先漏，
绕后有自动哨兵，而且没有失效，
没有抓到弗洛星，现在两边都很危险，因为队友完全没到，弗洛星只能退回坡道，
锁定守方2人的站位了。
弗洛星加了一个56滴血，没办法再打了。
Lexing's won some crazy rounds from that position previously. BLG have done.
That was like a must-win round for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like after like the brief timeouts again, like BLG were just farming.
等是等不赢的
，4分是有的玩的，而且他们这1分拿下之后，经济大缓一口气。
I guess also because I'm sat, like I probably should just stand for the next one.
稳住了，大心脏选手。那看一下上半场最后1分的定夺，天路也是为自己争取了一个多1大枪分。看到这分是最后比尔用剑影解决这把判官，这也是一个很有意思的解决判官的一个方法，
挺拼的，只能说。
Oh, it says Masters Madrid on this one. That's weird.
进攻方的一个压制力看来，BLG 还是领先天龙很多，分还是那个分差7比
BLG 叫了暂停，他把
change
第一个战术难叫出来了。
For some reason. Yeah, that's weird actually.
拿下。
What a team, sorry. Thai versus.
也是字母哥的粉丝啊 ，Here comes the party。但是字母哥他现在玩雷兹次数少很多了。
确实，更多的时候字母哥现在都是哨。现在这3张地图里面是2把哨位，1把先锋，
但是哨位很适合他，包括就是作为一个这种处理残局的选手，他还是能够给到一些。
Yeah, I'm still like messing with the short stream.
感觉桑善其实没有那么多东西要讲。
对，包括帅帅其实也在观望嘛。
对他其实不是很确定说，就因为刚刚我拿的分数，但
Thinking Man's Valorant is here, he's ready.
天路嘛，我觉得也说不好。就刚刚那个残局其实是模棱两可的，就随时可能会完全倒向另外一边的一个残局。
那更多的悬念可能会落在场上的。
Ryan, who got that time out?
变数肯定还是在
Tyler.
他们全力想拿这一分，因为保了2把枪。
Let me check.
所有的背身都在我的控制之下。
Where is it?
这一份字母哥也是为
经济大阵，
是
It's a bold timeout to call at 4-7.
It's BLG.
That's really mad to get 1 extra round.
Yeah.
领先4分。
C 区
When like your macro's been working.
基本上你把你往 B 区和 A 点去骗了。
还是那句话嘛，回复之前陈凯也讲过，只有 C 区能放，单放的话。
One sec, TMB. What do you think of the song to the tune of Kokomo? I think I'm gonna need you to sing it later, is what I think. I imagine you're streaming, or you'll be joining. I'm good. I'm good on the streaming stuff. Disembod H.
A 区有 70 还是有一个背身的，正面兄弟拖就可以了。有 70 的 A 区一定会是一个非常好的支援 AB Link。现在只要架住 BC Link 就可以的。艾伦突破了防守，艾伦带着队友冲了出来。鬼眼，但是第一包威胁很大，有人离魂，艾伦直接大步干汤。但是 AB Link 有3。
That's such a good Viper's Pit too with a plant. Nothing sees one, but the stick's just good enough. Yeah, I feel like that too.
That was savage, bro. They lost because of the plant.
Whereabouts did they plant?
Just in the bottom of the pit, right? Just the bottom of the dip. I guess the safe plant, but
I don't know if I did anything.
首先这一波王浩哲幸存，然后接下来进攻方其实控制了 BC Link， 然后以及 Beard 的离魂，但这个时候艾伦开始了，
他像是飘着开枪的，你知道吗？
但这也就是
It's alright, I got it.
字母哥也是架住了离魂之后的 Beard 其实想要从 BC Link 换到从 AB Link 换到 BC Link， 给队友加一个多一个方向的枪线。
哦，这个暂停掉分之后啊，感觉贝尔教练和 Jackson 教练很不满意，确实很不满意。
这肯定是不满意的。锦囊开了，对面好像拿到了锦囊，有点问题。但总的来说，2分的优势还是实打实的记在了 BLG 的账上。那现在就看两边在下半场怎么去打好自己的东西了，因为你能看得到两边都是有自己的一些内容在的。
记不记得之前就是莲花古城 BLG 对阵 TE 的那场封神之战，他们是先选的防守端，然后再
Oh, you got like emote cams. That's kind of rude. Like she's doing the fade thing and you're covering the face.
也是，比如说这个出 cos 的一个热门的人选啊。
对。
非常酷的一个角色。那这样的话，来到下半场，我们要来看一下2分够不够了啊？可以，这个是另外一个版本的黑梦啊。
对，我觉得这个画面就很符合对于 Aaron 这名选手的诠释。
现在对于艾伦来说，确
实在上半场500 yard stare right there。
做了很多事情，其实，在我们这个揭幕日之前的新闻发布会上，或者说媒体日里面也是有说到，就是说艾伦这个选手他的赛历是很丰富的，
对
他算得上老将了。然后他其实可以用他的经验帮助这个队伍很多，比如说气氛的一些调节等等，这是很重要的。
他的爆发频率很高啊。
没错。
She's from the school of me of just staring blankly at the camera when it's on you.
好，我们来看一下两边现在进入
mentally boom them.
休息，这也是他们为数不多的一个喘息的时
间。Okay.
下半场将会决定谁能够拿走开门红。在赛前我们肯定都认为 BLG 是一个巨大的优势，但是现在这个比赛还是尚未可知啊。
It's funny, my stream from the Grand Final of Masters Madrid has been blocked. But I think that's because it has the Clove trailer in it. So I probably just need to what's the word? What is the word? Appeal it.
之前就是在打比赛之前，很多人都在猜测，就是说福乐信来到天路之后，就究竟是为什么
？On YouTube, yeah.
我个人的一个感受和推论还是就是他们可能是训练赛打出了一些比较好的成效，然后就各自都觉得很舒服，然后就换了。
对，就我们在赛前评论区讲那个嘛，一般来说这个人员大家换人都是。
Is it tech pause now too? Interesting. I was gonna say this half time has been long.
实际上。 队伍考虑的并不简简单单的是数值的组合。
It's something that we've actually like never really had much on the channel, or at least I haven't in like my history of doing YouTube, like worrying about copyright strikes and stuff. But it happens seemingly every stream, especially for Madrid because of all of the music on it.
那看一下这个技术暂停之后啊，我们看一下这个是选手原因，也是帮我们标注出来。我们可能要稍。
Talu's timeout. It's a Talu tech pause.
马上就会开始。我觉得对于 BLG 来说，现在也是就翻盘的过程当中也遇到了抵抗，这也是你在我觉得作为 BLG 这种老队伍一定要去经受的一关，就是 OK， 我第二张地图找回手感了，但是对面不会束手就擒。天路并不会说。
Which channel? Nomadic Gaming. This was the Hitscan channel. If it's the channel I think you're on, I'm streaming to 2 at the moment, so it's kind of hard to gauge.
要完美，对。但是你可以在3张地图打出一个，就己方我们这段时间究竟练了什么？是我们5个组在一起究竟有大概多高
？Even the break music, yeah, that happens like all of the time.
一些观望的时间，你给我一些时间，我还你一个所谓天路
like way, pretty much every time. And it's really hard to like avoid, so you just kind of have to like do it. And the act of like appealing each and every song, so you can only really do it one at a time, so it's like not even really worth doing. How's the game been? I think it's been a pretty good series. I think that it's been promising for Tyloo. Billy got punished hard on Bind, but they've been kind of like in charge and leading the line ever since. What are your thoughts on Guan being on a new role now? I mean, he did play like more supportive stuff in the past. He wasn't just on Duelist. I mean, we can check, but I'm fairly certain that like, he played a lot of Silver, played Killjoy, so it's not too much of a shock. I thought that was the sound to go in. So yeah, like, is used to playing on Sentinel, so it's not like massively surprising. Might have been subbed ages ago when it was Overwatch Central. Yeah, right. Like, I'll probably rename the main channel back to like Hitscan and naturally start to do less esports stuff on it. Just keep it around for like news or any other like content of games to come out. But yeah, I think I'd prefer to just have it on another channel. Gonna miss his crazy neon plays. Maybe there's some double duelist in there, you never know.
劣势2分，但在上半场最后2分的拿回，也是帮他们把这个分差缩窄了非常多，从3-9缩到了5-7。
Yeah, games have been. It's been a good first series today. Like the last time that we had a full, the first day of kickoff was just two very quick 2-0s. Oh, the fact that he gets nearsighted, but the horn comes in and hits 2.
在一片黑暗当中的王浩哲 C 点的设计非常的见效。
我的天哪
That's one thing about Fade that might become more popular, is just there's so many places that you can Fade horn on a map. Having somebody there to like actively clear any of them up is tricky. I think it's easier to spot and clear recon as it comes in, despite the target being a lot smaller.
就是暗眼有一个问题，它是近视，它不是完全的致盲。虽然说 A 大有混颜，但是现在对于 BLG 来说，其实完全可以。
I mean, I feel like that'd be a really good comp in itself, like Gecko Fade Reyna. Just so much shit that you need to shoot to break. Probably makes it so much better than Silver. On this map, absolutely. I think most maps, I'd say like an Eldron is like consistently stronger just because of the range of the Prowlers. Like here with the amount of 50-50 angles on this map, like Prowler's great.
你等对面4个人回防是必来不及的。BLG
4个人已经排坐火车回防了呀。
兄弟们一人看90度啊，谁出了问题就找谁。
OK， 还有个暗兽呢，这分。
Yeah, all of the cross map stuff you could do with Silver on Ascent makes him really good there. But I'm surprised, like seeing more like Fade on Split, I could see.
有鬼眼，有炮台，帮他缓冲第一波。
哎，有人在反绕，这反绕字母哥可能会来得比较快，
很难拖啊 ，Ice King 拖不了这么多时间的。
兄弟，再拖一会儿。
Oh my god, he's just absolutely hounded here.
字母哥能看到包吗？啊，急了。
Very weird pistol. Feels like it went on forever. But it's actually nice to see like the pace of the game slow down. There's just something that we just didn't see from China at all, like in kickoff even. But like, actually mid-rounding, getting that initial fight and then being able to cut noise and try and manipulate the map a bit more is really nice.
我觉得马侠的概率蛮高的。我们的设计暗眼鬼眼，虽然我们看到其实弗洛星的暗眼效果很好，好像演了3个人他做的话，但是就我有另外一双发亮的眼睛，不好意思。
黑梦的在这张地图确实有很多的技巧性投掷啊。
I think teams could definitely do with playing Silver Gecko more together on Icebox. I think that could be a really good comp.
方来说非常的致命，5个人都是无甲的一个状态。
现在天路就只能可怜巴巴的去。
And then no duelist Sage, perhaps.
王浩哲这一分的选位是选到了 C 区，前面有保镖在帮自己看路。
这蟒侠其实给到第3分的压力也是蛮大的。这一分打无甲的话，飞将会强一些。
天路的目的还是拿点数，然后安包。对于他们来说，这一分想赢的难度是非常大的，要指望对面犯错。说实话，
对他骑蟒侠，然后补4把害了的原因是担心天路做强骑。
对，
上一分有安包嘛。
You're going into the stack and also all of the killjoy util.
很难了，纳米风群。
Brave for K-Knight to be closing that distance in. Turns more into like awkward 50-50 fights. With these smokes too. That could have gone a lot worse for BLG than it did. Especially with like the smoke that was put here. Because you had the Omen playing on site and he was like switching between looking this way or that way. Because I think it was an attack smoke. But it ended up kind of shafting Tylee more than it helped them.
他们上一分其实也是就存了足够多的钱。
对，而且这张地图它的分概率是非常的高的，就点内的短距离交火，防守方是能。
Yeah, bigger maps you need the Silver recon for, just because the range.
到一些拐角，而且上来别直接前压正义想要发挥，剑影回去没问题，全身而退。
C 区2人做前压，枪械劣势再来一回。
哎，但是 C 区的前压是触发了自动哨兵，看一下字母哥的断后，选择顶还是退？哦，140。OK， 6，
好在是全甲。
队友得过来接一下，因为他知道 C 点其实有2个人。
They lost a player already with YZ over towards Mound.
看他怎么想吧，其实可减可不减。因为等会儿打回防嘛。
I'm surprised that Yosemite didn't pick up the orb when he was going past. It might as well, right? Viper's Pit, useful. Stops Tyloo getting a potential ult online for the round after this. Because you're expected to lose, almost. Because you're on a bonus. So just... Mob making sure that they don't get the orb, then you take it for yourself, but because you're Viper, you also gain a lot from getting the orb yourself too.
Oh,
they just peek out. K1, I'm not really that keen on KO.
还要安保进攻方的压力是很大的，他希望主人主动来掌控，
扫死了字母哥，
提前枪。 实力血的伏笔完全收了回来，13秒。艾伦要怎么处理这个残局？他不知道坡道，背身。
Really good
that
bonus.
was mental.
Yeah, just feels like BLG back to their old habits again, which is nice.
That was so funny, dude. The outlaw double body tag to just make Timmy the MVP.
但核心的问题还是在汤 A 的时候，我们看到出现了一些比较粗糙的情况，对于技能的清理没有很在意。天路吃了太多技能的伤害，不管是纳米蜂群、自动哨兵，还是超级炮台。
这一分能够看出来，就标记这边赢下来是。 得到一份大惊喜的。
对这分
that's the only map you can get behind KO because you can suppress utility on 8. I think the problem with it is just that it's like in an ideal world. I'm gonna go for a win and I'll talk about it a bit more afterwards. Yeah, but
最后一个跟队友们沟通的机会了，
没办法得托孤了。现在就这一分可能甚至要尝试 all in。 我不确定这分会不会选择强骑，因为下半场已经是连败拉起来了。
他上一分起了5个重甲，
对，
如果 all in 什么枪呢？
就可能会是非常烂的枪械，而且上一分也没有按到爆。那如果是存钱，就意味着你的部署还是在下分，你要放到5比11。
就是我觉得他首先起5个重甲就不太可能，
对。
然后起轻甲的话，那么蟒侠一定治你。
现在对于天路来说，就是怎么着都难受。
那不绕把币，反正必须这能换则换，不要给对方刷起太多的手感。
现在对于天路来说，确实走到了一个拼地图储备、拼选手心态跟耐久的这种能力的时候了。哦，但显然 BLG 这种打满打好的场面见了多了去了。
哎呦，这一分4个轻甲，蟒侠可比明居厉害啊！
有投入，但天路还是留了下一分的经济的。
给烟推，
烧鸡炮台的 timing 啊！弗勒星正义一发，王浩哲第2发没有打出去，因为他也被打残了。他应该是被弗勒星敲了一发什么穿满头之类的，
然后被少爷炮台补掉了。
那这样的话，这一分就有翻的说法了。幻影现在 AK 的手上 ，AK 能不能利用这把幻影做事近距离？小编的一发头直接带掉，但字母哥放下最前面有侧身。
They block down him before they plant.
侧身被 BLG 收爽了。当然，字母哥的全面封锁能够生效，他可以捡到枪，但是他
And timing just feels so off for Tyloo.
他想把人先找到，但是自己换。
Sorry, what did you say?
I said timing feels so off for them.
Ah, man, this is a devastating round. Maybe.
Take it for my again. There's no way that Bear peeks that alone. Oh my god. Okay, that was dreadful for me. BLG.
靠着自己的判断和准度，救了队伍一命。
从天而降的惊喜，少尉才是归属。
Like one at a time, really.
这分来到最后的残局，字母哥是没有什么。
I mean, the shots were nice.
个的拆分，
That's what I would highlight here.
I mean, both of them went before the third was even ready.
Oh man, yeah.
因为是一个纯甜分的扳分，天路一下经济就起来了一点，而 BLG 现在要当心，因为自己的我们看一下 BLG 的经济
存款不多了，
这分很大，而现在对于 BLG 这分更大，因为这分输
Yeah, first fight was really nice. Like, and also just to sort of respect that Dioman was gonna peek and push this, but like, Bianc being stuck here, and then who was it? Like K-Knight? Giving him honest fights. That's one thing you can't do for Chinese teams is give them honest fights. Because they'll win them. You also need to get your Astable in the casting booths, Ryan. It'd be nice, Neil. I've been enjoying watching you guys, though. Because I wasn't, like, to be honest with, like, Heretics, I was like, I wasn't really sure, like, yeah, it did well for kickoff, but, like, is it going to be like a flash in the pan? But like the win against Fnatic was like, can't argue with it. Yeah, I'm glad it's going well, Neil. Proud of you all. Especially after the last fucking year that you guys have had. These kids are too switched on, yeah. It's really nice to see like Boo flourish as an IGL as well. Like, having his confidence knocked and all that shit. So now not only calling good rounds, but just casually getting aces against Fnatic.
这是自己的全面，自己的单向眼，那这样的话点位只能放掉，快逃，逃不掉那就是死。这分感觉走远了呀，想转转不了，剩下弗洛星一个人，这是个1v4，没有机会。
Alright, at least there's an instant bounce back for BLG after losing that round. Just look at Genji. I don't think that's fair. I don't think a coach can just have that much like impact on a team suddenly looking good and not. I just think the dynamic for Fnatic is like, it's gonna be a weird one when you have like Mini come back as an assistant coach. But I don't think that's really at play. I think it's like Alma coming in just as like everybody else, like to an extent, whether they should do or not. The rest of Fnatic take their foot off the gas just a little bit.
I feel like I would force into this round. I'm like really confident I'd force into this.
Just play for the win?
Yeah, I think so. They were going to use ults anyway. Fade ult. Could have got some Stinger's light armor.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the things I understand the least, I suppose, of like when to go for the not optimal strat, I suppose it would be.
Yeah. Depends like what you got always. Also depends like how your half's been looking in prac in my mind. Like sometimes you know you need like a miracle if it hasn't been doing good.
Yeah. Or there's certain players having a sheriff and giving a gun over to somebody else is gonna work out better.
Yeah. Plus I think Stingers and stuff are just unreal with a fade ult.
That's true. I think that's probably like the downside of like China at the moment, especially after like Madrid. I think that everybody's gonna try and play like total Valorant, right? They're gonna try and play it to the book because that's the way that everybody else plays it, and that's how EDG get punished against like Loud and stuff. But sometimes they just need to rely on the fact that they're just all aim no-brainers. Sometimes it just
yeah, you got to embrace it sometimes. Plus, I think like this is like some of the criticism I had with Liquid in kickoff. It's just like if you play too fundamentally well, like we lose here, we have to take here. It's too obvious. Like sometimes you gotta throw some random stuff in there, or like educated guesses or gambles.
I feel like that's always been like an ML philosophy as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's what makes Zekken such a good duelist, is that he knows when he needs to roughly be aggressive, when he needs to be passive, but he also knows when he needs to like change it up.
Yeah,
the self-awareness is crazy.
Damn, it's a nice comeback considering the fast map.
Not quite a 1 versus 4. Maybe a little bit rusty as well, especially when you have like new coaches.
Yeah, I also think like it did just look like a big diff of Tyloo's best map and BLG's like worst map.
Yeah.
And so maybe it looked worse than it actually was.
I'm happy for Tyler at least, like not looking like utter atrocious worst team in international leagues.
但我觉得今天他们其实交出的这个答卷，虽然最后的结果可能他们自己不是特别的满意，没有能够在图2把握住开局的比分优势。
What did I think of Navi Vitality? That's a game that I missed. Like, I need to catch the board on that one. I guess I was surprised to see Vitality lose as hard as they did. But I guess that's a promising sign for Navi more than anything. At least they get a map. Yeah, against a good Bilibili that I think if they sort out their like fundamentals, like Bilibili could be like a Shanghai team. Or like in the run up to it.
他的加入给标记在打进攻的情况下，进攻的节奏性有了一个巨大的提升。没错，而且来到图3之后，图3是怎么获胜的？就用一些小技能在关键的时机点来打团队的配合。
就如果说图2 BLG 看上去追的还有一点辛苦的话，图3就 BLG 完全把握了节奏。就
Wait, who said that they're finishing his degree alongside coaching a collegiate team? Oh, MCE.
天路今天他们也不算一个失败者，因为他给粉丝们看到了希望。
They just got angeled.
班底和队伍有他们的潜力和冲击。
I like the idea of deadlock.
没错，
我们必须要承认这一点。虽然没有拿到胜利，但
on bind. Like I didn't see any of it, so I realistically don't know how well it did. But I think that Vitality being that kind of team to experiment, I think bodes well for them. Because they could easily just play what everybody else is playing and just diff them with the players that they have. But I think that Vitality have got some good minds on the team to think outside the box. Of there, I think, yeah, and also just taking an idea and using it in an official can often do that. Seen a lot of that recently. People being like, why are they using this comp? It looked awful. It's like, well, because it probably looked a lot better in scrims. This is as much of a shock to them as it is for you, trust me. The problem Fnatic mainly in the coach? No, I mean, I don't think that's like fair, because ultimately we don't know what the coaches bring, like what Elma does differently to Mini in regards to coaching. Again, these kind of discussions would like absolutely farm in like content for Fnatic. When these kind of questions come up, you should be answering them in the same way that Sentinels talk about why they put 10s on Omen. And eventually we saw that with Bleed talking about the roster moves they made and like what happened to Ye. Even Global did it with their single controller comp with Bind, like the Viper only, because they were like it was doing really well in scrims, and we knew how we wanted to play that comp and how it has to be played, but we just couldn't get it going. It's fair to at least consider it part of the problem with the new iteration. Yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on what they're looking to do. Like, I don't think you can play in a way of like, okay, we were the best, how do we keep being the best? I think you have to approach it of like, what are we keen to do? How do we want to improve the way that we play? The coach is putting their fists up as they get a knife kill too. For example, like, does Elma Putty come in and go, I think, like, all the comps that we play, I'm fine with. Like, you're all fine on the roles that you have. I want to just make sure that we build as much of a playbook as we can. Make sure that we have good, like, protocols and reactions based on what the enemy team does, and that everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. Or you kind of go, the meta's changed a lot. Let's go super off script. Let's do some really kooky stuff. Let's cook up some really good strategies and ideas similar to what Fnatic had done in the past. It's like, I don't know what Elma Putty wants to do with the team, ideally. Because I think the way that Mini coaches, Mini's like giving a lot of the onus onto Boaster. Like, Mini is almost, in the same way that Doombros does for Angel, it's almost like Mini wasn't the head coach of Fnatic when he was on that team. It is kind of like more that it was the way that Boaster wanted to play, but Mini would always approach it as a, if we do it this way, then we need to make sure it's done. If we do your idea, it has to be done my way. That's kind of the impression I get from like Mini's coaching. Of, okay, if you want to do this, I'm going to make sure that we do it properly. And that's kind of how it feels for like Doombros and Angel as well. Like Angel's really the one in charge, and everybody else is there to like supplement and help Angel and argue with Angel when they feel like the way that he's approaching stuff is wrong. Just like Ardis, for example. But yeah, like I don't know what like Elma Putty's philosophy on coaching is. Sounds like a very like political answer, but like I think it's genuinely important. The more that I've sort of seen like how coaches work, how important it is to just have like a system and a way that you want to approach the game and that you fundamentally believe in it. Because you need to be able to stick to those kind of like rules that you build for yourself when it all goes to shit. And I'm playing all sides here today. I mean, you have to think of it all sides because we just don't know enough. Buster complained after Champions that they didn't have enough time to prepare new tactics for him. Yeah, but Buster's also said that he doesn't want to babysit like his team. Like he said that in the vlog after they lost, like he didn't want to be holding people's hands and helping them improve. But like, part of me is like, sorry, you're the IGL, and like, I think it's your job as the IGL to get the most out of your teammates. Like, I get, like, you don't want to spend all of your time doing that, and you want to be able to, like, focus on your own mechanics and your own skill and stuff, but at the end of the day, like, you're not there to do that. You're there to be a captain. If you can aim and win those fights, sure, but the thing that separates him as one of the best IGLs in the world is his IGLing. You don't want him to do that less in order for him to do other stuff that he never needed to really do beforehand. Yeah, I think Fnatic is going to be fine. And I also think that, like, we know and we've heard what Fnatic have said, both in excuses for this week, but also like after losing against Kamen Core in kickoff. Like, they know what's up, and you can't fix that in 2 weeks. And we've heard them say that they're gonna like ramp up their like practice and try to have more of a work-life balance at the start of the year. So them losing series like this against a really hungry Team Heretics that are so keen to keep proving themselves. Like, what did people expect to happen? But I think that Fnatic having this almost like blasé attitude has, I think personally, fucked the rest of EMEA. I think the whole region looks worse because like teams like Fnatic are sort of on the back burner a bit. What team is most likely to defeat EDG and win the China Championship? Ooh, good question. I'm gonna say Trace, depending on how Low King looks. Also, when it comes to like Buster like improving their aim, is that because you want to do it, or is that because you feel like you need to do it? Right. Like, have you got so much shit from the community that you feel that that's something that you need to focus on? I think every pro should be doing aim training and stuff like that, but it's tough when you've been doing it a long while to like keep that novelty. Yeah, I think EDG could lose to a lot of teams. It's just mental. It's just like how they do in finals. Like FBX probably should have beaten them in the grand finals at kickoff, but they bottled it. Most teams fucking do against EDG. It's super frustrating to watch. Like, just constantly just them faltering. Let me change the titles of the stream whilst I remember to. Right, they're all updated. What do I want to try? Yeah, I'll give it a try. 问题是由欧门暗影精灵带来的粉丝提问，因为我们最近也是上了一个新英雄嘛，想问一下你对于新英雄是什么样的看法？ 我觉得新英雄是一个很强的因为2图吧，然后我很期待他能被那些选手开发出来之后，在职业赛场上能有什么样的新体系带给大家。是的，期待一下在职业赛场上的表现。那最后，今天现场既然来了这么多埃哲，和埃哲们说两句话吧。Believe more in FPX if they fix up their issues than EDG for champions. Yeah, I mean, I'll be just curious to see if if EDG make any roster changes over the year if it continues to look iffy. Like, who the fuck do you bring in? I mean, even like it's looking very likely that FPX could make changes, which I think is kind of crazy. I don't think they replace Haodong. I feel like maybe nobody, honestly. Like, I think nobody has been kind of like squashed into playing Initiator only at the moment. I just think there's better like Initiator players out there. I don't think you'd change the IGL. They're not going to make changes? I don't think at the moment, no. What is this? Sorry. Let's change the title too. There we go. Sorry, give me a minute. Just trying to see if something works. Yeah, there we go. That's unlisted too. There we go. Let's try this. Yeah, I don't think they'll make changes for stage 1. But I don't know, honestly. $15-minute break. So my call time is like from tomorrow, basically in less than an hour. So if we have a long series like this, I might miss the majority of the second series. That's not good. So cool, they advertise skin bundles? Of course they do. I mean, esports is marketing, isn't it? And because of trying to release in Valorant a lot later, there's a lot of skin bundles that we've had for years that are just coming out in China. Like, they're releasing like 2 skin bundles, like a patch, because they have so much to catch up on. Is a close gender identity kind of problematic for China? I don't think so. I mean, I know that there's some languages where like they don't really have the equivalent of a they them. Like, I think Polish is like a big like issue. Like culturally too, obviously. But yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan is for how they want to approach it, other than just being like, fucking non-binary people exist, get used to it. Which, I mean, to be fair, Overwatch is doing the same thing by bringing out Venture. So you're in a good position. The translation is very weird for me, yeah. It's cool Overwatch and Valorant did it at the same time, independently, yeah. I mean, I hope for both of them it's just very, like... I think for the design of Clove, I think them being non-binary seems to just sort of, like, make a lot of sense for, like, their character, like, the aesthetic. It's not like their whole character is, like, based around being non-binary, right? That'd be weird, but it just, you kind of see it and you're like, yeah, so like they've just either thrown a kind of like LGBT identity onto a random character, but it's not like they've gone, let's make a LGBT character and make them being LGBT their like abilities, right? Looking like Rainbow Blast shits like that, like. And I think it's both them and Venture have been like really good timing. Give me a gay grenade already. Yeah, it's the kind of abilities we need. And it's like they're not doing it in like Pride Month and stuff like that, right? It's not like on the nose marketing. Let's try to appeal to non-binary people or marginalized genders and stuff like that. It's just more like, hey, we made a character that feels like they suit this identity. Let's go for it. The whole thing just seems like a non-issue for speaking a language that has no gendered pronouns. I mean, it's just a problem politically, because one side of the political argument is very keen on taking people and making it us versus them argument, which is kind of ironic, I suppose, if you're thinking of it that way. Us versus they, them. But like, it is just about taking other people that would be the same class as you and marginalized them and being told that they're the enemy. It's just how it works. Because people are getting pissed off at people are just like, I identify in this way because it aligns to who I am as a person. They're getting mad at those kind of people instead of, you know, politicians that are throwing shit into our rivers and making money off of it whilst the wage gap increases and increases. I mean, that's just all it is. And I mean, I say from my because I used to work at a job center, and you know, like when I worked there was a lot of TV shows of like, oh yeah, this family's, you know, basically taking a piss out of the dole, like the support system for people that are unemployed or people that have disabilities and need support from the civil service in order to survive. So there's all these TV shows talking about people are like, yeah, we have 6 kids, we're doing it, like we don't have to work a day, we've got a fucking jacuzzi in our back garden, we have a 32-inch 50-inch TV, like we're well off but we're not working, we're just fuck. And then like you work in a job center and it's people that are like 50, 60 years old that worked one job their whole life, got let go in the 2009 like market crash. They've never applied for a job outside of the one that they used to work. Yeah, benefit, exactly. You have people are like, I've only worked one job. I don't have a fucking Google like account. I don't have an email. So like applying for a job online is impossible for me to do. Like that's what my day-to-day was mostly, just helping people set up a fucking email account and applying for jobs either through the system that the government had or through like Indeed and stuff. Why are we discussing the wage gap? I mean, it was just... I'm not really that passionate about a lot of things, but I think that's something that I'm very keen on. It's just, not the wage gap, but like, inequality to an extent. Not everybody should have like an opportunity. Especially in like a creative way too. Like seeing musicians, like people like Ed Sheeran, right? They just go around the country and tour and do the grind. Seeing people like that succeed is nice, as opposed to people who like went through like fucking Brit school and had like a private education and could be like actors and like do creative stuff for the means of just having like being nepo babies and stuff like that. Yeah, there's like national insurance and stuff for people retiring, but it's still like the retiring age keeps going up and up. And unlike France, that, you know, protests the living shit out of stuff like that, people just have to roll over and accept it here. Majority of the population is kept ignorant on purpose to never really realize do anything about it. Yeah, exactly. Will TMV join us? I hope so. He's streaming now, I imagine. Oh, not yet. I mean, when he's ready. He's probably waiting until the game actually goes live. Let me know if you want to join. Is Sliggy leave? No, Sliggy's here. It's just we're both like push to talk. It's not quite the same sort of vibe, I suppose, but like, I mean, I think Sliggy in particular, still quite new to doing streams with other people, right? So. Sliggy's Lone Wolf. I mean, yeah, like it suits his style. But I do get massively distracted. Like even, like I think even me just being in the call with them and being able to talk to them about certain things made it harder for me to just kind of like do what I usually do when I watch these games. What we like on ads? We do need to run ads at some point. Probably when this timer finishes. So that's the first series. Second series, I don't really know what we're going to get map-wise, naturally, because we haven't seen either team play in a while. So, Wolves, I imagine that most teams would pick to be Team B. So if we're going off based on what, like, if we just have it what it would have been previously, I guess Sunset. But you know that Wolves didn't really enjoy playing it either because they didn't have anything prepped. Both teams likely to ban it, I'd say. So I don't really know what this would look like. I guess you take out Lotus. And then TEC, all sorts. But you got Breeze. You won't go Ascent. Maybe Bind. You haven't seen him play Split, so that's a worry. But ooh, I think they'd go Ascent. You won't pick Icebox because you want to go there yourself. Maybe Breeze. And then TEC, second banning. Well, Sunset before. Bind. And then Wolves, what's that leave? Split. Icebox is the third map. That seems very likely. Are you streaming the odd one out match later? Maybe. I'll let you know, Magnum. I saw your message, but like I was out when you did it, so. I asked Cray as well. I was like, do you want me to not stream your games? And he's like, no, well, if they're being broadcasted anyway, they're in the spreadsheet. So people want to anti-strat as they can. I'm like, all right, sure. And like, I don't really know much about what we've been doing because I haven't really been that involved. Split. I mean, I don't know where did I want to go. I guess I don't need to worry about it too much just because we genuinely don't know. I'm observant. Yeah, have fun with it. I think it's going to be, like, it's already been a really good tournament to watch in regards to just, like, the competition, the format for it. I think Dive have done a really good job with it this year.
Hello， 各位正在屏幕前观看直播的观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到无畏契约 CN 联赛第1赛段的比赛。大家好，我是解说阿丁。
大家好，我是解说周天马。
在比赛开始之前呢，还是有些消息要同步给各位。185
Only 2 spots for stage 2. It's crazy, yeah.
高分高刷，上京东搜索暗影精灵石即刻升级你的
I think
神器。微信小程序
it'd be nice to see the 12 teams sort of make it.
职业同款卓威 XL 2566K 电竞
like for next year, and then bottom 2 for each group go down and get like relegated, so it's fighting for 4 spots instead of 2.
英雄墓蝶上线，巡蝶大作战现已正式开启。活动期间登录游戏进行对局，或者手机扫码。
But it's better than last year that if you just get relegated, you can't play again that stage because that's horseshit. Right, sorry, I'm gonna run ads now, and it's done.
天剑神兵
TMV's live.
现已登场，洁白华贵，射击声如空灵乐章，手感丝滑，优雅就是经典的延续。战斗学院新星来临，战斗学院凯特琳、杰斯现已上线，登录英雄联盟手游来战斗学院，与凯特琳和杰斯一起并肩作战吧。永恒之列
Sliggy, shall I add TMV into here?
永烈双子千珏
Yeah, I think that works. You might need to make like a new group chat.
It might be better like if you set your push to talk to like toggle deafen.
Toggle deafen?
Yeah.
What are you guys laughing?
Chat or yeah, I mean we're just gonna yap, I think, so you're more than welcome to shut us the fuck up.
但我觉得就像一年有春夏秋冬。我们 VCT CN 的故事也才刚刚开始，春天的倒春寒固然凛冽，但只要我们走过这个阶段，夏日的这种炽热，一定会让我们的花火。
Gives me less to worry about too.
相信上海大师赛，我们一起拭目以待。
是的，但是想炽热，想燎原，对吧？你还得有更多的星火交汇，所以我们这个赛段将从接下来的这一场2支传统体育巨匠的跨界直面交火来进行展开。
是的，今天 Wolves 对阵上我们 TEC 的这场比赛也是万众瞩目嘛，毕竟这些选手们在第1次起点赛上的一个登场，也是给大家留下了一个非常。
I'm on the TECers. Who the fuck are the TECers? Oh, you mean like for some reason I thought you meant like a football team TECers.
起点赛才是他们真正亮相并且展现自我的时候，所以这2支队伍虽然做了一些小的调整，但是并不大。每支队伍呢，其实只有1位选手，甚至1位还不是首发的改变，所以相对来说，他们的
Trafford Elite Club or some shit like that.
磨合他们的默契得到了一个非常明显的提升。其实最近我也是有观察他们的。
我觉得当群狼遇上猛虎的这场较量，一定是一场非常值得期待。
I'm a Norwich fan. Oh man.
也对于2支从传统
Sorry for your loss.
新加入的战队来说，是一个新。
I think the best thing that Norwich Football Club have done for a while is that mental health advert.
是的，并逐约进，对变约争，对抗博弈，成长这样的竞技体育核心，说实话
，over the weekend game，
还是他的对手狼队来说极其熟悉了。
对
，Abby still says he can't really digest Chinese. I don't think that's any surprise, right? It's probably the hardest language in the world to learn outside of English.
我觉得看过起点赛，对于他们表现的这种打法呀、风格，有很多的观众朋友们会喜欢上他们。
是的，但是打的真的不多，一共只有3个大场，然后呢7张图的一个展现，所以确实太少了。包括一会儿，比如说我们来看
Stu's fine making callouts in Chinese.
这样一个队伍的话。
Yeah, he was telling me that like for some of the maps, I didn't want to mention it at the time because like, you know. But yeah, for kickoff he was like, yeah, some of the maps it felt like I was IGLing. I was like, well, that's not good.
坐镇的 BLG 和 EDG 所在，其实我觉得狼队能够给到我们这种眼前一亮的表现，已经实属不易了。
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Let's look at what the press conference said.
今天整个的一个状态啊，确实非常。
Oh my god, it's really getting that bad.
也是春风满面啊，包括是我们刚刚提及到的狼队，这里也可以看到是有说有笑的，马上来到了我们的一个无畏竞技场。今天
My god, Reddit is just on fire at the moment.
狼队的首发名单，
还是大家非
Where was it?
这个阿鲁巴，然后他们的队长
Sorry, I was just checking the teams.
克里斯是他们的决斗，然后呢 YU Coldfish 包括。 进队之后没有登过场的这个
I think it was from yesterday, right? Here we go. Demon Dog did it, which I think is Juntuki in Discord, might be. He looks forward to playing against JDG. Never played up against them. BLG never played up against Rare Atom, really? We made roster changes. Aaron and Flex have been the newcomers, so the overall team atmosphere isn't quite the same as it was before. This is because Aaron is a very young kid and brought a lot of positivity to the team. That's nice. He will encourage his teammates to improve the team atmosphere, which felt like that was one of the big things that was missing from the last team. Just mental looked like it wasn't there. I think we play the most normally now compared to before. We have a clearer direction when we play. Aaron and Flexing have joined us over the past 2 weeks. Practice with Aaron and Flexing over the past 2 weeks has given me more confidence. Ice King is why I joined Tyloo. We're more familiar with each other. There was a lot of difficulties, and I can only say that more time is needed. Can't exactly tell what the difficulties are, but there are difficulties everywhere. Kind of a based answer, actually. Taking it step by step. Officially joined the team for about 2 weeks. I mean, considering it was 2 weeks, it was a good series against Billy. Like, hindsight. I dry peek too much. I have to improve on that. That's true. You did that this series as well. Is this like from a video? Or is it like a... Okay, that's cool.
好，看完了狼队，我们来看一下 TEC 的一个首发名单：卡哇伊、AC、阿博、RB、Lowcam、Black、Shameless、秋叶以及三水教练。
是的，这一次的话，大家可能会。
Abo will never miss an up shot. Been in Cheddar for a while now. Don't have any problems at all with life. Haven't been able to digest the Chinese language very well in the last 2 months. This is something I'll continue doing. Swirl is integrating. He's learning some Chinese. Players are very accepting, and the players speak basic English. It's okay in terms of communication. Swirl doesn't speak as fast as his Chinese teammates.
That graphic is so stupid, man. Just so many players.
A whole, like, squad.
Hello， 大家好，我们的汉班来啦。Hello， Abo， 来。
I was reading the press conference, and Abo said that he's never going to miss an up shot ever again. So,
okay.
Gotta hold him to that.
Setting his expectations nice and low. Let's see. Something that's doable.
As soon as he misses one, it's just fraud watch instantly. You think it's crazy for me to say that I think whoever wins this series goes to Shanghai? I genuinely, like, both these teams are such, like, dark horses that...
I think it has a lot of weight to it, yeah. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, poor Wolves, like, TEC and then FPX in the first week.
Probably, like, one of the kind of, I guess, favorites for the first spot.
For playoffs, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that worries me for Wolves is just the map pool. It was funny. I didn't want to mention it, like, on the day, because I spoke to Nane quite a lot, who's the head coach of Wolves, and he... Like, I was just asking, like, oh, you're playing, like, stuff like Double Sentinel, and asking him questions about it. And he messaged me, like, around now, before the Billy game, being like, well, they fucked us in the VO. Unlucky. And I'm like, wait, what? The series hasn't even started yet. What do you mean? It was just because they just had so little time to prep. They're like, there's so many maps that they just weren't ready for. So they're like, well,
they knew they were bad.
Billy exposed us here.
Yeah, they've had a long time though. Should be better now.
I feel it's like rough too because like TEC, they dropped like Chuya, who was like kind of good. It feels like the series that like TEC lost to get knocked out, and the same with Trace with Flexin. Like, it's a shame because Flexin throughout the tournament for Trace was really good, but that series against EDG for qualifying, he was just awful. He looked completely lost. So I feel kind of like bad, I suppose, that these teams just make roster moves like that based on one bad loss, it feels. It's like Reddit are in charge of the roster moves, I swear.
Yeah, it happens a lot, man. When you got like orgs that expect results and don't understand that sometimes it takes some time, it's like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but it's also like you don't know, like I don't know anything about AC. I don't think we saw Enter play Evo at all, like on the like YouTube Twitch streams. But like I'm curious of why Trace picked up Loking from Tai Lu, right? Like what does he bring that Flexin doesn't? Is it like he's young, like able to sort of build him up as an individual? There's just so much like context that's missing because it's all in Mandarin that we just don't know.
We just miss everything. We're guessing even more than we are for the other teams.
这个数据啊，虽然说是克里斯这边相对来说领先的会更多一些，也是由于TEC 后边的2场确实打得很艰难啊带来的。但是我觉得这2位关键手主要要看。
I asked like Anders about this, or just as many like coaches, I suppose, but like. What did you think was the big problem with like how EDG played at Madrid?
Normally though they play so I like when EDG is like, I think they work best when it's literally all based around setting up Kang, and when he's on these when he's on these roles where he can't be set up, it just doesn't make sense. Like I just think the team falls apart. Like they take no space, they give up space for free, and it's like, well, it looks easy to play against because you get all of this free space for free, and they're never like going aggro, and they're always just like sitting back on defense, and I don't know, it just looks like when you play against an EMEA team that's scared, and you just get all of the map control for free.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they just, I don't know. I'm not saying that it all depends on like Kang having an AWP and them setting him up, but it's like one of the big reasons they used to look so good.
Yeah, it feels like the round that's like imprinted in my head is the one where on Icebox defense where Chichu pushes out of Tube in mid, gets a player that's like, I think it's the Omen or Jet that was on top of Tube. So it's like a really good fight for Chichu to get us to Killjoy to find like a mid lurk and kill him. And then instantly, I think it was Howdong. He's like, okay, go. And they like push beam in and they just get all killed by Sadak. Like there's moments where they have like more time to play with, where it's like, oh, we got to kill in a 5 versus 4.
But
let's like
rush it.
Yeah, let's like build up the pressure. Let's scare them a little bit. But they're so like, oh, we got to kill. Let's go do the super obvious telegraph play. Oh, they expected it. Who'd have guessed? Oh no. And it's just that over and over again.
It's just way too obvious, probably. And that stuff works against the Chinese teams, but not against EMEA or like anyone else, I guess.
Yeah. And then I think in China, they're just like, well, we're just going to play like Paper X. Like, we're just going to play very loose and just diff people. And like in big games, we're so much more like experienced and we don't choke as much as FPX or Trace do. So we're just going to like go for the bullshit plays every single time and it'll work. Until it doesn't when you go into Loud, who are having absolutely none of it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's one of the things where you play against like a region that's like catching up as well. You get away with so much that you just kind of have, you kind of don't realize that you have issues, essentially, because you just get away with so much.
Feels like FPX have the potential to come away with more from Madrid, almost. Like, just knowing, hey, we went up against Loud and KC and we like diffed them a lot mechanically, but we just made a lot of like dumb mistakes. They're easy to fix. If we do that, like, we're on par with like KC and Loud almost. But like, I hate the idea of like EDG just being like, oh yeah, we need to import a coach, we need to get SLK, we need to get Anders. And it's like, no, you have everything that you need. You just need to like use it. Like, use that frontal lobe in your brains to make decisions instead of like just caveman brains looking for fights everywhere.
I mean, yeah.
It's like they have everything that they could possibly need, and they just like, no, we need somebody else to do it. Lockham is chewing gum so aggressively. I mean, I get it. Here we go. Is TMB not on the call? He's been invited. He just needs to join when he's ready. Yeah, the Wolves esports jersey is amazing.
Spring. Why you?
Oh man, I love this team so much. Like all of the individuals that they have, like taking so many good individual players and making a team out of them is just, it's so hard, but when it's done well, it's so impressive. I haven't seen the new global jersey, no, unless it's the one that they use for kickoff. Even like the little jackets that they have are really cute.
Night.
I spotted the name this morning, didn't I?
Yeah,
nothing spicy really, just like very political answers. As I said, it kind of sucks for them to have to play two teams like this early. Is I hope we have enough about us for both the games. Wolves is like global esports, but in the good way. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's almost like a backhanded compliment. But yeah, like global esports of last year, maybe, when you have like Texture and Monyet on that team.
体坛也是有很深厚的历史的，但是它最大的改变是从一个报道者变成了参与者。其实踢足球的
I'm trying to think of what would be an appropriate like example.
自己亲自踢一下，对不对？会更加的刺激和有代入感。
是的，而且来到奠定了这个
Because of a man called Kevin Muscat. I don't feel too bad like supporting Wolves because I'm a whole City fan, so like the color scheme is very similar. I literally have so much like fucking stuff that's just orange on my desk. What did we set for veto? Wait, does this still work? No. Broke it. I think I was right on the vetoes though. Just maybe like tech banning at Ascent was different. Tech picking split, that's risky because you've not seen Wolves play on this map at all. And then Wolves picking bind? Really? What are they cooking up there? I genuinely feel like Wolves would be the kind of team to play Deadlock.
决胜图来到了莲华古城 ，TEC 有2张强图在上面，而且员工重镇，可以说沃夫斯也。
Why are you former FPX? Yes, and former Attacking Soul. Somebody go into TMB's chat and tell him that we're waiting for him.
之前我们也聊了，就是他对于自己的战术和磨合，他一定是有了自信，所以你会发现他的最后一张图。 都放在了这些偏向于战术角度。
China loves Lotus, they do.
在起点赛段当中，其实霓虹钉和莲华古城这2张地图，沃夫斯是没打过的。哎
，Comps, Wolves, just the usual one. Actually, more sensible from both teams. RB's on duelist, of course.
Go on, Wolves.
Hello. Hello.
Are you ready for this? Sliggy isn't ready for this. What they're about to witness.
Right, I'm on the Wolves hype. I went for the double Wolves win in my pick'ems. I'm a believer.
I'm a believer.
I love that it's fucking Wolves esports that's assembled like this Avengers level threat of free British.
Like, the UK, yeah.
All we need is Sideshow and we've got the whole like quartet.
They're gonna win. They're gonna win everything. They're not gonna get robbed this time. Although, of course, they've been fucking robbed by the schedule again. Having to play FPX after a day of prep. After one day.
I guess you get it out the way early, but yeah.
Yeah, but what? Play FPX first, play these frauds second.
Yeah, but if you beat these guys, then you just take the... Like, this game is more important than the FPX one, I feel. But both are really hard.
Easy win. Coming in. Let's go.
I'm actually surprised that like comps for Wolves aren't as crazy as they were before.
好的，在 TEC 这边的话，也是让蝰蛇自己在单独在一个 B 点来做一个假动作，然后整个手上局还是以爆传为主啊，比较正确的一个思路啊。
沃夫斯是选择了两边的一个单挂，而且是一个人线分离的状态。 然后3个人去中路的一个防守，这是一套比较动态的在霓虹钉。
So like Wolves pushing free.
There's no way RB has the DRX Classic.
Wait, does he actually? He does. I mean, what else one would you have? There's no tech one yet.
It's just sad. It's just sad.
It'd be even better if you had the Gen G one. That would be funny.
随时还要防止对方从2楼斜坡摸下来的一个绕后卫，所以现在其实对于 TEC 的防守来说
，loyalties lying.
先搜铁板，而且看到了 AC 呢 ，AC 这跟钉。
Somebody check in with like Sliggy as well to see how much he's stressing about trying to like toggle mute or toggle deafen. Because I don't want to like overload him with just discordness. Hey, what's this? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. He's playing what? Kawhi's on Sentinel and AC is coming in as Omen. So Kawhi's going to be on the Sentinel role from now on. Good retake, actually.
是的，而且要注意一下 ，RB 在这一次也已经做了一个位置转换。其实，在他的
Yeah, they were running double duelist. Because I was like, Abby on Raze? And I was like, no, that's the same.
兜底成功了，但是现在他做到的是在突破手要来带领队伍打出前进的方向。
Yeah, just that free player mid push. I think that's the thing that makes me like excited about Wolves is that default was just a very like I want to say like Western default, right? Just having free walk mid and then play retake on whatever side. Like Wolves are like you're watching an EMEA team with how they default, but then there's just stupid China shit in between. Paranoid's a little bit early. The paranoid from the attack though from TEC is just too low. The vulnerable's nice from Coldfish. Crossfire's good too. You only lose one. You got the spike too. They have to back out.
而且 AC 的位置也被探到，自己又是一把锋刺。 这一分其实对于 TEC 而言已经非常困难了
但是确实能够看到，当 RB 来到了进攻端以后，整个的队伍风格都做改变了。第2回合强起这种事儿。
Why did TEC force? They got the plant. Didn't really do enough damage, but I mean I think it's valid. I think like Stinger forces at the moment are like genuinely good like strategies to run.
来操作一下
能换一把，反正自己要尽量被炸。
我很神秘，
你不神秘。
I think just Wolves were very prepared for it in a good position, and also the fact that like AC's flash just hits the ground, misses. It would have been Coldfish. Like here, like the flash didn't hit. Plex. There's Coldfish that came in from heaven. This is a good peek too. Actually, like just. Really solid way of playing it.
对强击可能会不太选啊，就是架点
对，这样的话太平了。
5 and 0。
整个把节奏放了下来，是一个3-2的一个分路啊。
对，3-2先去拿信息。
对。好，永能止损还是老样子。
This is TEC's pick too.
有所收获，这一波的话，单人是尽量还是来锁到底点内有几个，但是并没有看到点内。
Really early Skydog. Just to see how many there are there.
这边是一个重兵力的情况，我就会拿技能来跟你做置换。
但是有枪械优势的狼队这边的话
I think playing the one way against an eco is risky.
白象烟一挂，现在 TEC 是不好去出的，而且另一边啊。 已经开始单摸了，阿博这里。
但是 TEC 这边的话，已经逐
渐。I mean, you're just trying to stop them get the orb, and you see that they picked up the orb, so the spraying has stopped.
这个位置的话，一个死角位是能够卡死。
Again, it's like a good read from Wolves to just be like, all right, they're on eco, they're gonna try and fight for the orb. Let's see if we can scare them away from it. Sky Flash gets nothing. Rotate's already in that way. And Spring still has his nade too, so he can just chill from elbow if they go for an execute. He's going to get hit by the trip. 2 players ready to spray it. This is just really nice.
扫射打掉1人，阿博收掉了 Golden Fish， 但 Spree 还有背身穿射带走 RB，
点还没有进来，点还没有进来，现在是一波2打2。
Alright, some damage done.
Easy game.
It's a good start. And both of you got the jerseys on.
I don't have the jersey yet, but I will get it. I've actually got the EMEA shirt on.
Damn.
Yeah.
I've got one yet.
接下来的话，包括你比如说有没有可能在
I want to go pick it up in person though. That's the thing. I'll walk to the mall and you be like, give me one of your esports shirts, and they're like, what?
that would be content. Can I have an esports shirt? What the fuck are you talking about?
It'd be so good to just get a normal Wolves shirt and just get fucking Aluba on the back.
所以他们这回合到选人4人抱团，但是这个4人抱团，你看一下下一招已经来有一个转的可能性了。有可能是一波中夹。
Because I think Aluba genuinely could be mistaken for a football plot. Like, feels like a centre back name.
正面1换2，有点小亏，原点有架设 ，Lockheim 完成传板，防守被突破了。卡哇伊现在最好的方式就是去找队友汇合了，因为爆能器。
What's with the fucking numbers that they've got for their health? Why is it so retro?
Yeah, this is like an old UI that they're using, but it's better than the newer one because it tells you how many timeouts they have as well on like the scoreboard. Which I don't know why they got rid of that.
Took rid of that. Yeah.
Because God forbid, if you're not paying attention, it's so hard to go back and actively track.
不过也没有关系啊，因为之前的经济存轴确实还是相对来说比较充沛吧。所以这回合适当的来尝试一下，能操作一下，我觉得也是可行的。是的 ，Wolves 还是第一段的一个 B 大前点位就要跟 TEC 来做决胜啊。但其实你要知道，防守方和进攻方最大的区别就是进攻方可以自由。
I mean, the flash wasn't great.
人数啊是这样子的。
But it kind of worked. Why is the full buy against? It wasn't even really a bonus at that point because they'd ecoed. How is the buy this bad? It's kind of crazy that the buy is this bad for Wolves.
然后 Wolves 这边的话，神经曲系也是有了，接下来一定单摸的时候要小心了，一旦没找到实体。
And I don't know. Like it's almost like this is their bonus.
还是一个两边缩后点的单挂啊。但是 YU 这里因为自己枪线有劣势的情况，还是做了激进的前压，来获取一些信息。他知道了零在挂。 关键手里有大招，尽量想做的突破，万一能找着实体呢？
This is the only issue I have with like the double, like Cypher and Viper, like the double like lurk, is just you find them like stepping on each other's toes. I think the teams have been doing a lot better now is like having the Cypher be able to lurk up on this wall, and then you have the Viper Poison Cloud here that allow you to potentially sneak out this way or this way, and it forces like a player on the defense to keep an eye on it. By having the two lurkers, like it's worked though. Fucking 5 players have been pulled over to this direction. Everybody just copying the Sentinel comp. I mean, this comp was Billy came up with it. Billy were the first to properly use it.
然后呢，先把自己的枪械优势来架成，主要也是因为自己枪确实劣，他得尽量的去打中。
Because we tried to take this comp for odd one out. No, I think we actually did land on this comp for odd one out. We tried this, and then we tried playing like a Sage instead of a Cypher. And then we went back to this. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. Yeah, but back then EDG were running double duelist. This is like Billy from Champions, this comp. Oh, RB's just gonna do the fucking typical shit. He can't keep getting away with this.
He's cheating again. Cheating again, ref.
I hate that there's a soundbite of me saying RB just can't come into China and just diff everybody. Like, that's not how it works. Because apparently it fucking is.
Yeah, I mean, look at him go. Dude, they nearly lost that round as well if he doesn't do that.
Yeah. It's literally like, you know the little montages they do for new skins now? Like they have somebody going crazy with all of the shots to show off like the new finishers and stuff. I think it's just RB, because he just does that in the pro game. Five versus 3 instantly. I mean, hell of a response from Wolves. considering their buy wasn't that good, it was sort of like a half eco.
他没有信息啊，对方人数优势，直接来回避了，而且 A2 楼是有上头的，有点不好转。现在
这波只能硬磕 B2 的，因为现在所有信息都被拿满了，自己又有人数有劣势。
Spring 刚刚双杀之后手感
Yeah, you don't want to give him aim duels if you can help it.
克里斯这个位置很刁钻啊，引入止损出来能配合双架的。小春被打掉了。
I think Lockin was on Viper beforehand. Chu was on Sky, yeah, so like everybody's like had to shift roles. Maybe that's why they got rid of Chu, is just like they can have Abo be like the flex and they could get like a proper controller player.
但是被掉了，瓦尤顺手再抛出一个神经曲膝，
这位置都锁定了，没关系了 ，B 点可以来进行回防了，这波再不提速就来不及了，出来。
Oh man, Wyu, hell of a shot.
再次收下拉博，
宝典的幽灵是 YU，
Still has all his utility up, but he's just fighting.
哇，这两个队伍啊，一边是咱们之前说
If I'm being aced by somebody called Goldfish, I quit. Yeah, the names are fantastic in this region. I mean, there's just so many more. I'm pretty sure there's a player that's just called I'm Better. And there's one in Tier 2 that's called Free For All, which I think is such a baller name, because it's like free for all.
但是之前我们其实也聊了 ，TEC 的话，它之前的这张图是有一套这个双决斗的玩法的，所以现在这样做了调整以后
Olingo is a goated one, yeah.
快速适应了，还是要再来验证一下。
对，但是这样其实阵容会选完之后，攻防两端都会均衡嘛，其实是合适的。
这回合的话，把一个进攻重心
Because Olingo is also a really good word to say, because his name is just O0O.
一个转点的预备。
先上来能把蝰蛇的一些道具骗掉吧。上来已经其实2颗蛇吻都已经交出来了，这对于 TEC 的进攻来说是一个好信号。但是 Spring 随即给你带来噩耗啊
！Spring is springing。
连续2回合完全架死 TEC， 很难形成突破。
两边的单挂 A 其实第一时间没去做单摸啊，
而且倒的是 RB 呀，一突没了呀，进攻方有难度的。接下来，
现在 TEC 其实挺难打的，你现在中区虽然 能够站下来，但是两侧通道是没办法形成夹击的。
而且现在的话，狼队已经做了一个调整了 ，A 是一个人数重防，然后呢，0是在 B 点做一个拖延，现在近点很难做选择。
Now they're like crunched over on. They've got plenty of time to work with still. Flash gets somebody, and that's enough to activate the Viper's Pit, which is a good call for Wolves. The call here is really nice though. Like 40 seconds left, and you have now 3 players stacking over on the A site. And a Viper's Pit to stop these guys from pushing. Really good call. I genuinely feel like I'm watching like an EMEA Americas team with Wolves at the moment. Like there's just good fundamentals built on top of each other.
Yeah, it's nice. Leave mid around 1 minute as well and just gamble stack Saints. That's good, man.
Spring will tear you apart. Spring has sprung. That's the thing.
I mean, Spring was officially started last week, didn't it? So
yeah,
Spring in Spring.
It has sprung.
In season.
We are in season. Yeah, take a timeout.
这回合 TEC 也是要适当暂停一下了，主要现在对方马上的第1轮的大招技能循环要来了，而且这个经济接下来要适当注意一下，连续的突破都没有进行，他接下来试过 fake， 试过重攻这个中门啊，然后呢试过这个有战术定力的。
It is genuinely hilarious that I feel like the actual cries of how good Wolves are as a team and like what their ceiling can be is almost like washed out by just the fucking Wolves win meme that TMV has like started. Like it's a meme answer, but it's not. This team is so good.
RB 现在不叫顶级工兵了，现在一定是 TEC 的领军人物了，已经是。
是的，
啊，
阿伯的双
What do you mean meme?
也是越来越好了。
对
This isn't a meme.
People don't believe it.
This is my
That's what it
fucking
feels
life,
like.
Ryan. This is fucking life and death for me.
Oh man.
但是场面上现在还是有一些比分上的落后，也要看一下eco局回来这2分吧。TEC 怎样去做一些决策？
而且 TEC 接下来的话手里还有一手回复，但是
You can't forget Alphabet.
放下来这是个问题。
独木拉法是有可能会去提速的。
I put TEC on my pick'em because I was a bit like I think TEC look better over a map pool. Maybe I just thought that AC was going to come into the team and be a little bit more coherent. It's just clean. But also it's like if Wolves win, I'm going to be happy regardless. It's like if TEC win, I'm right. If Wolves win, I'm happy because Wolves won.
确实挺难的，因为现在提速不成功，然后包括虽然这分有一些经济上的劣势啊，然后中路的一些给压力之后再去夹击也没有形成。对，那其实，在霓虹钉上，你的进攻路数都被对面打回去了，该怎么办呢 ？TEC
是的。 这次你看又
Why would you let go of RB, man? Yeah, hindsight's a bitch, isn't it? Alright, full buys here. Abo has a Viper's Pit if they can get onto site. RB's one away from having a showstopper as well. So, yeah. Curious how this one's gonna go. I guess this is a chance. Well, maybe not. This series goes super duper long. There's a chance it maybe clashes with VMEA, but only just.
半线来尽量拖延一些时间，你会发现狼队每回合在守方都会做一些小的调整来应对对方可能出现的一个战术。
At least they're using this poison cloud though. Pushing up, Goldfish has the trip there.
接掉了 RB 你的完焰火只能下局再去做记忆了。
一突又倒了，关键一突一倒，知道对方可能会提速，所以追猎之灵直接放了出来，确定 A 外没有人，二楼也没有人。
I think I realized why Drunk QT isn't going to be there in time for Americas, because he's too busy pretending to be Plix and playing in the server here. He's basically watching Sentinels.
It does
learning.
It does look a little bit like Sentinels.
This is where Sentinels got it from. This is where.
只能是被迫转点过来寻找卡哇伊的这一边，然后卡哇伊变成箭头人物去摸。
但是点内的话，一个斯卡，一个幽影，其实整个来说拖延能力。
Nah, it's so funny.
有没有可能有一波小的经典提速啊？
Yeah, I think that's got a toggle there, but.
其实，在攻防两端的眼里都是一个近乎明白的情况。
踩雷飞剑压二楼。
It's just that I mean the trip is still there. That's how good it is. It wasn't even broken. I mean, you might just lose out on the fights. Stalled enough. You stalled enough. You can't die. Goldfish, don't die. Oh, nice hold. Jesus Christ, that was close. Really nicely played by Goldfish. Like, even in moments like that where it looks a little bit, like, off. A little bit chaotic. They still made the right decision, which you can't even say the same for a lot of the top China teams. So many other players would just swing that and just fight it, not realizing, like... Goldfish is like, I'm going to avoid fighting as long as I possibly can. I'm on this angle, I have to fight, I'm going to peek before he gets to me. Showstopper going to be used, and why the same trip. Same fucking trip. He's even spraying in the right spot, like 45 HP.
侧身位三脚架，还想往前走吗？好危险！
主要还有半线，
关键一突又倒了，现在真的近点很难了。而且注意一下 ，B 其实已经成功了，这个时候更尽量还是要把这块能不能有一个打背身的机会啊？
但是爆能器还没进来，这个点还挺关键的。这颗雷又会把 low cam 给压碎。
哎呦，幽影能飞进来。
Showstopper's going in on the other side. Yeah, I've got the Omens just holding the line here.
没有视野，对方全部躲开。
这个完以后可能没有好效果了，而且点内的 AC。
They're like, oh shit, he's behind us. At least to trade him.
回来，近点还是进不来，而且现在的话，预防对方做一个转点，直接回到二楼，随时可以做一个人数优的回防。
Good shots. Bit of an overflick on the second, but. The first couple looked like really good flicks and adjustments, and he just swings off of him on the third. It'd be hilarious if China get a trophy before APAC. I mean, it feels like it's a possibility.
但是一定不要小看 Nate 这个教练，这个俄罗斯教练。
But you can't underestimate the region at all.
3支队伍取得过不错的成绩，而且在那会儿小赛。
I'm pleasantly surprised at some of the better Valorant that I've seen has been from Wolves on this defense.
非常多的，只要你局内很顺的情况，其实狼队是比较无敌的。
再提速了，这次提到的。
Dude, these guys don't know slow rounds. Every round is so fast.
Somehow going faster and faster.
能不能卡住？靠的飞车4正面已经卡死了，我有同时杀出，正面有些扛不住了，还是突破不了吗？
It's somehow Goldfish is just there every single time to just stop them.
上来虽然先打掉一人。 但是现在他仍然要跟 Lowcam 一起面对一个2打3的情况，
而且现在中区完全没有信息获取，只能从自己的家里边走最远的距离。
Yeah, I guess they got rid of Chu because of roles.
往包点走 ，B 包虽然现在是空城。
Coldfish 这个位置是不是有侧身的空间啊？
但我觉得 Lowcam 现在其实管后路。
Well, yeah, I mean, Paper X with Jin coming back as well can't be written off. T1 looked really good. DRX potentially, like with roster moves, might be able to get things going. But also, like Team Secret RRQ, I think RRQ especially, we just don't know how good they are realistically. Nice fights. And Coldfish is playing this super duper late. Oh, the timing though couldn't have been better. He would have said he would be cheating.
哇，正好是一个扭头，要看看是不是手夹方向来人的一个位置。
是的 ，AC 当时的那个加强。
RRQ is a big underdog. I put faith in. Yeah, agreed.
帮助队友来看一下对面回防可能最快的2楼，但是没有想到有一个人一直跟在 Lowcam 的身后，直到你安置爆能器的时候，我从 B 通拉了出来。
这一波虽然是有个人发挥，但是我们一定要说的是，你看 TEC 选择确实打不下来的情况下，他选择的是再次提速，只是换点提速。 但是好像效果还是进不来，还是被锁住。
现在对于 TEC 而言，他们每波都在打快的，最重
要。Yeah, just unfortunate really for Lockham. It was a really good 1v3, but just peeks out into the open, looks away at the worst time. 17 and 3.
你看安博的这个回复，到现在你的几个回合进不了点。
Why's got an up as well.
反而你看一下 Coldfish 现在又把自己的回复打出来了，首方回复，接下来不好进点了。
这也带有一点点预判属性啊，觉得你可能中路要提了，而且道具的提醒。
YU 的名句也摸出来了，一个人单手。
Using the Skydog early again, just to actually get some like concrete information. But the fact that TEC played so quickly is like that could be a call potentially for TEC to like, oh, he's Skydog, they only saw the Viper. Let's get like what they're doing now, like group up, go B main, try and execute that way. Because likely the Wolves are going to rotate elsewhere, but they're already fully dedicated into this spot.
然后2楼其实也没有踩下来，现在只能第二时间去进。
So when I was talking to Sliggy earlier about like what EDG are doing wrong, it does kind of rounds like, oh, we might be able to make a player on this because of some misinformation. Too late, we've already bombed it down vents. And instead of like walking up and trying to pincer all these guys together, we're going to sky flash out on a really common angle and just hope that we clear the right places.
这波没有回复的1打3太难了呀！这怎么办啊？位置牢牢的锁定，枪响的位置已经是明牌了，3打1压后身。
What a way to win!
It's scripted. Like the spike lands in the perfect spot for this Viper's pit.
That little jump he tried up on the rope. Oh, that would Coldfish can't die. He's having a life
He's
game.
farming. 18 to 3, right?
Yeah, just an average Viper performance.
They should have been EDG. It would have been so funny. We got robbed by the refs at kickoff. This is proof.
Game's no longer gone, it's back.
哎，你还记得当时在那个聊地图的时候，当时我有说一个问题，就是之前为什么狼队会把3张偏战术的图都给办掉？就是因为那会儿尽量。
Maybe because Abo said that like I'm not gonna miss an op shot. Maybe because he knew that he was gonna get battered so hard that he wouldn't be able to afford an op. Therefore, you can't miss a shot on the operator because you can't use the operator. 200 IQ thinking. I wasn't familiar with that game. I've been saying this from like day one. Like it's the fact that like the coach said to me, it's like, yeah, you know, like their hopes and stuff weren't massively like high, I'd say. I don't know, it's kind of like they were like, yeah, we got a really tough week this week. Like we play twice instead of once, and we also play up against 2 fantastic teams. And in both of those instances, you could, if they destroy TEC, it's like it doesn't matter that they have to play twice. Like that win in itself is just so important. No Masters winners have ever qualified for Champs Final in the same year.
是有些脱节的。今天这个首场表现，几次尝试进点嘛，后排的队友想跟的是有些脱节的一个表现的。
What do you mean by qualified for champs? You mean like no team that won Masters has ever won champions? Because yeah, it is crazy. But I guess it's like there's always usually like a big swing in like the meta and also the map pool. And that's the other big one. The map pool for champions this year will probably be different to the map pool that we're playing now. And I think that's concerning, I guess. Yeah, I think the most that they made is like top 4, right? Actually, no, that's not true. There has been a team that has won a Masters in the finals, which was Gambit. Gambit won Masters Berlin, and then they were second place at champs. So it's just not winning.
Low Cam 刚刚有一只引入止损飞过去，其实没有给他吃到信息，但是第二波过来扔的这个踩雷飞剑，导致 Low Cam 又回到了 A 包点，本来是有可能牵动到防守了。
但是还是没有形成误判啊。
It's actually kind of crazy to be watching a China game where a minute has passed and it's still 5 versus 5.
这颗踩雷飞剑回来之后，狼队是要去精英接触打 B 的。能不能把你2个人牵动在 A 包点，剩下就看阿博这边过来能接几个。阿博接了俩。
但是 Coldface 后续跟进的也很快啊，没什么机会。同一时间，哎，进攻方中已经摸进来了2楼位置，有一个背身机会吗？RB 回身就是一枪，
这是 TEC 的首枪，
只剩最后一个了。RB 能不能找到？不需要他的 Low Cam 同时摸了上来。
I was gonna say this. It's probably the first time after watching all of China that I've seen a minute pass on a pistol and it still be a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, it is a bit faster. This was nice though, like from defense. And I kind of like that they at least tried to create pressure on the attack as well, make them think over towards A. But
yeah, even just full contact walking.
Yeah.
Everything just feels like the whole region for me just feels super telegraphed with how they do stuff.
I think that's fair.
Like if you see a smoke mid, you know that they're pushing mid.
They're just playing catch up. That's that's the thing, isn't it? It is just pure catch up. It's like stuff that we saw like a year ago.
大力气。狼队防守固然厉害啊，但是他们在进攻。
It's just not an awful lot of like trying to fake stuff out and calling bluffs. And it's like even when they try and do a fake, it's so clearly not a fake. If that even makes sense. So they just, yes, it's just the Killjoy over here with an ultimate and a smoke, no other utility.
不错，不过可惜啊，枪械烈士在最后一回合还是没有站住。
是的，这一波就是主打一手对抗啊。
Is it worth playing catch up in a game that changes so fast though? I mean, you can't help it really. There's just a lot of stuff that China don't realize as a region that is evidently obvious to everybody else, especially like pros and coaches from other regions.
对，而且注意一下 RB 的大招，玩焰火就差2点了。 而且阿博这边大招也很快了。这一回合
，like we don't really see the map being manipulated as much as it could be.
第一波大招会来得非常快，直接选择5人抱团，直接组点。
Like you think of it this way, on attack, you want to put as many question marks around the map as possible, so the defenders get stuck in the wrong place. It's just exclamation marks in China. Like there's no up for interpretation whether this is an A execute, it's an A execute. And Wolves don't care how obvious it is. Because they're like, if we try to be coy about it, we're not as powerful utility-wise. Like, Wolves are so, like, the utility is so impactful, it feels weird to not use it.
180度一个枪线配合，有没有这个角度啊？
阿博手里是正义，而 AC 手里是锋刺，两个人是没有。
It's like old FPX almost.
换枪过来，1打1没打赢 ，AC 换到害灵，先杀1人。 往包点里走，但这是一个双枪线，先看到枪管了，想穿7发子弹找另一人，有单向。
You did some damage at least, 2 like armor buy-ups and then 3 kills. So not a bad bonus for TEC.
因为上半场确实分差拉得太大了，这个对方已经来到了一个11分，马上就要到自己的盘点了，这个压力确实太大了。
对，因为我们经常可能说，毕竟这一分是一个把长枪打短。
Yeah, and Optic was 2022 as well. They made finals and won Reykjavik.
我觉得是能接受的了，狼队。
哎呦 ，Cold Fish 这个位置太关键了。
Yeah, I guess that's a cool storyline. Like the Champions winner isn't a Masters winner, so Sentinels are fucked, you know, already.
这张图的话是 TEC 的自选图，这个要注意一下的，这个还是压力挺大的。
知道信息了，知道这一波狼队在 AY 是有人的，而且第二时间狼队也不做掩饰了，直接进点。
Actually, technically, Ascend won Masters 1 in 2021. And then they won Champs, but that was like an individual event, right? Lockham is like clicking heads this series. Like mechanically, TEC are there. Hey Haggis McSwaggis. Sorry, I'm looking for my tissues. I've been so like bunged up and vile recently. It's horrible.
TEC 的技能循环要来了。
就这一分打完之后，其实也算是断掉了一些节奏。今天 YU 的状态真的非常不错，你看他每次就是枪械，其实对他来说优劣势不重要，就是一手准。
对。阿聪的一个手。
Yeah, I mean YU was a duelist on FPX, then he moved over to play Sentinel for attacking Seoul, and he was just a really good fit. Similar to what I guess they're doing with HFMI on Tyloo. Like put your mechanical god player on the agent that doesn't have as much utility to work with, because they're just gonna diff.
没跳下来，这 timing 只剩阿博了。但是阿博这个时候大招就差1个点了，能杀一个的话是有可能开启晚焰火，直接做一个拒止的。跑得很快。
主要上来防守方的主烟直接掉。
I think there's more pressure on the Chinese players and Ogs to perform, considering the next Masters event is in Shanghai. Yes, I mean I think there's just way too much pressure on the China teams and Ogs anyway because of like just the culture difference. And because it does sort of feel like they are playing catch up.
蛇吻，然后加上毗邻之虎，扔了一堆。
虽然枪械上面有。
You think of all of the money and investment that Lee got.
两个人还真不好说，要来了吗？提速。
守方现在技能真的不多了，只有一个赛博囚笼可以做一个单向
要看这个引路之损的收益了，但长尾上来先接一人，有人拉枪线。
I mean the pistols are doing some good damage. I mean, Lockham. Viper's Pit on Viper's Pit. Abo's just going though. Allows him to push up close. He can defuse it. Good fight. Bottom one to win.
现在点里能不能找到啊？阿博知道你是一把喷子。
Somebody's got to push in and check eventually. You should know from the sound that they got half, but nice eco.
狼队拿到了自己的eco翻盘，高效火力啊！
对，
这一分也是有连锁反应的存在啊。可以看到，其实对于 AC 而言，大胆的。
This year won't be like previous year in the sense that Masters winners get a seat for the region, right? Yes. There's nothing like that in the league and probably will be ever again. I'm glad that like Lockham is also like performing well. Because obviously there was so much like focus going on to RB joining the team that like Lockham just slipped in as well, and actually looks amazing. Are there many Western import players? Vukashu for DRG. Plix isn't Western. He's Australian, but head coach looks stressed. I'm not too surprised, really. Like, it's been a really tough series.
暂停叫出来，对于狼队而言也能够去结束比赛，去做一些部署了。
而且刚才这一回合大招该扔的其实也扔了，接下来的话能够投入的资源并不多。看一下这个暂停回来，双方会去做怎样的一个调整吧。其实对于狼队而言，
Yeah, you got Vukashu, you've got... I think that's actually it from the Tier 1 region. You got Nate, who's a Russian coach. It's mostly like Australians / Koreans that are the imports. Yeah, TEC have a lot of players. Dog spotted AC. So they have one rifle over on B with the Omen, and one rifle over on Kawaii, who's on A. Seekers is used ridiculously early. Skydog as well, gets hit by the trip. There's so much utility the TEC has used, there's just not really got anything. Just absolutely panicked. And like, it's so nice for Wolves to just cut noise and fight for mid. Because you have this Viper wall up here. Like, this is how you play it, right? Like, the Viper wall here, the Cypher being able to lurk up A with their cages. Like, this is what I mean. Like, there's so many question marks now. Is it going to be A? Are they pushing mid? Can we fight for mid? We have to, like, focus on B. All of this utility's up. It requires 3 people to be watching it. This is like the element of it that's like telegraphed. Somehow RB's doesn't hit. Neither's does Spring. And now with 25 seconds left, you have to hit the site where there's people stacked. Why clears him? You still need to go get the spike. And why are you fighting at Kawaii? Did Kawaii just not realize that the spike was on Heaven there?
Man, I was too busy trying to work out where we were after the double Razords.
Oh, what the f— they were literally like last second plant and then kill.
TEC 的自选图拿下来的，那么接下来要来到狼队做出了战术改变之后的员工重镇。
Easy fucking game.
Oh, what a way to end it. I think we've seen Wolves on like all of the maps now other than Lotus. Kind of crazy to be like the newest team and having to play all 6 maps in 3 series. Oh, Lockham also gets hit by the trip. Ugh. Oh, rough one for TEC. I mean, it's obscenely good. Like, what was that? That was like a 20-minute map. Or maybe like 30 minutes. So I was looking at sub points. How are Wolves the newest team? Because most teams in China, at least, were like built off of cores. Like, Wolves is the only team that wasn't, like, there's no player that was on the same team together. Like, they're all from individual spots. Whereas, like, Tyloo had their core and then made roster be same with TEC. Yeah, but, like, here, the spike was, like, dropped in... Oh, yeah, I thought it was Heaven, the spike. So, like, Kawaii doesn't see it. I thought this was Heaven. That's why it's like, why are they not, like, protecting it? You could have a nap before the Team Liquid game. Team Liquid playing the... I guess they're the team that played twice this week then. Yeah, I got really thrown off because of the slow, right? I thought this was like they ran out of time for some reason. Like, it just felt like everything went into slow motion then. Good God. Oh yeah, we've not seen FUT play. Not seen BBL play either. So was it Gentle mate to BBL? Plan to 1 second remaining. It was very close. I mean, Wolves picking Bind as a second map is pretty curious. Because they lost. Sorry, wrong team. They lost, but they lost against DDG. What were they running? Oh yeah, they ran YU on the Raze and Spring was on the Omen. And Plix was on the Euro. Really weird ass comp. See if it stays the same. I guess we'll see as well if Abby stays on the Raze or whether he goes back to Bind, which he played before. Like, I guess an odd one. But yeah, be right back. I'm just gonna go to the loo, grab some food, and then I'll be back. Run some ads now. Yeah, Abby, won't be long.
这一张霓虹钉的地图上面，他们攻进包点的概率都非常小，这从侧面上也就体现出来了狼队的防守之强。是的，不过就算在这种情况下吧，RB 也是尽力了，他每一次进点之后的这个发挥相当不错。来看一下双方的一个队伍表现啊。可以看到啊，这边虽然说 RB 有一次 Ace 的机会，王牌精锐，但是整体的一个团队项的数据啊，今天狼队确实都是全面的领先。但你也要看一下 TEC 这边一共赢了5个回合，率先击败率达到了7个回合，就这个很夸张，好吧？就是他的进攻确实很强势，但是。对方这样的一个强拉扯的这种玩法，他能不能解决了？我觉得第二张图也要来看一下了。其实，在第二张地图一个员工重镇上面来说的话，我觉得对于狼队他们也是有一些自己的一个心得在的。对，他们可能会去拿出到像克里斯的夜路这样的一个体系，但是他们的夜路体系是有一些自己的东西在的，他们会去配幽影，而不是去配炼狱。对，所以在配到幽影的时候，你有一些单向烟的选择，能帮助你非常。优势的在进攻的时候控下一些区域，而在防守的时候，斯凯加上夜路的双闪体系能够去非常快速的辐射两边的通道。是的，而且这样的一个选择的话，也让自己的进攻端会更加强力一些。而反观他的对手 TEC， 刚才我们也聊过了，主要我现在关注的一个点就是位置是否来做一个改变。接下来我们拭目以待。
All right. Is there much, is it just us three? Yeah, I feel like it's only like us three are watching it. I guess there'll be more like tomorrow, like with Pacific starting and stuff. I guess we'll see. Yeah, Plix is like Australian, I think. I don't know where this Bime's gonna go for either team really. What was it like for TEC? Have it. Yeah. Lost to JD, lost to Dragon Ranger. Oh yeah, they beat JD Gaming the first time, which went to OT. Like that's when RB got like an ace and stuff in overtime. Lost a pretty decent close series against DRG, and then JDG came in with the. It says that they ran the same comp, but they didn't. They ran Sova, and they had a load of like shocked out lineups for the trips. And then for bind, ran this, and it was pretty close, but it just sort of came down to a lot of like individual plays and like set strategies. What's it like beforehand? So that was the same. Wolves didn't ban Lotus, so they must be quite open to playing Lotus now. They banned Sunset and then TEC banned Descent.
都是新兴组建起来，虽然他们可能都有在职业赛场上的一个经历，但其实 YU 和小春，包括冷鱼哈鲁巴，在之前的比赛里面早就已经是队友了。
对，你要这么说，阿聪人也熟啊，对吧？阿伯那是老对手了，对吧？
对手跟队友是一个情况吗？
对，但是我们一定要关注一下，就是阿聪的话，他甚至在最早应该是22年那会儿，就那会儿的话是随着 AC， 然后再加入，当时就是随着 AC 的一个加入，当时也是他们那个。 就是他们那个队伍啊，拿下了很多的一个杯赛冠军。当时他甚至还击败过，就是阿伯还在的时候，然后 Nobody 还没有到那会儿的 EDG， 当时也是打赢过的。
Sending different teams
但是无论
from different international tournaments.
说成绩是如何，倒已经不重要了，因为现在
MENA region is succeeding.
来到了 VCT CN 联赛的一个阶
段。Yeah, I mean, I think so.
一个选手，你有怎样的高度，都需要你一步。
So long as it's not like different teams every single time.
之前的是起点，是一个开端。
Like you want it to feel like with Americas, for example, the teams that narrowly missed out, like NRG, Leviathan, I guess to a lesser extent, Evil Geniuses, a lot of teams there that I guess you could have like definitely seen in place of Sentinels All Out at Madrid. But I think it's really like hard to gauge. You don't want to have it so like loads of teams, like I don't know, 6 out of the 11 teams are all attending international events. Are Wolves sticking with the same comp? It looks like it. Both teams are. I guess it's different because AC is here. Kawhi is on this. So they're swapping around the roles again here, which just feels like off. But RB's back on the Cypher. And they're still dedicating to like the double duelist Fade Omen. Like so many like potential sneak around plays. Yeah, it's a good question. I think the answer is yes, within reason. Like I'd feel a lot better for like Shanghai if we maybe send at least one team that hasn't been to an international event. I think naturally we would. Like it surely would be like EDG, FPX as a potential, and then something like Trace, JDG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, Wolves. So I think just going into that and then going into Champions, like just having more Chinese teams actually like make the top level and consistently be involved. Because like we've seen like Attacking Soul like qualify for international events and then do nothing really afterwards. Same with like Billy to an extent. So it can't just be loads of random teams qualifying and then never qualifying for an international event again. Look at this defensive wall. And then a deep omen smoke. It's again like TEC just playing super fast. You got 3 players all the way in showers now because 2 have gone for the TP. Not really in a position to fight together, but it still works out for Wolves. Good like position for Lockham to not really get flashed either. Late lurk too from RB. It's been read though. Like Aluba's very well aware that like RB loved to do this beforehand. So now he's happy to just sort of chill and wait. AC's going to try and fight, loses it. They know that RB's there now, which is sort of half the battle. And then just Kawaii gets the other two. Even a molly was set up as well, so like stalling out as much as possible. I really well played from Lock M to get the two that he did.
且这套阵容啊，他们去做了一些改变之后，换人来玩夜路了。来看一下后续 YU 的夜路能不能有。
But this fight not really been hit by the flash, getting YU.
之前马德里上我们赛区暴露了一个很大的问题，就是当我们受到了心态的影响时候，会延续到后边。
Kawhi just sends it well. After Molly, and he's like, well, I just gotta go buy time.
他的这个状态在第二张图还是兴奋的，没有受到第一张图的一个明显影响。
战术上的一个。
All right, full eco, 3 players pushing 4 players. Pushing long. They get one and then leave. Maybe gets a nade out too. But these are really good like mid rounds. Are you sure? Thank you.
关键还敲了另一个人的头部过来 ，AC 再拉一人。 缩回去，那现在防守方已经是主动的前压，已经损兵。
Good call for Tech to at least just go over towards A. You've been pushed B. Seems that there's a stack there. Just plant A. You've got RB flanking all the way around.
守株待兔，30血的 Spring 也基本哎。
More damage. You've given him a bulldog. Did you have any like proper rifles in this round? I don't think they did. You've also got him kind of boxed in because of this trip. The Spring will realize in a second, I guess.
对于小春的操作难度是太高了，
不是关键得把枪械完成回收，不然掉的确实有点多了。好的，小背身没问题，
可以把害灵换成獠犬，来不来得及？
没有关系，后面还有队友的。
Okie dokie。
后这个流枪该拿的还都是拿回来了，没关系啊，自己的优势强解局都拿了下来，确实能够看出来。TEC 在第二张图啊。 状态依然能够稳住。
其实我比较关注的可能是狼队在一个长枪分的一个表现嘛，因为前2分他们有很多这种出其不意的招式。来到长枪分之后，看一下。
What's your bonus like now? 1 rifle for RB.
TEC 好稳呀，对面这种起法的话，甲一定是有多清。
I guess on attack it's good too because you only need to like put 1 trip realistically, so you don't need to worry about util in the same way that you would do on defense.
已经来了，传出来 ，YU 直接被堵门了。
这一波太艰难了，同时拉出来，想靠着这个假身能不能
？Paranoia is really good. And Kawhi's actually really smart to like close the distance. Even Coldfish like Molly in this as well to stop him being pushed.
那怎么办？这些回手，对方血又满了，怎么解决？而且知道里边有人，
You know that they're also in there too.
确实太难了，他要做好多的搜点，而且还得做预苗，然后对面又是双架。
Little bit of lemmings just pushing in one at a time.
而且现在枪械 TC 已经完成了升级，现在尽量想少掉枪。另外一个人不想。
That's always the problem when you try to do a lot of stuff around the TP is that you can sometimes get so like obsessed with trying to make a play off of it that you end up just going like out of sync. And sometimes it's just really not worthing it because you've got players guarding it or a setup that's going to make it really strong.
取决于克里斯要不要去操作，我觉得他可能不会去了。
但是我觉得 TEC 这一边状态真不错呀，就这个经济也可以的，去尝试一下打技能点儿，现在是关键啊。
对，我觉得现在其实狼队是有很多在前10秒、20秒的一些小战术在的。
对
，TEC 只要不撞上那一边，然后进行提速，那一侧一定是个弱侧呀。我觉得 TEC 在员工重镇已经想明白了，他就去判断你可能不太会有战术的一边直接提。
不搅了啊！接下来的话还是适当的求稳，也没什么问题啊。让自己经济存留会更多一些，而且大家一定不要忘了，阿博也是一个会在进攻端起民居的选手啊。
是的，但现在其实对于狼队而言，他们这个阵容啊，把黑梦替换掉了思凯之后，首先他们肯定是在 B 通的位置是要拿到强力的控制权，但这样的话少了一个闪光，因为是黑梦，所以就是上波在传送门回来的时候，你会发现没有了思凯之后，你单闪夜路自闪自拉。就会被对面直接预判，直接抓掉。
对，就是对于传送门的利用吧，确实没有像斯卡那么好啊。
所以在这种情况上，看一下狼队后面能不能去把这个 整体的配合啊做起来，你像是有暗眼这样的技能，还是得去第一时间同步给出来会更好一些。
但说真的，这一回合的浴室3人前压也是付出代价了啊。
那现在来看一下，在存钱分，狼队要去如何展开了3A。
天际光说：“我把浴室抢下来保。”
Even like covering the player, like long.
抢位置是可以完成的。
BY 的鬼眼第一时间是
I think they knew that Kauai was low, so maybe they were expecting that the Sky would try and push up. We're getting BLG versus Tidal all over again. I don't know.
有劣势的情况下，发现 BY 第一时间没动作的话，就直接来 A 进行堵点。
对，
现在
I don't think so.
TEC 拿到一点信息，他就转 B。
Mostly because it felt like BLG didn't really have an idea on what they wanted to do, like on their defense. Here, I think that.
现在 TEC 在加默认嘛
Wolves have an idea, but I just think that it's a bit too gimmicky. Not a single close map. Was it really? I guess it wasn't.
不会要硬来吧？这黑屋这边可能是会给短枪机会的呀。
Like good, like full best of 3 series, but they're all like very one-sided maps. I mean, Madrid was sort of the same.
哎呦 ，Cold Fish 被逼出来了 ，YU 也被逼出来了。虽然斯普林有发挥，但是这个站位确实有些艰难啊，位置。
还是被换出了一个意外。
But the game is just so snowbally now, I think.
但是克里斯杀出来了，
强行打成了3换3，有机会看看 RB 能不能搜住。
Oh no.
确定了，而且登方的位置。
Somehow the eco round does it again.
被克里斯收完了。
克里斯保下的这把长枪站了出来，但是这一波说实话 ，TEC 去打这个黑屋。 有点壮士断腕了。
哎，我第一时间看他，就是他已经知道对方点里有人了，也没有选择转点。我觉得后续把登房让开是直接这个进爆能器部署区来下包是 OK 的。这后续2个人转回登房去清剿，是不是有点问题？给机会了感觉。
比较自信嘛，因为第一时间的黑屋第一波的交锋其实是 TEC 打下来了。
对，
但是后续其实狼队的补防来的特别快，而且主要是有长枪的克里斯来了。
没关系啊，
克里斯兜住了。
之前的经济还是有存的，现在还是一个相对比较全的一个状态啊。
那其实这分输了 TEC 的一个拉开比分的这样一个攻势潮啊，没有了。
哎呦，看看这个迷局 ，YU。
Why are you pushing up? TP's out.
哎呦，都是
Spring's still there.
打得好坚决哦！今天狼队真的就突出一个坚决的前点。
You got the camera just outside of the TP here too.
前点对抗，画区域、画地盘的那种战队，
拒敌于图门之外。
对，就把你逼到我想让你。
I mean, this is a tricky hold now because you've had to fight for this a bit more. You don't really have much stall. Like the Prowler doesn't reach past this smoke either, so this is like a really difficult hold now, I think, for Wolves to get right.
这些黑障的一个阻碍的时候还是比较谨慎的，因为在起点赛上，其实狼队有特别多这种前点的烟雾遮盖之后，给了 EDG 很多的一些麻烦。
You're gonna clear this, they do.
提前枪是直接来。
Nice shots from Aluba. Really good tracking. Is he gonna get pushed there? Sky Flash lock him? Is he just gonna walk out of it? Oh man, he might get perfect timing here. Oh, dude, he just read it. He just read it so well. He just didn't expect maybe AC to follow. All right, 1 alive. New player of AC. Not a clean fight. Actually, there we go. Maybe Coldfish could have got that a little bit more. Is that like first initial peek afterwards? He just sort of whiffs it a little.
TEC 的宣传片里也说到了，如果残局给到他，他想每一个都兜下来。他今天做到。
There's some sloppy spacing going on.
Felt like it's similar to the first series. You just run out of like information. Like you use a Prowler and then you sort of hold in both Long and Hookah, and 2 players have different ideas.
Yeah.
Nice clutch from
what
AC
the fuck
though.
are we doing? Why the fuck is YU up front, Brian? Get him back in defense.
不太行啊，只有2把。
He played up front for FPX FC.
又压出来了，但这分脸上有个半线，而且 AC 在放烟啊。
看看 YU 要不要直接放大去找人啊
？AC 一旦下跳的话，狼队这3个人就不走了。
哎呦，
但是先打半线是 AC 的狩猎回合了呀。
对，有机会。Cold Fish 找到第2人，
点名。
I do think like the comp's a little gimmicky as well. Like the Euro and stuff, and then just how much they were playing for the TPs beforehand. It's just, we really like teleporters here at Wolverhampton Wanderers.
It is the gimmick on the map, you gotta use them if they're there. I hate seeing teams do it against bonus though. Bonus or ecos, man, just ban the TPs.
Because the natural thing to happen now is that Wolves don't touch the teleporters again.
但主要是阿鲁巴手里现在还没有更新到自己的枪械，可能还是会要去操作。
对，而且他现在的大招这么多的情况下，我是觉得这回
China teams are so up and down depending on the day. Whichever team figures out how to be consistent first is going to win it all. Yeah, I mean it's true. It's a much more open market, I suppose, for teams to come in and be the best in the region than it might seem because of how dominant EDG have been for so long. But I don't think there's much of a gulf. I mean, the only gulf is just the mental in winning finals and stuff.
但话虽这么说，但是这个过点都很难哦。
还是想找机会啊，还真的想来。这个位置很求稳啊，就是2楼瞄一瞄，不行就跑。我觉得这个位置还是比较稳的。
阿博
I mean, the only round that Wolves won was Eco, wasn't it? So doesn't really bode well.
OK， 任务也算完成了，1换1。
这锅点看到了，能不能跑得了？
Yeah, just making sure they can't save anything is big. I mean, money is still kind of awful for TEC.
而且他刚才做一些尝试，我觉得也是合理的，因为他手里还有一把狂诺，你这个本身也要去送爆能。
They've been held fairly close.
如果能试到下一个人，对吧？
但是 TEC 很老，你知道吗？就是只让阿博放在最危险的地方去对，然后阿博你无论杀没杀，下回我都用完焰火。
AC 今天的发挥啊，确实啊，手感是越打越好了。
At least AC's now starting to feel themselves.
阿聪原来
Yeah, good timeout needed.
决斗位的玩家，他其实他也是打过调整的，所以对于他来说，整个队伍的适配性
Missed stand up a bit. I just don't want
这
to
个
break
时候叫
anything.
暂停，我觉得对于狼队而言，一是分差有点大了，而且这一分。 下一分他们要把自己存的钱全部用出来，
还有那个大招，
对，然后 TEC 刚刚刷新的完焰火，这种种的因素对于内堂而言是需要去做调整的。
对，
而且我们其实，在赛前频繁再说到一点，狼队在赛前的设计，
I don't know how tall I am.
赛中的一个调整。
No, it's actually like fine.
其实，在起点赛的时候，没有让我们看到特别好的成效。那这个暂停看一下，一段时间的磨合回来之后，能不能迅速的打开锦囊拿分了？
这一点的话，我觉得除了本身的思路协同之外，我觉得还有一点就是。
I think it's just probably going to take some getting used to again to like get into the swing of these. I'm excited for tomorrow, at least. But like having casting later on in the day, kind of sad. Like they just all clashes. It's more unfortunate than anything. But hopefully it doesn't clash too much. But it only happens like 3 times, I think, maybe 4 over the month.
暂停在对面的一个防守调整部署之后，还是想要去提速一个预示。
这回和阿博是有大的，有没有可能进得去？进得去的话，奎夫才能放得下来。
OK， 确定了，你第一波是没顶。
Full buy. What we got? Viper's Pit, showstopper again if you can get in for TEC.
缩到了后点，也是
5 volts on defense.
直接给你先打出人数差，啊，让自己捏着大死个就太难受了。
Again, because you're running the Omen, you don't have the orbital strike, so it's not as good of an ultimate. But you got some good stuff to work with.
以及是窗户的位置都没有前压，直接把 RB 抠过来，这波可能要直接进行 A 的提速了。
信息没有什么信息的获取啊，位置不太知道。
Smoking
洞察到了这一点。
A showers.
但是他们的这个人员挤得有点散啊，他们其实第一时
Should be enough for the
判断的时候
giveaway. Instant nightfall.
大招一开，我直接退走，我的大更多，尽量不要掉人，思路很对。
Oh, it actually did hit Plix. I don't know how. It didn't look like it was really going to reach him.
那后续看一下 Spring 手里还有玩焰火的。
No showstopper on the other side.
玩焰火进来想找，可以找到了阿博。
Oh, I can't quite get any more kills in there. The only player that you get is Abo. The Viper's done well to just avoid that as much as possible. And then you got that kind of like late showers lurk too. Again, you get a good player in the Viper's Pit, but it's not the Viper, which makes it so much harder. There you go. Is there much time? No, lock him on this late lurk could be everything. Because they've decided to actually... Oh, did he flash himself? Oh, he's got his Poison Cloud. No, he just gets it. He gets the 2 players lined up, but just as the defuse comes in. Bit of a palaver of a round, but I guess we'll take it.
我觉得也可以这么打，因为当时因为奎夫的这个奎夫在的这个软掩体会导致 Locam 是很难帮队友去补枪的。
是这样子的，因为 RB 血太低了，如果血多点我觉得是合理的。
对，其实这波前面的一些互换对于 TEC 而言都还能接受，但这个回复第一时间会导致浴室的人补不上枪的时候，浴室就只能作为残局最后去发力的那个点。只可惜说 Lowcam 最后这个波操作啊，没有这个机会把它把握住啊。
包括最后的那个暴龙系的位置，哎呦，直接压出来，能扫住吗？哇哟，这波的前压付出代价了。
Also, just occurred to me that it's why you actually play in the Euro and not Plix. Because it was Plix that played it last time, and then YU was on Raze, and then Spring was on Omen. So they're playing the same comp, but the roles are better.
A 小的位置回复一旦开启，现在 A 包点你已经很难进了。
但是通过这次马德里，我们看到很多队伍他会选择，就是当你开回复，一般你就是一个人防守，我重兵强突是个解决方式，很多队伍都这么玩。
但一般其实，在展开回复之后，第一时间会保一下亏势，然后后面放你一个人走。
对，但我们CN这边其实大家都是单人挂，我觉得这个
队
应该也是能找到的，
就还是要谨慎一些吧。
对，
神经曲系抛出来，
好，终于找着尸体了，位置全锁定了，
确定了一下。
进还是转？毕竟 A 还是有一个回复的选择，还是。
They get Aluba. Wait, where from? How much damage did they do? Were they just spraying him?
那就提速过来了，知道你现在蝰蛇只有一个人，但是
跳过一小。
How did they kill him from that far back? They've actually dedicated to this in showers that the Viper has let this drop. Coldfish, this is like a potential disaster. Because you know that this has gone down where the Viper's going to be. So this is a really nice clearance from TEC.
哎呦，神法秀没站住，
被神法了。
而且这回合掉人掉的太多了啊，这又得保了呀。对方现在5个全没掉，而且都是一个
狼队短暂的拿到1分之后，在下一分又是有所失。
They played it with a sky rather than a fade.
不是很好，所以这分肯定是保了。
Yeah, because I think Coldfish was on the sky then.
熟悉的阵容以后，这个节奏，你看他们很习惯。
因为我觉得现在狼队的一些前压的路数
，Yeah, strange round for Wolves.
在频繁做一些慢速的一个摸排，先架默认，保证你不前压。OK， 我在下一波跟你20-30秒钟之后再去打这个回合。
还是想搅的，但这个站位相对来说还是比较保守的，位置第一时间找不到，都是在一个双死角。
Coldfish is the only player on the same agent.
而且感觉啊，就是
Wait, so it was Aluba on Sky?
他的这种前压和上一张图霓虹钉是一个路数。比如说像 B 的这种前压方式，所以被抓了习惯了，我感觉有些。
有一个非常关键的。
I really don't remember much about that series. The map even, the series. Fine.
动态的压制一些区域，用人肉来获取信息的。所以当 TEC 第一波不给你信息之后，后续他的判断之类就会比较艰难，然后一波的 rush 也是很难防的。
The build, I mean, the buy is kind of tragic.
取得了1回合的胜利啊，这个确实有点无法接受。这个经济现在确实。
Not even in a position where you would force, because you could force round 10, eco round 11, have a full buy round 12. But I don't think that's very likely either.
下半场的时候才有些操作的空间啊。
来了，这回合的一个。
I mean, Wolves chose this.
还是选择了放慢。你看，重兵还放在了中区的位置。
手枪局左右的时间提速完之后，后面其实是不提的，都是放慢打。
求稳了。
Was it the Talu's attacking side that they 9-3'd on? Because maybe just starting on attack on bind is the way to go.
后面慢慢摸你。
I think Fade also works better with Yorid in the sky. Yeah, I think naturally like the ult and C's being able to deafen people. But I think just Sky is still insanely like underrated. Like after the nerfs, I think the Sky is still amazing. I just think that you can't play a solo initiator anymore. I mean, this is a good hold, and it was a really good paranoia too. So good hold in the right place, and considering the money wasn't good for Wolves, it's an important round to pick up.
简单的一个进行接触的战术了，第一时间我所有人都在加默认，收集了一定量的一个信息之后，我所有人进步，然后第一时间直接把所有的技能甩出来，
这位置还很尴尬，出不去，高低双。
Yeah, I do think it's tricky. I think if you're playing like double duelists, putting a fade with it is better than a sky.
有可能会给到短枪机会的，虽然说也算是打了一个出其不意，但是。
But I think it's more down to like personal preference of the players than any like optimalness to get the most out of Euro. Because I think the thing about Euro is it gives you so much like individuality and like what you can do and how you want to play. That I don't like the idea, I suppose, of having other people rotate to agents that they might not be comfortable with in order to like play around the Euro to make that stronger. Like obviously playing stuff like Astra with the Euro is good. But it works better when you have people that are like wanting to play the Astra. If you force somebody onto it that is typically more of just an Omen or Brimstone player, it could just like backfire.
而且你看，预防对方传动门直接来，浴室侧这边的话是也有人在看的。但其实现在 RB 是不敢摸得太深的。
Yes, the one thing I don't really like about Euro that much is I feel like you, I don't know, like you kind of just get pulled into doing too much with the Euro, whereas you wouldn't give that much attention and focus onto any other like duelist.
黑豹还留了一个钉子啊 ，RB 也选择先架过点，他肯定不能主动去摸到太深的。
但这个钉子随时可以传送门过来。 所以对方看都不看啊，现在都不想给到对方一个形成人数差的机会。
要来了，第一时间放。
Yeah, a lot of the like Pearl Euro stuff we saw was good.
瞬间的一个爆发 ，TEC 屡试不爽。
对，而且对方有这个大招的情况下，有天地光束还是不想占能防的，全部是退到了一个分散站位的地方。
I think this comp though for Wolves on attack could absolutely like pop off.
RB 的一个照看。
But again, it's like how much does YU need to be involved in the play? Because I'd prefer to just sort of leave him to do what he needs to. It's the same with like how Paper X have played Euro in the past. Like Forsaken allows Forsaken to do a lot, but it's not like everybody else has to focus on what he's doing. Good fight from Aluba. Just unfortunate he gets vulnerable. Lockham is winning so many like key fights. And I mean, RB's usually like pounded on this map. Him being 3-5, almost going into the half is surprising.
这位置过来清剿人太难，就是你只要想一下对方拉出来，就算一拉一打你也没了。哎，提前过来接，这波有没有机会？ 站家了，我不去了，我听见传动门声音。
Euro should be looked at as support agent, not primary duelist. Yeah, in the same way that you might play Sage on a lot of maps too. Like it's not an initiator, it's not really a duel, it's just like a miscellaneous agent. Like if you run Sage on, I don't know, something like Sunset, or even on Bind, like all teams used to.
这回合的话，天地光束放的位置其实把对方的一个后卫给封堵了。这个位置限制对方的一个协同速度还是不错的。
But it's not like you build your whole playbook around the Sage. It's just an extra bit of like util to work with.
Why have got multiple people in my chat asking if I'm your brother, TMB? What's going on here?
也是很少有明居的一个回合出现。
You assume that because you're both Wolves fans that you might be.
Okay, yeah, it's in the blood.
Yeah, yeah, it's passed down generation to generation.
It's not the only thing passed down.
Though. What's going on, Ryan? Where was how? It's two different teams.
Game of two halves, innit?
Game of two halves. Refs on their side now that we're at home. Oh, for God's sake.
他的经验帮他支撑住了。
主攻方向在 B， 他如果摸太深的话，漏枪了，可能被去站得太前了，直接被处理掉。虽然来了，敲到了头部，但这是
I mean, hopefully this comp just works on attack is the main thing.
Yeah, they need like 4, right?
有收啊，一个头皮被阿鲁巴给收掉了。
两边都折损一人，4打4。
哎，现在明局还没想过。
The Cypher might wreck him though, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, RB's 3-5. He's not had to do anything.
是有可能会等会儿一下子直接坐门去 A 啊。
对，就是有人一直没有漏枪声的情况下，这回合你看他这个站位还是有些经典的想法的。
就要看 TEC 能不能判断出来了。
对，而且 YU 他不是第一回合起明局了，他今天对于明局的需求
What are you now? 4 versus 4?
大胆把26血的静音单摸的阿伯直接往点里面。
Yeah, kind of a cheese pick, I suppose.
到底有没有？
没有给到明局的位置，阿伯今年已经完成高点同时站。
More like flavorful.
哇，这一波突然间 TEC 预判了 Wolves 的预判之后，就会变得很好打。
2B 侧面拉出来，和队友形成了汇合。
3 people pushing before the clone goes through.
明局的回防非常艰难，有一个侧身没机会，明局掉。
明局2行泪啊！
Yeah, this is tough.
给 TEC 画了一个天的大陷阱，但是 TEC 就是不踩，
就他但凡转就堵那个明局脸上了，就撞上去了。
是的，
It's also the same thing with like Deadlock, I suppose. Just it's something that like if you build around it, it becomes more of something that's supplementary to the comp and not like the gimmick based around it. It becomes a lot harder to anti-strat. That's why like the Deadlock stuff works so well on like Icebox for like EG and stuff. Because like sure, you can see where they put their traps, you can see where they typically throw their nades, where they throw their walls. But it doesn't really matter too much. Like if you shut down the Deadlock, everything else still works. Got Ascendant 3 just right now, congrats. I'm 1 win away from Ascendant 1, which is my peak. But I was playing with like a lot of people in like a 5-man Discord, and honestly I just sort of like felt like I'm just getting carried in these games. Like, I don't want to just play with some people that are like much better than maybe the ranks that they're at currently. Not saying they're smurfing, because I don't think it was, but it was more like I don't want to, like, either I solo queue or just play with the usual people I play with. Ascendant 3, 85 out of 100. You'll get there. Oh no! The Kawaii still somehow survives. Is this enough, Sleggy? You're the voice of reason.
Be. With a pistol, I think it's enough.
Like, what do you think of like the Yoru on like? Because I feel like I've just been talking about it with like chat of just. I feel that sometimes picking Yoru, it forces everybody else to play so much around it that it becomes almost kind of like a cheesy gimmick thing. Whereas I think it's better to have it almost like almost like the Deadlock EG stuff on Icebox, where
you flash people through.
Yeah, where it just feels like even if you manage to shut down everything they're doing, everything else still works. It's not like they're totally reliant on the Yoru having to do everything because you're playing the Astra, so you want to do stuff around them, or you're playing the Fade and you're playing the Omen, all that kind of stuff.
I think that's a good way of playing it. Like start off over towards B, but have your TP for Heaven, and then it just means that you can like flash the rays in through like the wall on A if you TP to Heaven to get info. I think that is probably the better way of playing it. I like how Sentinels played it, but once people had realized, people kind of adjusted a little bit. So I do think like what you're saying, the EG way of having it as like support could be pretty strong, especially with so many walls on this. Like there is a wall that is constantly the same. It can definitely be abused.
Yeah, I think it's like I get a bit worried when I see that there's like an Omen and a Fade, and it's like, oh right, yeah, because they want to do all of this like death and TP get around plays. It's like if it doesn't work and you've got nothing else.
Yeah, it's just picking a comp for like one round when you have double ults is not worth.
You think the Yoru's overrated or underrated at the moment, or just about right?
Just about right, to be honest. It's still a very strong agent. I think like the way that it's underrated is like what you're saying, the double kind of duelists where it's more of a support for the flashes. This flash is like impossible to turn if you have good lineups with it. You can use it more like a KO.
I think like Fade on this map is pretty like underrated too, but I think like the Fade and the Omen just is a bit like prefer the Brim. Fucking throw Cloven on this comp. It might be a good like triple duelist almost.
With I mean, true. You go play with a Viper, yeah.
这其实有一个很重要的问题是，如果 YU 现在把假身交掉，等会儿你也没有了暗兽，就这个半线 B 包点 B 大外的这根半线，你永远破不除的，要靠枪去破。所以2楼 RB 在架着的。
20 on wins, 8 on loss.
TEC 这回合已经全部退到了后点，想打一个军事回防，不想给机会的。
对啊，所以打。
Yeah, I mean, I only play ranked for fun.
只有这个扔雷技能排名。
而且浴室的船的声音被听到。
而且霹雳之火也同时这个闪是看到了有个背身嘛 ，RB。
And like, I only really like play ranked in like 5 stacks, or like at least like with a friend. Because like, I don't get like if I get to like say for example I get to Radiant, I don't care about like oh yeah I didn't solo queue my way to Radiant. Like I don't give a fuck. I'd rather solo queue my way to. Actually, I'd rather like full stack queue my way to silver than solo queue to Radiant.
就 TEC 这个首枪局胜率啊，他和顶级强队打也是这个胜率，就是他首枪局非常猛。
但这份其实狼队做的比较好的是
I mean, in China, 100% Clove is going to be played. There's just no way. There's just no way that, like, for stuff like ISO, it's just really hard to fit agents like him and Deadlock into comps. But when you have somebody like Clove, where they are just a controller, you can absolutely just swap out the Omen for a Clove, and they would be sufficient. That's the only like good thing I suppose about like Clove's addition. Like I don't think they're as strong or going to be like meta defining or breaking or even have much of an impact like on the state of the game. But at least you can plug them out and play a lot more than you could do for say the last 3 or 4 agents, Baron Gecko. Like if you try and play Deadlock or Harbor or ISO, it affects so much about how the rest of the team play. Yeah, I mean, Omen's smokes I think are better, just naturally. The paranoia is good. I think the only thing that Clove has over Omen is their ultimate. But I think both of them are incredibly situational. Yeah, Gecko had to be like hard buffed. Like the pickup time being a lot faster now is such an underrated change. Abo? Is it Abo or ABO? I always forget. Yeah, Sky had to be nerfed too.
阿伯面对一个1打3的情况，踩雷飞剑先压迫位置，但这个黑杖出来就绝望了呀！
哎呦，没有子弹了，小尝试一枪，
不要绝望了，等会儿吧，等会儿送个爆能器。
Robo Chicken。
也是阿伯现在的想法了。
但说实话，阿伯这选手脾气大的，要不要去试一下？
I mean, this is good for ABO because people are going to die to the spike. They're so keen to fight him. Like, he's still got the kill for Coldfish. Right, that's still a really good, like, eco that you basically get 3 of them to go down. So their bonus is going to be pretty weak. And this was what, like a 5 versus 2? Yeah. And ABO gets 3. What are they like on their ultimate? Not really that close, so not to worry about there. Coldfish, yeah, sorry. Wait, who did I say? I mean, I said the Viper. So am I, like, mixing up teams again?
你看这蟒侠一加入，其实 Wolves 这第3回合的枪啊，下半场第3回合的枪就是能打长枪分的。
对，说不定一把蟒侠让自己完成了枪械升级，对吧？
是的。
I was thinking, what do you call this Viper wall on attack?
The Gambit Eco Wall.
That's funny, because I call it a Team Liquid wall.
We stole it from Gambit.
Okay. I mean, I think everybody can say that about musts.
Yeah, they always have some kind of origin.
I guess it's a very, like, Nats wall.
Gambit would do this every single eco for just every single game for just a whole year. And they would always just walk up slow. 1 goes showers, 4 goes walks up right side. They use the same eco for literally a whole year. It's wild.
And then you picked up the player that did it.
Yeah, pretty much.
很稳啊，没有选择一个前压。
现在不可能漏的，就是你信息也别想要了，你要不就直接冲包。
K-Cop use it on ecos now.
斗争。
2楼有一个斜拉半线，第一时间的话想提速跳。
I think it's just the best wall to do on an eco, right?
It's good, yeah. It creates a lot of pressure.
但是还有卡哇伊原点被推黑，这波技能太多了，3连清屌能架住。
哇，3个人轰进包点了，进来。
时间timing，哎呦，死角，贝克里斯牢牢的停脚。
TEC 出事儿了。
Especially because you can put that wall up and then you can poison cloud showers from like either side.
It's nice having the smoke, especially for like if you hit B here and you can have the smoke on spawn top that blocks the one way, like that's so strong.
Yeah.
It does give you options.
枪线上的一个对垒啊，谁的枪更准，谁的补枪更快？那最后 Wolves 告诉你是我。
TEC 这2回合的话都
Used to run in my team for second round after loss. Just have everybody rush shower and it kill anybody trying to fight them off. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just funny because I remember. I think I started calling it Team Liquid Wall because around when Nats joined.
他是国内比较早的在玩这种支撑点战术，能够放点反清的，但今天没有这么做，打得很硬。
对呀。 然后现在 TEC 也是选择叫出了自己的暂停。在自己长枪分被 Wolves 啃下来之后，现在自己的经济要陷入1扣，2分的战术，而且现在的比分已经来到。
There's a lot more like Wolves stuff. I remember like last kickoff, it was just like the little Wolves like paper page thing that they have. Sorry, Vincent answered my question about how to pronounce Abo. I can't pull this across more, which is weird. Can I pull this?
奖励局第2分的奖励局先抛开，对吧？手枪分和第3分的一个战术层面上来说，没有特别多让 TEC 感受到压力的地方，可能就是一些细小的协同和耐心的程度，是需要通过这个暂停之后去调整回来的。
来了，唯一的 TEC 这边的小改变是 AC 有一个小雄鹿，看他这个站位的情况。
大家都是存钱为下一分去做准备了。
但也没有选择一个纯 E 啊，
有雄鹿去看这个 B2 龙嘛，
枪械劣势基本上都是以这个 B2 为主的一个思路，
两边就是都顶一边 ，B 选择顶的是 B2 楼，然后 A 第一时间放根半线。
There we go。
有没有一个个人的发挥吧？现在只能靠个人发挥了这种位置，确实枪械劣势太大了，所以枪械拿到优势，这个就是我们熟悉的枪械优势，远点等你来摸。
就对面还有蟒侠的情况下，说实话，你想去打一些非常规的前压。
I think one thing that like I've always struggled with, despite playing Viper for a while, is just like keeping an eye on the wall, the walls.
看到了，至少是有2个人起步。信息收集上，阿鲁巴已经打掉了阿伯。A 包有一个空档。
阿伯。
假传给闪。
这一波要看看 TEC 怎么来做一个判断了。他现在枪械
like I think it's
一个提前的预测回防了。
Such I don't know, for whatever reason, it's like I swear I like look at the Viper walls when I'm like watching a stream or watching like a Cascade Pro game. I'm like they're just using the same ones. I just don't pay attention when it changes.
这个位置大家熟悉吗？站前位，哎呦漏枪了，小车力气功，
小车迷途知返，
没什么问题，蟒侠轰
All right, good fights, good fights.
看看这个雄鹿，
先打一人。
There's the Bucky though.
换的是个蟒侠，好吧？
够2发子弹能打。
哎呦，拉出来，快速的补枪，哎呦，完成。
That's like the bonus one.
而且下一分 Wolves 的手
won pretty hard.
不绝啊。那
这个长枪分掉的太伤了，真的太伤了。
是的，因为有这个。
Wait, no, it wasn't a bonus. Round 16, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. They won the bonus last.
还有这个点位。 就是你枪械劣势，你就会急，你急着出来拿信息，我就等着你。
I mean, the buy was kind of weird on both sides, but I guess that's just because you're like holding onto a bonus as long as you possibly can.
但无论如何啊，这一分对于 TEC 而言，能不能守住自己在上半场来之不易的这个优势，就看这一分了。
Same wall again. How do you feel about the fact that they're using the wall every round so far?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it creates pressure. It just means you can't have the luck into lamps, so it doesn't create pressure like deep. But I think that's also kind of fine if you're using good stuff with your smoke.
Yeah, maybe Euro can TP in, or even the Omen could just...
Yeah. But basically, most teams against this, if this is what's happening, they just do like, damn, what a shot. They just do like DRX smoke on the plant, and then just hold heavy showers. That's like the main thing that you would do. Just hold one and just crossfire. Because they just can't plant in theory. So then they have no map control of lamps.
I think I was just saying, like, I think the thing that's hardest for me to keep track of is just Viper walls, just because it just seems to like blur into the map. I don't notice when they change.
Yeah, you gotta go out of your way to check it.
哇，我们熟悉的 RB 顶级雇佣兵时期的表现出现了啊！
是的，而且在这一分上，其实 Wolves 对于 B2 楼
Yeah, like just splitting this off is good.
是拉满的情况下 ，TEC 用个人能力顶了下来 ，Lowcam 在那边坚挺了非常久的时间。
对，终于拿回来了。
来到这一分啊，上来是给到了 RB 非常大的压力。
Sticks it. Oh, he missed the one onto AC, so good effort. I think he has time there to just like chill and like be a threat. This is what I mean about like EDG. Like after like Aluba gets a kill, he has time to just like chill and be super scary there. But no, he can't help but like peek and try and get more.
Go more, yeah. It is the discipline levels.
如果叶灵给了，那我觉得沃夫斯这波下来还有一点操作的空间。
但是对方的站位已经完全完成了，这波来的难度真的。
It's like I guess the region just doesn't feel fear, right? It's like most teams I think would use utility and just be very like, okay, they're now going to be super scared of us in this position. But Wolves are like, heck, don't care. No team in China is fearful of anything in this game, so we're just going to actually do the play.
关键 RB 这个位置很耐心，就是你把
Can't believe RB's set up here though.
然后接下来你耐心进 A 小的时候，我来了一个背身。
What a position to be in.
大没人了，所以已经确定是转的信息了。RB 已经准备做好预苗了。
在点外看，他就只等背身。
RB 转向了 ，RB 转向了，要开始了。
时间找到了。
Oh, the Prowler spots him, and he's still line up anyway, of course. 5 HP.
3杀到手。 连上那只暗兽，直接连接4人，
这就是 RB 天罗地网之球域。
Was TEC playing double duelist in this map too, right? I don't think they were playing double duelist. No, they were playing this comp, but just different roles. Like this walked around. Who's playing what?
从今天在自己巨大逆风的第一张图，他的一个5杀到这回合精准的嗅觉。
The fact that they read it and they still just get destroyed by it. Like the Prowler even behind him like that is. He got 4K including that dog. I mean, yeah, I don't think the Prowler adds to the kill tally though. Be kind of funny if it did.
但是 RB 用这个个人能力抓住了这个 timing，
他解决了4个生物，3个人1个暗兽，好吧，全挡住了。啊，这回合得暂停下来，好像感觉，因为这2回合，首先对于 RB 的处理有点解决不了了。
主要还是说，你现在他那一分用神鬼不绝已经是最好的方式去夹击 B 大，拿 B 大，然后进 B 包点了。其实 Wolves 一直很想要打 B 包，然后 A 包因为一直有 RB 在啊。 现在这2分过后要处理一下，看一下接下来会去优化自己打 B 还是强行冲 A 啊？
对，就这几回合 T 的选择就是 B 一直是一个人员重防侧，然后那个直接把花园带上2楼，全部封住了独木，让你第一时间出不来的情况下，这个时候就是把你逼到 A 来打我的 RB 镇守点。
因为你看，其实进攻方他们一直会选择把独木拉在帮助浴室去控点的这样一块区域画出来。
对。 而且这一回合近点也比较难啊，卡外这儿还有个天地光束，你这近点有难度的，必须得先把人找死。
对，如果这样去画这个独木的话，很有可能就是要控下 B 大，然后为自己
outside work has stopped, so I can open the door a bit.
一些余地在。
Alright, so time out for Wolves are on an eco again with just one rifle for Plix.
有过翻盘的局面的，看看这回合还有没有再进行复刻了。
而且 Golden Fage 手里有一把
And just going all long, fake TP. Skyflash doesn't really tell you much here.
放完技能直退后点，完全不给任何的一个对方可能受人机会。这是我们说的我们熟悉的 TEC。
Prowler gets information that there's nobody in here, but he doesn't get the trip. Is this the John Cutie trip that I've been seeing? No, it's just a normal one. Good shots from Aluba, and that's a gun upgrade. The snake bite, yeah, vulnerable's AC enough, and then Coldfish gets Kawaii. How is this around the day end up winning? TP's been used at least by RB.
位置烟暂时还没有消散，先炸死角侧身位
Tried to do as much damage to Abo. Oh my god, Abby could win this now.
现在是1打1 ，RB 只有30血，爆能器已经安置 ，Golden Fage 是优势。
Did he use Neural Theft or not? No, he didn't have it. Oh my god, that angle.
再次站住，连续3个回合稳住了 TEC 的局面
，8比11了。虽然这一分 Wolves
it went from like Wolves, like how are they winning this to how is RB gonna win that?
TEC 说不。
I mean, the observers kind of like fucked it too. They were like switching POVs way too much.
那就要看下一分了，因为
like just stay on RB there.
靠自己的个人能力，大心脏给他兜住了。但是下一分其实才是 Wolves 的进攻狂潮啊。
对，但是阿博这回合的发挥一定要说正面把对方。
Oh, he just peeks for like a split second there.
可以看到 Nate 和三水这边形成了一个非常鲜明的对比。
对，就是马德里给我们。
Crazy. I mean, he's only got 13 kills.
表情动作就请加。
Ring's been really quiet though. 6 kills on Raze.
还是想打 B， 你看这几回合思路，就感觉就很明确。
但是我感觉这波不太一样的点是 A 还是放了一个人单挂的，是有可能转回去。但是他这个独木拉的，你要么就是出烟闪的时候用一下，你第一时间没去控浴室的话，其实感觉收益不是很高哦。
对
I feel like this is getting so much value. Like the response of like using this wall all the time to put the camera here, and then you got this wall that goes across here too. But there's no. Like Wolves did this wall. TEC balls in your court to make a decision. Have this set up. Right, what's the response from Wolves on this setup? Nothing. Jesus, Springs just in. Nobody else is anywhere near him.
不敢去追 RB 了，不敢去追 RB 了，而且爆能器敢直接拍吗？没有拍，
能架住，能架住，卡哇伊来了！
天际光束定位两人
，absolutely farmed them as Kawhi. Nice 4K.
稳住了局面 ，TEC。
No, I was gonna say deceased, but I'm looking at the wrong team.
各自的选图里面都是在燃烧自己啊！
啊，是啊，在自己的选图都是让对方打得好。你这个你也可以的。
And they both try and push out and fight. Like, I guess Aluba dies faster just because they were lower health. Could have all been on different days. Yeah, but it's also at the same time, like, China only cares about China's audience. So having the games on the weekend is super important for them. It's the same with, like, League. Like, LPL and LCK do Clash too. So, yeah, I mean, it's a shame. Like, it basically means that my weekends for the foreseeable future are kind of busy. But, like, it's just how it is. When else would an event should it be on? No way Wolves win Lotus. We've never seen them play Lotus, to be fair. We never saw them play Split, and they dumpstered on it. So I don't think that's fair to say. Yeah. Why do I still feel like RB wins this?
Bro, after the last 3 rounds we saw, I understand it.
1 HP clicks. Yeah, I don't think it's fair to say that Lotus is GG.
That's a great jinx by you there, Ryan.
Yeah, that's the intention, right?
Coming in clutch.
There's no way that TEC lose this map now.
No, there's no fucking way they lose this map now.
They'd have to be pretty silly to lose a map like this.
进攻方面对对面枪械又有优势的防守方前压，阿鲁巴，对吧？顶着一管狂徒弄了3个，来吧，没啥说的。
I mean, Wolves are 5 ultimates, so they're gonna lose. See if that jinx actually works. Good information. Was there a trip set up here too? So that just got broken instantly by the nade. I mean, all of the utility gets cleared. Nice ult.
现在把你逼到只有一个2楼位置，或者你绕大圈来绕后，但我绕后，你看有钉子在等你 ，Spring 在等的，
而且 Colin Fish 在这个回复里面用一把封刺，这效果
All right, you get RB.
加的，必被阿鲁巴给干掉了这个位置。
Can you go the rest of this round without using any more of these ultimates? I keep these 2 especially. Nope, I don't like that at all. Because these guys are looking to just save, I guess. But they've used 3 ultimates now, so that a Nightfall really didn't have to come in. But they still have a showstopper. Like, I think if there's a reaction, if we see like TEC try to go into this, maybe doing a Nightfall there is solid.
对，而且还有一个比较重要点，你看这一分其实就算打到最后，你这分拿下了，你也没有办法全部把自己的枪械给更新。对。
Not losing anybody to this, like, guns is important. Just call fish. Oh no, they're big kills. Oh dear. It's funny, but it's also super nice for TEC.
烫手山芋了。哎呦，那现在10比12，狼队担子依旧不轻啊。
I guess for Coldfish it's not too bad because they just had a stinger. Are they missing anything? Doesn't look like it. But you still have to get 2 more rounds.
看看这个奎夫在哪儿啊？奎蛇现在是在 B 点的 ，A 小还是让 RB 一个人来守啊，并没有选择直接开奎夫来打锯齿。
I guess the one way here is good. Like if you could put this wall on and then, I guess that's a good way of just making sure that the Cypher does put their utility towards showers. But now I guess it's like TEC aren't buying it anymore, so they've gone for this trip. And then I don't know if this is the one that just goes straight across or the one that's like up like this.
TEC 占了3A 哦，这分是强强对话了。那晚安焰火近点的第一波效果肯定要着重关注。
看看这个提速效果怎么样了，晚安焰火能不能够真的有所收获？而且整个站的都是相对安全的一个位置啊。
暗手出来，
隔断一给，2楼隔断给，
飞剑给出，同时再给闪光，要提速了，晚安焰火来了，看看效果，看看效果，
碰到吗？
Oh my god, he's swinging around.
连打2个，经典完成，但是卡哇伊只能做到1换1了。
阿鲁巴是解决掉了卡哇伊，包点占了下来，狼队。
再次保了吧？这个说实话又是保了。
Shot trip was there all the time. I'm pretty like they did one like deeper, I think. And yeah, they had like the camera here at least, and then like a trip.
还是帮助自己稳住了局面。
Now they're trying to play more like sentinels. In the like John QT likes to sort of like put utility like around the map instead of like having it focused on one particular area. Like using to get some information here, some information there. Yeah, this is a good good turnaround. Heck up chance for a timeout too, I think.
虽然一直在输，而且他们其实经济保持的还不错，每回合都有自己足量的一个枪械啊。
一直有人能保枪啊。是的。
Want to refresh the curse, Ryan, for this last round?
I'm trying to like reverse psychological myself.
Oh, timeout.
There's no way that Wolves lose. No, that's the other way around. Shit, the other way. There's no way that Wolves win this.
It's over. We lost.
合力大师赛的时候，我们看到像 KC， 对吧？包括是 Sentinels 那样的战队，他们在近点的时候，他们也会有一些快速抵点或者干拉的战术，但是他们从来不会是就一个人。
Good time for a timeout too for Nate.
要么是有人员配合，要么是有这种技能配合的，
尤其是 KC 吧，我觉得尤其是 KC，他们经常会有一些像这个人墙战术啊、3架呀、4架。
Game's gone. It might have done. Oh, you got like little wolf stickers now too.
用到淋漓尽致。
对，战术上面也没说 KC 的战术有多么复杂，但是你想去跟他们打的时候，当他们不想给你机会，他是真不给，
就是效率真的高。所以我们在说，就是队伍的协同啊，技能的协同。其实这个赛区，就是这个赛季我们赛区要做到的改变和提升，真的有很多。毕竟接下来。 大师赛是在我们家门口，我们要拼尽全力去竞争和提升了。
上海大师赛绝对是对于这群选手们来说，可能是职业生涯当中最好的一次机会了。
是的，所以在这个时间过后，我们要来想一下 ，TEC 连续让了2分怎么处理了啊？
这个暂停叫出来也是缓和一下场上这种交替，甚至说
Maybe he's got double the kills of the rest of his team.
让我们短暂的能够呼吸一下。
What a pickup it's been for them. And he's just going for the TP. They seized the raise and nade the other side. If they had naded this corner, they would have got them. You're gonna skydog him and clear him out. Oh, I mean that's so well dealt with from TEC. Really unfortunate just this utility in showers didn't work out the way it did. But YU's in a fantastic spot. With this wall too, they just don't expect him. Oh, great re-peek. Oh, 2v2. Spring and Plix. Spring going in. Oh, just the right time onto RB. Hey, Munchables. I'm doing what you're doing, but in Valorant. Oh my god, AC's found him. One way's in a good... Weird plant right out in the open. On. Stops him from getting half, so that's perfectly timed. Stream, thank you. Well, he wins it, I guess. We missed like half the action, but... Like, these fights from YU are just so important. Senses for violent clutch. I mean, Spring just finds the perfect timing. If we get a timeout now, we'll go back and quickly catch up on it. Not quite. They get an extra timeout because it is OT, and then it's just whoever wins 2 rounds in a row. While swapping attack defense. Just somebody was asking about it earlier. We'll go for the very beginning explanations on this game.
速度 TEC 还是老狼的进攻方，把速度降下来。但是狼队这次也没有再选择这种什么闭点前压找机会的玩法了。但他们是会选择抱在一起打的，还是那个问题。
You get a trip on one side. Did they get the trip on the other?
抱在一起打最合适。哦呦。
You can't really flank this way, so going A is actually not a bad shout. This has worked out wonderfully for TEC. They don't check him? Oh man, he does so much damage. He does barely any damage actually, never mind. I thought he like bodied him. Only hits like 1 bullet. And I think it's in the leg. Bit of a whiff. But I mean, the rest of your team literally just leave you. Fuck about with the TPs again. Good fight. Satchel, gonna force him back. Great flash onto Lock M, but I think he gets Lock M as well. Oh, Kawhi's Molly as well. Perfect timing. Orbital strike. The peak. I'm telling you, like, if Wolves just stop, like, fucking around with TPs, they win.
They love going aggro.
What the fuck have I just watched?
I also missed the clutch to go into OT because the YouTube stream...
TP back.
Yeah, just leave Plex on his own again.
但是呢，对于 TEC 来说，他在这张图其实攻守两端都是 OK 的，有一说一。但就看谁能先破除这样的一个循环了啊！哦呦，卡哇伊啊，这2回合的一个发挥相当不错啊。抛开一些心理上的一个压力不谈嘛，就我们刚刚讲的那个平衡性上，就看这一分。
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, it was based off of nothing. It was based on them hitting a trip with a prowler here.
就是必找机会，但是这一次 TEC 没有再选择前压，很稳。 这一回合的话，重心其实还是在 B， 但是没有在 B2楼啊，是在一个 B 大的位置来给压力的。能从 TEC 的一个意图上看得出来 ，B 通虽然能给你，但是 B 大前点位我还是要争的啊。哦，又要准备禁烟了吗？又要准备禁烟了吗？来了，
The TPs are so fun. It's I don't it's a whole thing.
大概知道了，对方现在
You can't live and die by the TPs. It's just got to be something that you sprinkle in. Mollies are great though to stall this out from TEC. In a crossfire. Oh my god. The Molly actually gets YU this time. Oh, that's clean. Oh dear. I also like that we've got like 3 very different, like Sliggy's trying to be like very nice, give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to like just try and understand what the hell's going on. And then TMD's just flaming.
What are they doing? Ryan, I'm blaming you for that one, to be honest.
Well, because I didn't jinx them.
Yeah, you're like hesitant jinx. No wonder they lost an OT.
Yeah, it wasn't anything that Wolves actually did.
No. You think Wolves lose this game with if you don't jinx them? No way. No way. Man, every time they run into 3 people. We go again.
I think Galuba had like 30 kills, that just double everybody else's. It's nice that we actually get like a full day of like full best of 3s. because it took like 5 days, I think, for kickoff to get an actual competitive series. And an actual competitive map too. Like, it going to OT is like, you know, promising. But like I said, these are the two teams that could be a shout for making playoffs and also making Shanghai. Wait, what time does the EMEA start? You guys might be able to time this well by doing the EMEA straight afterwards.
It's gonna be close. Need a convincing map.
There's nothing convincing about it, I guess.
You know, who cares? We know who's gonna win.
Do we?
Well, I mean, you picked Foot. I did too, but... Did you pick Liquid against Koi?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not that out of it.
Oh yeah, you're not that out.
Yeah, I'm not that outrageous. Come on.
How often do you do predictions based on if the other team win, I'm going to be happy, so I'm going to predict against them?
Oh, never.
I did that this game. I predicted TEC.
Okay. Respect.
You predicted TEC in this game?
Yeah, because if Wolves win...
amongst us.
What a traitor!
It's like betting
Outrageous.
against your favorite team because you, like, win either way.
Well, if they lose this game, you're out.
Out of what?
I'm never speaking to you ever again.
I mean, honestly, that's fairly valid. You'd just be like EMEA then, to be fair, so there's that. I mean, at least like TEC have like shown up on this map.
MVP 是给到了卡哇伊选手啊，263的平均战斗。
Kawhi Beckham, I guess the only concern I have for TEC is just like if they kind of move up the roles again, and that you have like AC on like main controller and Kawhi's on Viper. Like, what was it like last time when they had Chu?
主要是这样的 ，RB 在那几波高光之前没啥高光。
So I imagine they'd probably put Kawhi on Killjoy, AC on Omen, or maybe they put RB on Killjoy, put Lockham on Fade, Kawhi on Viper, and then AC on Omen. Just everybody shuffle around outside of Abo. Like, what on earth do you do? Like, no matter what they do, it's just gonna like be hindsight, isn't it? Like, if it goes badly, you just go like, why did they change it? Now for me to be heading home, yeah, hopefully the final map is a good one. Plus, like, stats too, like first kills and stuff. So many like plants and wins off the back of it too. Will you watch part of the Tier 2 region next? As in today? Probably not. Like, there won't be any other streams today other than maybe odd one out later, but we'll see.
而且最重要的是 AC 吧，我觉得在2局游戏非常快的一个速度当中就已经开始找到了自己的位置。对，在这张地图里面也是打出了十足的效果和火力带的。
Right now, I'd probably say not likely. Like, I'd like to like chill, just get any other prep that I wanted to get done. Make sure that I'm ready for like tomorrow for China, but also Polaris. That's going to be a full-on day. Yeah, because this time tomorrow I'll be like right in a cast. VCT single-handedly destroying my sleep. I mean, that's kind of like why I like doing China and Pacific, just because it is quite early. So, and I'm not really that fussed about watching America's like live, I guess. These China games are like 4 AM for me. Oh yeah, Jesus. At least Pacific's like earlier, and this is what like a late like finish. There's a little bit of a tech pause, full free mappers, bit of overtime here or there. You know, usual bits and pieces. Really does sort of feel like tomorrow, if everybody else is doing Pacific, I might be the only person doing China. Hope that's not the case.
好的，观众朋友们，欢迎回来，继续收看武卫学 CN 赛区第一赛段的比赛。大家好，我是解说阿丁。
大家好，我是解说周特马。
目前 Wolves 以及是 TEC 已经战至了最后的决胜图，我们将会来到莲华古城。
是的，然后这张图的话是狼队在仅有的2张图里边，微风和莲华，然后自己寻求是搬掉了微风，然后来选择了一手莲华。这个因为之前我们也说了，在上个赛段来说的话，他是明显在规避一些强战术的图，但是今天他在主动选择强战术对抗，在图1霓虹钉的时候确实做出了非常良好的发挥，但是明显图2有一些水土不适了啊！
而且 Wolves 是主动搬掉了微风岛屿，然后去到的莲华古城，因为他们是 Team B，所以他们会去选择最后一张决胜图，究竟走向。
I might watch China over Pacific. It's easier to watch VODs in English than Chinese. Yeah, I guess. What? You just watch the VODs back like later on. Makes sense. I'm gonna run ads so we don't get them in the third map. I mean, it's literally about to start, so I might time that poorly. Hey, Fingling. We're back. Stage 1 is a go. Bit of a quieter day today, but I guess people are still like getting used to when it's happening. APAC and China are the only conflicting time slot regions. Potentially, like, if China goes late, it'd go into, like, EMEA starts in an hour, I think. I think it starts in 40 minutes.
大师赛起点赛的赛段的冠军也可以获得，而这样的积分最终会影响到你能不能成为最后一支去往最后全球冠军赛的战队。
是的，在大师赛这个的话确实还是离得比较。
Will you continue to watch now? I'm not doing EMEA.
现在来看，这2个队伍确实伯仲之间啊。
我觉得是需要。
I don't want to try and do too much.
较量，因为它影响到这个积分最后的一个走向方式，而且也算是给你到最后上了一层保险嘛。
哎，确实这个样子的，而且就今天的。
But the focus is China and then Pacific when there's opportunities, and then Tier 2 when there's opportunities, as well as like the casting and stuff that I'm doing.
阿鲁巴吧，在自己的状态端找得非常棒，因为上个赛段我们可能更多的画面是看在了克里斯的身上。
John 24/7 you watch Leggy, pretty much.
阿鲁巴超强的，
But like he can't do all of China, so.
差一点点就挽救了局面。如果没有阿鲁巴多次的发挥，其实也进入不了这个加时赛的。
因为他也毕竟很多时候在。
But I'm thinking what I'll likely do is like on the off days, like during the week, I'll catch up on the Pacific games that I miss.
一个起点赛之后，你会发现有指数倍的增长。
没错，加油之后来了。 2支传统体育巨匠的跨界之争。
What are the comms like? It doesn't tell you if they've changed stuff or not.
孰正孰负，一局定胜负。
Going for Cypher on this map instead of Killjoy. Was I right about the roles? Actually, RB is on the raise. So like back to what they were doing on Split, which didn't really work that well role-wise. So it's a little bit concerning, I suppose, that that's still something that they're dedicating to. So I think like Wolves' comp is definitely different. Cypher on Lotus based as fuck. I don't agree, really. Not on a map where there's so much like raise play. The other thing it's good at is dealing with like fade stuff, like prowlers, catching them, stopping clearing some of these angles. But like I said before, it's all to do with comfort. But it's more than like why use Sentinel, his Killjoy on this map has always been like pretty good. So yeah, I'm not sure how this one's gonna go and feel. Gotta respect the cooking. I mean, we'll have to see it what they've cooked first before. Huge chamber fan. Yeah, I think the only thing that is potentially good for is just like if Wolves do like these, like kind of what they're doing now, right? Having multiple people stack and push together. Because then you don't need to worry about how far away you are as the killjoy from the action. Because if they go A, this utility goes off, they can like flank behind. But like they've broken the trip and then opening the door, break the camera, go back. Camera's gonna see nothing. Because the Cypher hasn't had a chance to check it. So they check the camera now. Might see that there's nobody there. There's still people rotating. You should know stuff. You have a camera here to get you that information, so you shouldn't be that worried. But now you had the right read, and you've just been pulled away by one trip being broken. Has Kunkun played any chamber this year? No, I don't think anybody has. Good fight from YU. Do they know that somebody else has gone in? Clearly not. Plant hasn't gone in, and right idea, 3 versus 4, push to see if you can get a kill, even the odds. Maybe just trying to do it at the same, like pushing this to try and even up the numbers, whilst also allowing Abo to push and lurk. Timing's going to be a little bit like awkward here with planting. And yeah, they don't know if the site's actually clear. Yeah, they have enough time to plant even in the open spot. Good damage done. Like AC, this is a doable 1 versus 2, but he just peeks right into both of them. Weird, like around that almost backfires for Wolves. It's a good job that YU's just awake and gets 2 here. I like this RB and Abo roll swapped up. Me too. I think having your IGL on your list is a little bit crazy. Yeah, like RB is the right idea there for sure, even though it seems a little bit silly. Maybe just the timing was the only bad, like good idea, bad execution kind of vibe. The same sort of thing, like Wolves, it feels like that's what the Cypher stuff is for, is just to sort of allow, like, to play very spread out. And then everybody else could just sort of walk together. Good position for the Killjoy to be in. Does it get cleared? Yeah.
现在慢慢的滚自己的终极技能，在这一分枪械有劣势的情况下，也是一个选择。但是枪械劣势过0的阵手确实挺难的。你看这位置看死了，看了半天，这还有半线，真不好解决。这个
I guess the thing that I like the most about the trips is they're all like just simple ones. It's not like you're going for the ones that like go across here, shit like that. Like if you want to play the trips just like zonal ones, I think I'm more down for that.
那其实 RB 的一个3个点数，这一波 RB 倒在点里就有4个，也算是在eco局里面已经拿到了一个基本的收益了。YU 进来，有没有机会卸把枪啊？小声一手，但是对方是个3人齐出的，
Right, even just spread a corner, good read. Yeah, good stuff. You got Neuro Theft for next round 2, flawless anti-eco.
现在就只恨自己不是奇乐了。要是奇乐的话，现在已经手里。
What do you guys think of the Cypher on this map of a Killjoy?
I like it with the new update, like the new changes to Lotus. I think it got a lot better. I still don't think it's like I would probably run it over the Killjoy, but I think that most teams would just feel like the Killjoy is better because of the like instant stall and the attack. But I think the Cypher's legit.
I think if you're playing like Wolves are, it's good because they're so like just stacking up and everybody else is spread out.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think you also get some surprise value. People maybe not knowing the setups.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of setups we haven't seen as well.
但是这手推黑的不错，上家的手位置锁定，老凯们有收获，而且阿博锁定位置以后穿墙完成，哇！但这一波高点其实收的不错呀。
一是有奥丁在后羿的穿射给你压力，二是确实在高台上的优影的枪实在太差了，这一分。
对，准备进点了，
阿鲁巴
一
把害灵压到死也只能杀一个。
来了。
I mean, I just overall think the like Killjoy's better. I mean, it was close. Really good bonus, whichever way you look at it.
第一次扫描还没完成，我先出来宰了你。
太惊险了，但是对 TEC 而言，这分赢的还是惨烈。
是这样的，枪掉了很多啊。最后就只剩下了一把枪。
对，一把枪，也是 Locam 为团队兜住了这个底。
I almost see it more like if you're playing the Cypher, like Cypher to stall, like an execute isn't as good as a Killjoy. But like just being able to like play the map and be in the right place, like playing for the info part of the Sentinel, I think Cypher is like good. Like just to be able to not have to worry about mid at all.
打得好凶，又是一个3人前顶啊！
这很少在我们在职业比赛上会看到如此大投入的直接。 过来做前压，尤其是带回蛇的。
之前真这样，但是这次马德里结束之后，大家发现了守方对于 A 大的前顶收益是很高的，真的能做，频率明显增加了。
I think it's maybe even like easier to anti-strat as well if you find the most like common trip positions. The trip is like right on the ground, so the prowler doesn't connect onto it too. So you think it's clear, and then you go in and it's not.
加鬼魅的组合，就是等走出去抢。
又是一个旋转门的一个联动，而且注意一下 B 外。
Cypher teams on attack usually alert B, no? Yeah, I mean they will do, and it's easier to like break an alarm bot that's positioned here than the trip.
C 有半线有摄像头，B 外也有有这个半线的警示。在这种情况下去 A 包呢，前点位这2个人就要接架了。是的，放出来，适时的收到了信息，单向烟在挂出，手里有暗眼阿鲁巴。
Really nice fights. Nobody's clearing him. Oh, almost aces. Literally just runs out of bullets. I mean, they just didn't properly clear it, did they?
一高一低的输始料未及啊，而且更多的时候这一分也暴露出了 TEC 在搜点的时候的纪律性没有拉到最警觉哦。
It's almost like their own Viper utility from Abo just makes it harder for them.
第一时间阿鲁巴也很有经验，他就贴在柱子里面贴死了。你出来你是看不到的，你得再走2步。
好，这回合又是选择一个多人要前顶了吗？我看又是顶点了，来了又来。
Kind of on tech though. Oh yeah, of course. I mean that's a place that you should expect. With how much the Wolves have already been fighting for A main, you should sort of expect that they're gonna stay in A main.
打到最后，所有队伍都叫 call my call 的打法，都一样了。
因为他发现狼队现在
kind of played only 2 maps less than the EME Ace after 4 best of 3s. Closer, more competitive region, I guess.
哦，有一个架的空间，但是其实
like it might be me just being like biased, but I just find it a lot more fun to watch China. I think the main thing though is just like no like English broadcast. Like it sort of allows me to like think a bit more. Like if there's an English cast, I'm sort of listening to what they're saying. So what I noticed about Madrid is like it's actually really hard to like watch party. Oh my god, as if they're the kills that he gets. Viper's Pit's gonna be used on B if you can get there. You still got this trip. And like look at like both Aluba and Cypher being like, they go for this trip, we can kill him. But it's just a fake. You got the Cypher utility over here too. So this is like the only like one of the situations where I think the Cypher wins out. Is just when you are pulled in one direction that you still can have that information on Z. You have the Killjoy here, you've fully rotated, you've bought into this, and it's an open sight.
Oh
man, Abo is on his way to getting an ace. Might need to ace if he's not careful. Now this one used incredibly early from Kauai.
C 大包2人的一个枪械，可能 Wolves 得顶出去打了，
只能先找人，先找先找的人。
阿博有机会吗？
尽量拖，连续的假
Wow, Abo's actually just doing so much impact here. All right, nice. Have you got time? No, his teammate went down.
看一下，应该是
It's very, very close.
时间来得及的。哇，真不容易啊！他关键是手里没有任何的遮蔽技能了。很极限，刚刚好，很极限。
Jesus Christ, that's close.
哇，这哥们儿今天枪。
I've never heard such a nonchalant cast to such a tense moment.
已经到了可以入定的程度了。
Like, oh yeah, let's see if they've got it.
Yeah, it was close.
今天手感是真不错，你看YU多少次了这个表现。就今天我们虽然很多画面，比如说在阿鲁巴身上，但是
瞄准，对，不愧是决斗出身啊。
对。
9-2，
我转变的。
Watching China try to figure things out and evolve as they progress is probably the coolest thing about the region. Yeah, I mean, like they're learning at such a rapid pace. And like the way that they approach the game is just very different. It's just a very good way, I suppose, of like if you learn the game and you're like, oh, this is how the game should be played, like fundamentally the meta and all this. It's good at just having your like biases challenged, I guess.
进攻方的断后的奇乐倒了，也有些损失吧。
对 ，TEC 小赚一点。
关键是个大。
I just wonder, like, with the casters not really saying much, was it because they thought that it was safe, or because they thought there was no time? But I almost respect that the casters were almost like, we don't know if they've got it or not, so we're just gonna shut up and see. They don't want to be in that position, I suppose, where the guys are like, there's no time, they haven't got it, oh my god, it's 0.08 seconds. Or the other one where it's like they have it and then the spike blooms, you're just like, ugh. Because that's embarrassing. Showstopper here is good. I mean, the Showstopper doesn't really get anything because of that. Nobody breaks the horn. They get cold fish that's playing towards heaven too. I mean, Wolves have made this close. RB, this feels like it's been read, but not much time to work with. Plex was already looking around the corner by the time that RB got there. I don't know who I fancy having it at this point. I'm going to sit back down. I should be trying to rest. Eco now from the looks. And then again, A main aggression up the wazoo. I wonder what the non-mirrored win rate is for Cypher on this map, actually. I don't think it'd be good, but it's just whether teams are using it well is the question, not the agent. Alright, some good damage done. You got a gun upgrade. 3 versus 3, it's very doable. Good read though from Tech. You're getting pushed from behind by a full stack. Plant for CT, flip the spawns. Even if the caster's wrong, it creates hype, yeah. I definitely think there's a problem, especially including myself, of not saying stuff because you don't want to be wrong and you don't want to get clowned on. I'm like, I'm a student of the game, nobody knows what the hell they're doing. He saw 3 on jump, he could swing wide. About sending a message. I mean, again, it's a super duper close round from Wolves. I mean, so far, like, what, it's been 3 rounds for Wolves, and it's pretty much all off the back winning a pistol, and then that crazy clutch.
然后被打出一个军事互换，在eco的情况就是劣势嘛，而且投入很大呀，枪也亏了，大招也有亏。然后他们做了最正确的判断，就是去摸干自己后路没有人。阿伯的奥丁又起来了，这个角你敢不敢抢？抢我就轰。这次没有抢了。
And then spray from attack. Who's it to spray Neodin? The Viper. Guess that's just the Chronicle approach.
东西的话，有可能是就这种玩法，有可能是做一个第二时间转点的，所以狼队的战术定力其实也很高，把重防还是放在了一个中区啊，随时可以来做一个转移，浮动防守。
他现在就是保证能把自己的人安全送到，但其实这波抢 A 大代价还挺大的，然后你第二时间又要转点 ，TEC 这分。
Oh, right. What's the plan for Wolves? Got all of your utility on the Cypher on C. Got the normal wall on B. A lot of focus on this area with the Poison Orb and the wall going up, I imagine, too. Scary. You got one Prowler left for Plix. No trip, actually, here. You've just got Aluba watching. I guess maybe you've like conditioned this because it's been tripped off so much that they're not going to Prowler it. They do Prowler it, they do clear it. Luba's going to have to TP out. And they just get sprayed through because nobody breaks the haunt for him. Oh dear. Good position to throw it, but a good read from Wolves to get out of there. Good stuff from Lock M. Yeah, I thought that. I guess the timing was really poor there. Because usually they have had a player like Heaven watching this as well. But yeah, strange. Like corners being cleared nicely from TEC with their utility. I mean, retakes I think from Wolves all day haven't been great. Because it's mostly what their attacking side, right? On split that did the damage. Actually, was it? No, it wasn't. It was their defense. But I just don't think the spike was planted all that much. Kind of shut them. Here comes TMV, what is Wolves doing? Yeah, I mean, it does feel a little bit out of sorts now. And yeah, like 4 on defense is fine. Still could be a lot more. That's the second time the Spring's just not cleared a corner. But I guess you're not expecting somebody to just be in their spawn like that. Alright, YU just gets one. No haunt to play off. Plix gets mowed down from the Odin. I mean, the utility here from TEC is solid. It's just literal shots from Wolves that are making this competitive. It's going to be another 1 versus 1, isn't it? Nah, I'm not quite. TEC's in a good spot to predict that.
RB 这一局游戏其实他的一个终极技能啊，包括是团队的一个手杀贡献都是非常快的。
对，关键这回合杀了3个，这大招来的很快了。
那在莲华古城当中啊，上半场已经形成反超了 ，TEC 暂时领先1分了。
才剩1人。What's going wrong, Sliggy?
They need to go aggro A, surely. But they either need to go aggro A or they need like a full Cypher setup with maybe some of the other Viper util on A. I hate when people play like far back A. I just don't think it's good. There's like a few good bits of Cypher util that it can be good with like a Viper playing there, but other than that, I think you gotta go aggro here.
I think it's been a rough day of retakes as well from Wolves.
True.
主要是抢 C 的收益到底大不大，这是可能对于 Wolves 而言要考虑到的，因为你抢到 A 大
It was their like defense that they were just farming people on split, wasn't it? But I don't think the spike got planted that often, to be honest.
Yeah, they didn't really get tested. They were just flooding a lot.
Yeah.
But they could do that here if they take A control again.
So what, you think it's more like you need to play aggressive on A or like...
Or just the complete opposite.
Or just stop like as they come in?
I just think this the Fnatic comp, if you take early A and you win that, you should be majority of the time winning the round. If they didn't reactively like rush into C. That's how I kind of view it. I just think if you take A control against this comp, you're in the driver's seat, which normally you aren't for defense. But if they reactive hit C like this, you can miss like your window. Just depends if you can get the second player there.
守方是选择人员换位，抢位大，抓了信息，尽量不要再掉人了，思路是对的。而且你看一下这个
At least the reaction is right.
后点退了啊。
是的，这个烟点出来2个烟，白油是可以退到安全的位置。
It's just kind of what I mean now, like maybe like alarm bot, nano swarm, all that kind of stuff can just do some form of damage, but right now you just had to give up the site. It's not like an ASN as well, where you could like have a trip as people are going in, get them when they're closing the door switch. Just feels very like hard to get use out of the trips other than just the information. But if they're locked down in there, you know that they're there. There's no information to worry about.
高点的 AC 现在还没有暴露啊，但是烟已经快消散了。AC 有可能能第一时间看到人了。AC 能不能站住 ？AC 有收获。
Good fights. I'm still worried about him here because AC's got lots of time to work with.
Wolves 的枪真的很硬啊。当他们需要个人能力的时候，他们真能够去展现出来。
Yeah, it gets pretty close.
就是简单的靠基本功，3-2的一个回防夹，慢慢的把包点里的人全用枪法对掉了。
而且还是在对方已经站
在同
时被 RB 混掉一个人的情况下是做到的。
其实最危险的那一波回防的。
I mean, it felt like they really didn't have anything for the retake there. It's just another good haunt that gets good info.
对，这个太难受了。对于
like I think if AC like waits a second and then peeks out, you might be able to get him off the spike. You either get the kill, or maybe he panics and doesn't trust his teammate to cover him. At least these last two maps are not blowouts. Yeah, I mean, this has been a competitive series. But you'd expect it would be, right? So I'm glad that it's not like one team just suddenly looks super good and the other one doesn't. I mean, yeah, AC's playing these rounds a bit weird. Yeah, like that trip there, maybe if you've got like the Odin and stuff set up in Waterfall, you might be able to get something, but outside of that...
进攻方的独木魁父现在都放出来，全部放在了 C 点。
You're gonna go for it. I mean, I think it's worthwhile to go for. Second to last round, you got money.
小纯顶在了第一线，第一线能不能找到人？阿伯的位置其实不是很后置，RB 先打掉一个。
Oh man, there's some sick shots from RB. Never seen somebody look so like comfortable with just aiming and flicking like that. Guy knows his sense. Time's good too. Really good round.
I love the retakes haven't been good, Ryan.
I mean, I am working overtime.
You're back.
Back to back. The cast is back fully.
I can't like RB being able to flick like that quickly is crazy.
Wild. Yeah.
Like he makes it look so comfortable.
Wolves 100% have watched K-Corp, by the way. They're playing it so much like how they play.
I'm glad somebody's watching like EMEA in Americas and is learning something. Cough, cough, EDG. FPX are like now, we'll pave our own way.
这分 RB 这玩焰火没有太好的效果啊。克里斯已经阴住了，再给你补个烟，兄弟。
但是位置其实也是一个明确的位置啊。
I think the thing I like about the Cypher so much is it just allows like Wolves to do so much stuff together. Whereas before, like you'd have to be so conscious on where the Killjoy stood.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I like dude, I think as well what's underrated is like just with the Odin over towards tree, some of the Cypher stuff you can do on defense is strong.
I think it's just like, I guess the Cypher trips on C are good. Like the last two rounds where they've just executed C, like the trip doesn't really do that much because it's not like in a position where you can like spray somebody for a kill trip. It's just like information if they went there, which, yeah, if they use a lockdown, they're going there most times. So it just feels that sometimes the trips don't get that much use.
Yeah, it's true.
燃烧自己，看看 TEC 抢不抢 A 大，我跟你说，就今天看抢不抢 A 大就能看出这个风格了。
Also, this is a super defensive-sided map, right, TMV? So there's no chance that Wolves could do well on their attack.
Oh, there's no way they can get 6 on attack. No, or 7. No way, right? On Lotus attack side? Surely not. Impossible, some might say.
It's funny for TEC, like, they moved their roles around to like put like RB on duelist and stuff on split, and it didn't work at all. Then they went back to sort of what they were normally doing, and it looked really good on bind. And now they've gone back to the like new roles on Lotus, and it's looking kind of rough again. Teams can't catch a break.
RB win， 也是 RB 的粉丝啊。
OK， 帅的哥们儿，帅的。到位的，到位的。就基本上，你如果来现场，你选择了这张图，给到你机会，你。
I hope to do stuff like that for Shanghai. That'd be fun.
我为自己代言，好吧？
没问题啊，没毛病啊。来到下半场，这个 BO3 最后的一个半场的环节，Wolves 能够紧咬不放，还是 TEC 直接在慢慢的攀爬当中占据优势。
对。 对于 TEC 来说，他今天整个这个表现啊
，Cameraman's like Pacific cameraman, stayed on one person for too long. Yeah, I think that's just like a Asia thing. Because we don't really do like audience cams at all in the West.
我觉得还有一个点，不光是 RB， 就刚刚我一直在讲的那个韧性的点。
But then again, like in America, you got people saying like Valen is the GOAT, Valen in my throat, right? So that's probably the difference. You can't stay on people too long in Americas because they're bound to do something cringe / break in terms of service. Coach cams versus like over crowd cams. I mean, both are good, but I do think the like crowd cams can be used more than they are.
来了一个常规位的前顶。
哦 ，Spring 这边的话
，3个人准备好暗眼，可能是要去抓 B 大外的一个单挂的。
哎 ，Spring 一颗惊喜翻腾都没买啊，手里起了个鬼魅，选择和队友慢慢拉枪了。
这是现在比较流行的，在莲花古城当中，雷兹会去起到的一个枪械。
EMEA clapping ended me. I guess EMEA is the only one it doesn't really work for because the arena is like smallish in comparison. Well, it looks smaller than like the other arenas. And also just some days, because it is midweek games, there's just nobody there. So it's almost like how the Overwatch League was, where you had some games just happening on days where nobody was around.
转 B 包可能要陷入包围圈了。阿伯果然打了一个出其不意，同时有好多人，阿伯爽收了3个击杀。
3换2，3换2，但是爆能器现在还在手里，没啥问题啊。还能。
I mean, at least Madrid had a really good audience.
他现在也没有转的空间，他别的地方没有信息，关键是。
慢速其实最怕的就是 B 前置位有防守方的前提，而这一分也正好落入了圈套当中。
Did you watch the Apex start split content vid? Which one? The one with the coaches?
挺深的。
现在强。
Or the little trailer?
包能放下来就行，说真的。
但是 B 包这种
like the trailer with paper thin is like the elevator one. Yeah, it's fantastic. Like it. Oh, nice Aluba. Really nice, like double push. Like really good call between Plix and Luba.
手里还有一颗踩雷飞剑，
能拆一半吗？这个踩雷飞剑能帮助他拆一半。
He's just sticking it. He's just. Oh no, he isn't. He's got off of it.
有没有操作空间？
哇 ，RB 被活活点死了这一分，阿鲁巴3杀到手。
哇，阿鲁巴这。
But yeah, it's beyond me that like EMEA does like right because like LEC was so good for like making that kind of like content. Like the LEC is fucking awesome and stuff like that. And obviously like all of the music stuff that they did. It's just weird for me, I suppose, that like EMEA doesn't do any content like that.
我觉得这一分其实，在 BC 联准备的防守方成员就应该有一定的一个警觉性。
确实准备不足
，2个人过来第一时间你2打2。
And then you look over to like I think Americas is doing more of it, but like Pacific leading the line on like making those kind of videos.
前顶战术，这回是轮到了 TEC。
拿到枪械优势，看看他这回合是否降速。
Nice idea from RB to have the nade stall longer when bounce off the wall. Yeah, and just keeping it like quite high up. EMEA doesn't have an audience for the content. Yeah, but you find the audience by making that content. I mean, I think like there's a lot of stuff that EMEA has done like in the past that I feel just is like backwards. Like they made loads of content around like Boaster, Mixwell, players like that a couple of years ago, but it's like you want to make content around like the Leos and the Chronicles and the Natses, right? Those like up and coming players. I don't want to see a video about Scream. Like tell me about like the newer like crazy players and crazy good stuff.
可以接受，而且手里本来刚才也不是全起的，有经济存的。
那对于猎食方来说也
Yeah, like players like Hoodie. You've also got fucking Benji Fishy, right? Why are you not doing stuff around like him?
一个异常效果，再来个踩雷飞剑。
今天阿鲁巴的状态啊，感觉是迎来了小宇宙的大爆发。
Where's my boom mini boost kit? Yeah, like get them two. Get something like Dubros and Emil. Maybe like Bambino just on the phone to his brother at Global Esports.
当然，阿鲁巴今天也尝试过飞后，是吧？
我只能说他这战绩让我想到了一个人。
哎，在那儿，适当的速度降下来，这回合没有急着走。
Because the Americas team is doing discussion. You mean like the talent? Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it feels. I'm not, you know. I don't know what kind of conversations that'd be. Yeah, like from like, were you in the chat when I was talking to Bren about it? Like Bren was like, we're specifically focusing on like having it be a good environment and a conducive environment to make content and to make the best show possible.
RB 来，但是已经比较劣势了，但还是要强行去卡位置。人有点多，有枪先打掉一个，
能点。RB 手2个了，手里还有技能，再炸一手，拆分位置，炸右大左配合完焰火，刷新了完焰火，盲红之后15滴血，位置锁定，反场进是 RB。
Really nice run from TEC.
闪转腾挪，自由人的魅力 ，RB 的灵还是 RB 的雷兹，都能给你震撼。
不是英雄，是 RB 给我震撼了。
是啊，
太夸张了。
说实话，这波其实有一种那种净附身的感觉了。
这就是向死而生了，就是已经不管队友了，我要自己来拆分，自己。
Another talent from both those regions, and it seems that Rita's really investing into that side. Yeah, I mean.
那个精彩镜头里面竟有一波员工重镇直接回跳，其实对于 RB 而言
，I'm not sure. I feel like America's is like the content and stuff like that, and like all of the supplementary stuff. Whereas I feel for this year, from like watching it, EMEA feels very like let's just get into the game.
问题不大，信息又摸全，同时对于 C 的回防也来了。
I mean, I also did those like awkward like analyst segments. Like I think it's hard.
好，这次是直接退后点了，
多如雨一般的技能啊，在 C 高点展开。
就刚才上一把卡哇伊那个战士位，就是站在门口。
It's a product and you have to sell it.
Spring 手里是有玩焰火的，这分
CS looks like EMEA looks like CS production. I don't even like.
判官声音一响，再见兄弟，再见。
I'd say more like CS if it was like more like analytically focused and a bit more like talking about like the game from that standpoint, which I guess you'd get if you had like Lothar and Steel on a desk or like with Bone Cold. That's not to say that like Cuckoo can't get super analytical. Of course she can. Like if anything, she gets that balance perfectly spot on.
导致 Wolves 可能要强行提速了，
绕后的全来了。 进一翻腾，直接过点。
他没有选择交完焰火哦，卡哇伊直接带走了 Spring， 是判官堵路。
I'd say Pacific is more like CS because Pacific desks are just them talking without assets and just babbling, just yapping.
B 也进不来，炸了。
Wolves 这波节奏被断裂了，已经有些。
这还能不能进得来？ 但是要看一下这波绕中绕，阿鲁巴这次能不能扛奇线？但是对方身后还有人哦，阿鲁巴站住，但是 RB 在前点。
Like it almost feels to me that the way that EMEA does a desk is basically to be like the point of us having a desk is to not have a desk. Because I think like instead of like having a 30-minute pre-show, they have like a 15 to 20-minute pre-show. Oh man, good fight for AC to win too.
而且不得不说那一枪。 数位穿到身体好像有点关键啊，在这样看起来的话，其实阿鲁巴的一个准心已经瞄上去了，
没有开枪的机会，可惜了
啊，太可惜了，对于阿鲁巴而言。
哇，阿鲁巴今天高光集锦打满，好吧。
主要他这个
It's Aluba versus RB. I'm glad that like Aluba's the one that's popping off though. Yeah, but like America's does a lot of like almost like improv stuff, right? They seem to have like a lot of props and a lot of like really goofy ideas. But it really enables the personality, I think, of the desk more. Like seeing Brennan's show do like the pick'ems in like 2 minutes.
攒了一波晚焰火加叶灵，那基本上 Wolves 的一个强势反扑是在下回合，这回合没有极好的机会，这个技能组是不会去用的。
他现在考虑的是这个是不是能少给点技能点 ？TEC 的大招现在都很快了，这个还挺关键的。你下回合对方这种多大局面出现，今年很难的。
而且因为这一分防守方选择抢了 A 大，所以 Wolves 的判断很准，直接进 C 了。
Lucky bring Kamito and Squeezy on the desk to farm clout. I think it's like,
至少能把爆能器安置。
Yeah. I think the one thing that just America's desks have over EMEA's is just America's just feels like more fun, like more like silly fun.
选择过来要给一个小小阴一下的
没关系啊，怎么选的都 OK， 看自己怎么架了。关键自己也是一个劣势枪线局啊，是一个世界包，看看土球外能不能架住了。
这还是要给，因为觉得这一分位置其实站的还不错，
有点机会感觉。
EMEA got that Germany humor. Yeah. I don't know. Like I feel like it's. Is the Eco gonna win out? The trip actually going over here. Why you can stay alive? He's playing in front of it because of course he would. So the whole thing is just for now. It even reads that like Kawhi's gonna peek and there's just no time anyway. All right, okay.
这一分 Wolves 靠着一个敏锐的弱侧判断进点之后 ，YU 的
Having HQ in Berlin is lucky just to miss a general. I don't know. I think it's.
完成了一个翻盘，
是的，是翻盘了。
I don't think it's like the fault of anybody in particular, but I do think that like the environment just kind of makes it so like every like silly fun skit that I've tried to do definitely felt like.
Right, I'm gonna switch to EMEA boys. Enjoy the rest of it.
All right, have fun. All right, have fun. Enjoy.
Peace.
Yeah, good luck with Liquid.
Thank you.
主要这一分打完之后其实挺伤的 ，Wolves 现在
I'm still here, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
He's still here.
We can. I feel like we were just being well behaved, Sliggy.
Oh, Sliggy, yeah.
But now we can just.
Let's fucking go crazy. What the fuck are we doing? Why are we playing down to that level? Why is it also Aluba just versus RB? Straight one-on-one. They're both just carrying. Why is Aluba playing so well?
Yeah, Aluba's so good. Literally, Wolves picked up the whole fucking team he was on to get him.
I mean, Spring. Apparently, Spring has not sprung. We are in a deep winter right now.
Season ever, yeah. We're into summer.
A deep slumber. We're in hibernation.
对，所以的话，我觉得这波暂停回来还有一点就是，除了大招本身支撑以外，
You think Wolves close this out?
抢点抢得更坚决，抢完之后做一个。
I hope so.
我觉得这个可能也是这回要解决的问题。
I think it's very, very
that was a big
tricky.
round to win on its time. It's a big swing round.
That's always the good sign that you can win dumbass rounds like that, right?
But one thing that annoys me so much, right? The thing that maybe annoys me more than anything on this map is why don't teams, when they know they have free C control, why don't they plant where Wolves just did? Why do they still plant safe?
Like right in the corner.
Like TEC did it on one of the rounds where they had a Killjoy lockdown. Like you plant on a Killjoy lockdown and they're planting safe. It's like, bro, you've got the site. Plant for... I call it cringe. Me and my friends call it planted for cringe. Because the post plant is just so much easier when you know you can just spam.
It's like the fear of being sprayed.
Oh no. Come on, Aluba. Carry us.
I like the Kawhi's just there.
Oh, shoot him! Oh, Aluba's dead. It's over.
Oh, we just planted. Okay. I was like, how much time are we bought? I'm like, none.
What the fuck is that, ref? Did you see that?
Sliding tackle right there.
And now we're on an eco. Referee, have a word.
AC stands for actual criminal.
By the way, those 2 rounds that we just saw are why Boster is wrong about ult usage. You should use ults on ecos.
Oh, for sure. Is that what he said?
He constantly is like, why are they using ults when, you know, they're like, he always says like, don't use ults on ecos, don't use ults when you're in like a 4v, like if you're in a disadvantage basically.
Yeah, that just feels so like ideal world though. It's like the argument like, oh yeah, KO's so good because you could just KO knife and hit the sentinel and shut down all of their utility. It's like, yeah, if you fucking hit them. Like, try doing that on Breeze consistently, trying to knife where the Cypher is.
To be fair, I do think that's a good idea on split against Vipers in mid.
Yeah.
Because Vipers do always play in mid.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a downward slope though if you start... Like, if you use a breach ult, for example, on an anti-eco, and you're like, why did we use that? We didn't need to use that.
Oh, we're cooked. We're dying to fucking snake bites.
Yeah, that's it. Save the bookie.
Oh. Oh, he's smurfing on us. Where's the financial fair play?
AC stands for actual criminal, RB stands for right bastard.
I mean, how... This can't be allowed, surely. Why is he allowed to play for them?
TMB got more vocal since you left. Yeah, we were both just like quietly trying to get on.
Oh no, I was screaming and shouting.
Yeah, just
the
muted.
whole time. Just muted.
这回合的话 ，TEC 是那把速度降下来，然后呢，选择主攻来抢的是一个
What the fuck is that?
这一回合能压住，直接
Why are we always dying through smokes? Criminal. Foot picked chamber on split. Jesus.
Is it CNED though?
Oh yeah, is it CNED? It must be.
CNED gonna DM Ye if he wins, being like, I could do it, so could you.
No, the chamber's no good. Who picked it? Liquid? Because Liquid are like, have a good attack, but the defense is awful.
There used to be the opposite for Liquid, I remember.
Yeah. Foot picked it and picked chamber. Bro.
Maybe they're cooking.
Maybe they are, but you know what's better than chamber?
Literally anything else?
Yeah, pretty much. Close. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. They're actually gonna lose this game, Ryan. They're actually gonna fucking lose. How are they gonna lose? The team on split was so good. What happened? We need a Luba to not carry. The rest of the players have got lazy.
That's it.
Thinking that a Luba's just gonna bail them out.
Thanks for the free hour. I'll PayPal you the money later, kind of thing.
Look at that! Look at that referee! And then we're just
I mean, I'll say that like everybody on TEC looks so fucking relaxed. Like they're all just like reclined in their chair, just playing the game.
Yeah, I wonder, probably because they know they're gonna win. Because the ref. The ref decided beforehand they were gonna win. Check them for drugs. Breaking financial fair play rules.
不是乱了，是上头了，就是你来我必守，就是死顶。
有一些对抗的寻求吧，就主动寻求对抗。对，而其实，在莲花古城这样地图里面，防守方如果你雷兹主动去丢出一些比较需要点位的道具出来，进攻方是真的很难的。是，就像上分在 C， 你赛博囚笼就算开了，我想往前进，我一颗雷 ，RB 的雷就把你劝退。对。
I almost feel like EMEA at the moment have this like bad habit of just trying to reinvent the wheel, just to be like quirky.
I mean, that's the danger when you cook, right? Sometimes it's good. What the fuck? Speaking of cooking, what's this Bucky judged by? We've transferred YZ in all of a sudden for spring. Can I go fast B?
It works.
Yeah, but if you're going fast B, you gotta go. What are we waiting for? Get in there. Oh, and of course none of them come heaven. Of course they're fucking... Oh. He's gonna pit? Why don't you have a judge? Go on. What an idea.
Aluba gets a kill on Kwai from like 40 yards away.
Of course he does.
Now he's got a gun.
Soloing this game.
The Viper's pit
oh
looks
my
like
god, he's so good. Carrier's king. I cursed him. Still, he bought so much time.
I mean,
How the fuck are you saving? You got loads of money. Good save. Save away. Don't give RB kills. That's a massive ego win. Guys, we all die to this fight.
Everybody dies, so yeah, so the money is a little bit more awkward.
We win the round, that's all that matters. But if we lose this one, we are cooked. Cooked like a cold fish.
How can a cooked fish be cold?
They're literally just walking each other, both just staring at the map. What was that? Come on. What's RB? 30 and 13. And Aluba's 30 and 18.
Christ.
My god. There's just two Smurfs in this lobby and everyone else is just doing nothing. They just reverted, they're just going fast.
I've realized that Aluba is actually Alubu, as in the Dynasty Warriors character Lubu, known for this going 1 versus 1,000 and winning.
Oh no. That got 2?!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's over. GG. That buy is no good. Of course it's fucking RB. Get enough double cheating again. Well, they've planted for cringe. Just get out to mound. Get out, get out, get out. They're gonna raise them.
Not like this. He's on his way to 40 kills.
As if they're gonna fucking lose. I actually can't believe it. After that first map, I was like, this team's gonna go to Shanghai. And then they literally just lost to RB.
You know that they're gonna do the same thing against FPX though.
I mean, RB... Look at their buy. They got an Ares.
Yeah, this is like being a goal down
this is
6
how
minutes.
democracy dies.
It's gonna say 6 minutes extra time, more like 3 minutes extra time. Spring's stuck.
We're on spring. Oh, Goldfish died. GG.
Oh no, you lost Coldfish. Alright, Plake's 1 versus 5. Gets flawless at the end.
Goodbye. That's all I've got to say. Goodbye.
Goodbye, have fun watching EMEA. Hope it's less depressing.
Bullshit. Bullshit again.
Oh dear. I guess like a good effort.
从在起点赛段当中突围赛最后是遗憾被淘汰，到现在 来到 Stage 1的时候，他们变得非常有韧性。我相信这是 TEC。
I mean, I can host Anders at least. I'm doing China. Just like BLG earlier. Yep. What time did this game finish? 4:15. So yeah, I probably missed like 2 hours. A shame. So, what's that mean in week 1? Billy top in their group, TEC top in their groups as well. A bit sad from Wolves. It's funny that they like are both like. Oh, I guess because they are playing teams from separate groups. So happy for RB. 75 kills in the series. Yeah, let's check. Is it updated? Not yet. Because we haven't got, like, they put the data in manually, right? Because of no API access. Yeah, RB played well. It's good to see that, like, their role change as well, like, looked pretty solid. I guess it's just the attack, it just didn't work as well as they were, like, hoping. Which is a crying shame. Yeah, what are the games tomorrow again? DRG versus All Gamers, and then Edward Gamer versus... I might miss parts of Edward Gamer versus JDG. Oh, Christ. That's a heartbreaker. And then Nova Trace. Nova Trace actually could be really fun. And DRG versus All Gamers potentially could be... Like, I kind of hope that first series is fast so we can get onto the second one and I don't miss any of it. Yeah. Hopefully we actually get like API access and stuff for next, well, as soon as possible really, but like post Shanghai. But yeah, shame really. So I think that sets up. What's Billy's next game? They got Trace in a week. Oof. TEC of DRG and Edward. Yeah, kind of tough. I mean, we know the Wolves have FPX on Sunday, and then they have All Gamers, Trace, Tyloo. This is just a really hard, like, record of teams. For Tyloo, what's yours? Like, you got EDG, Nova, Wolves, DRG. Trace has a roster change? Yeah, they changed their controller, flexible to Tyloo. But yeah, because it's been quite late, I won't waste any time. I'll send you over to Anders, actually. So go and watch the rest of EMEA with somebody that knows what they're talking about. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be on at the same starting time, like 10 AM. And it's DRG versus All Gamers first. So hopefully I should have more stuff like prepped and we should be on like an hour before. So yeah, fingers crossed everything's like a bit more organized and stuff. But yeah, thanks for watching. See you all tomorrow. Bye.